Thumbs up.
Ready? Welcome to the May 6, 2025 meeting. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agenda and speaker request forms are at the back. And today we'll be limiting, we're going to have a long agenda today, folks, so hang in there with us. So we're going to try to summarize everything today and leave our conversations to 3 minutes. And we will try to keep ours to 3 minutes also. So we're going to call to order the meeting, and we will have a roll call. We're all here, so that's fine, all 5 of us. So we're going to have a moment of silence reflection from Commissioner Durr. Thank you.
All right. So May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and the moment of silent reflection that I would like to have today relates to those individuals that battle mental health, and particularly our veterans who are still losing in over 20 a day. Pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we'll review and approve the agenda. So we have a motion from Hadcock,
Second.
a second from Durr. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. So with no further ado, we're going to move to Sheriff Mueller. He has a proclamation to make here. So Sheriff Mueller, if you'll come forward and take over. Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff. And I always feel like in May, maybe the commission should meet each week because we have so many things going on. So last week we had Administrative Professionals Week. This week we're celebrating Corrections Week, Nurses Week, Teachers Week, Mental Health Professionals Week. Next week we have Law Enforcement Memorial Week. So we have a lot of things going on in May. So we have some staff here today. I'm very proud of all the staff that we have at the Sheriff's Office. But today we're going to be recognizing some very special staff that we have a week set aside for. We have a lot of food in different areas. So if you're looking for something to do most any day this week, we're feeding our staff well in our different divisions. So get a hold of me and I'll get you down for one of the lunches this week. I think they're having a barbecue tomorrow. We're hoping it doesn't rain. And so without further ado, I'm going to have our commanders come up and introduce themselves, and then we'll have the staff introduce themselves quickly, and then we will read the proclamation.
Thank you.
Good morning, Joe Gutierrez. I've been with the Sheriff's Office since 2011. Thanks for recognizing us for Correction Week.
I'm Corey Brubach, and I'm the jail commander, and I've been in that capacity for 1 year, but I've been an employee with Pennington County for about 28. And
Good morning. I'm Tony Verscho. I'm the director at the Care Campus. I've been employed with the Sheriff's Office since 1992. I've been at the Care Campus almost a year.
Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Have some other ones introduce themselves.
Each only have 3 minutes now.
Good morning. I'm Dusty Eisenbrown. I'm a teacher at JSC, and I've been there for 4 years.
Thank you.
Morning, Chantel Kasky. Been with the Sheriff's Office in some capacity since 2021.
Nicole Winkler. I'm a nurse over at the Juvenile Service Center. I've been there almost 5 years now.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Nelson. I have been with the Sheriff's Office for 2 years, and I'm a nurse at the jail.
Morning. I'm Tara Lloyd, and I'm the charge nurse for Addiction Treatment Services.
Sandra Carter, Mental Health, JSC since 2012.
Michaela Quenzer, teacher at the jail, and I've been here since last year.
Cheyenne Blakeman, and I've been here for 2 months.
Awesome.
Sarah Lux, I'm a mental health counselor at the jail. I've been there about 1 year.
Short guys last.
Good morning, Mike Vojcik. I've been to jail since 2003.
Nice.
Good morning, Sergeant Lauren Gary, I'm supervisor at JSC. I have been there for 17 years, and I have been honored to read the proclamation. Joint proclamation honoring our professionals in corrections and the care campus. Whereas the strength, resilience, and well-being of our communities are upheld each day by dedicated individuals who serve with distinction in the fields of corrections, nursing, education, and mental health. And whereas correction officers ensure the safety, structure, and rehabilitation of individuals within our justice system, serving with integrity, discipline, and compassion. And whereas nurses deliver expert care, support, and healing across every stage of life, working tirelessly on the front lines of healthcare to safeguard lives and promote wellness. And whereas teachers nurture minds, foster growth, and inspire lifelong learning, guiding students with dedication and sharpening the future with every lesson taught. And whereas mental health professionals provide vital support to individuals and families by promoting emotional well-being, fostering resilience, and breaking down barriers to care and understanding. And whereas during the month of May, we recognize National Corrections Officers Week, May 4th through May 10th, National Nurses Week, which is May 6th through May 12th, National Teachers Week, May 4th through May 10th, Mental Health Awareness Day, which is May 12th. A time to honor the commitment, compassion, and courage demonstrated by these essential professionals. Now, therefore, we, the Board of County Commissions, County of Pennington, South Dakota, do hereby proclaim the dates of May 4th, 2025 through May 12th, 2025 as recognition of our professionals in corrections and the care campus. In honor of all corrections officers, nurses, teachers, and mental health professionals who uplift, protect, educate, and care for the communities each and every day. Let this proclamation stand as a symbol of our deep gratitude, admiration, and unwavering support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your dedication, your duties, and commitments to the community. We appreciate it, guys.
Sure.
Sheriff, did you have anything else to add?
Mr. Chair.
Any of the commissioners
How
want to add
about a
something?
group photo up here? Get everybody up here,
Okay.
let Helene take a picture.
I'd like to say
Got
something.
someone who can take a picture?
Can we say
Y'all wanna
something?
come up?
Ron first?
Ron, where do you want him at?
Say something
Up here.
first. If we can say something first.
You want to, yeah, go ahead and say something.
Bottom line is, I'd like to also, I think it is a symbol of our deep gratitude for what you guys do from this commission in our community. It's not just from Pennington County. What you do is pretty honorable, and it's very humbling for the rest of us to watch what you guys do every day. And people don't know what you do. We just had some stuff. I went to the city council last night. Weifenbach had went and the sheriff's office, actually, for some of their jail stuff. Thank you. And people were talking about the police officers as well and what they have to go through. I don't think the community knows what everybody in law enforcement or first responders do for our community and what that takes. And you guys have shown that over and over again in Pennington County and Rapid City, that we humbly appreciate everything you guys do. And I don't think you guys know that very well sometimes because the way the community portrays some of the things that happen in our community. But just know that we care and we understand to a certain extent because we don't do it every day. But again, that we give our deep gratitude to you guys for everything you do every day because it's a lot of work and it's a lot of stress on yourselves. You see it every day in people and what you have to go through and what you're doing for us is huge. You're a good team and we thank you for what you do for us every day. And we pray for you every day. I know even at our church and other places, we pray for what our officers and our nurses and our teachers and the mental health that people have to go through every day, and I think it's huge. But thank you again for what you all do for us.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. Commissioner Drews or?
I just appreciate the challenges that you face every day and that you meet
and keeping our community safe. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, just to comment, in my law enforcement career, I could not do corrections. So I was the guy in the street that worked that end of it, but coming in, it was always kudos in my career to those individuals that worked as you do in those facilities, because I always looked at it like, you were serving time as well, right along with the inmates. And so I could not wait to get back out and see a little sunshine and hit the road. And so it's always been appreciative of what you do, because there's not many people even choosing a law enforcement career that can do what you do. So thank you.
Thank you. If y'all want to come up.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I just want to thank you
Mr.
for
Rusnick?
the roles that you play in public safety, and thank you for your service to Pennington County.
If you want to come up, we'll take a picture.
You guys are incredible. Come on, you guys did work.
I'm doing well. How are you?
Can you guys on this end come way in?
Squeeze in, guys.
Yeah. And in the back row, can you go on your toes?
Don't you start
In the
that.
back row, can you go? Okay. Is everybody ready? Standing tall. 1, 2. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
You know it wasn't me.
Yeah, I know it was you.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you again, and have a great day. Today, we'll move on to item number 6, the consent agenda. So the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to set on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote for the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda, placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. So at this time, is there a citizen that would like any item removed from the consent calendar? Seeing none of the commissioners, I know we have item F and G we want removed. Anything else, commissioners? Seeing nothing else, we'll entertain a motion here to approve all the items except for F and G.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'll go ahead and approve the consent agenda as presented, excluding item D and item F.
Okay. And we have a motion by Roskinek,
Second.
a second by Durr for approval other than F and G. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So we'll move on to item F, approval of a letter of support for Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment.
Chair.
We'll go to Commissioner Hadcock.
Brian Achbach, if you would come up, he is our CEO. Can't say enough about Brian and what he does for the Pennington County Housing Authority. He has moved us above and beyond what we can do for our citizens, and if you know what we do, it's a lot of housing for low income and the working class in Rapid City, and without that, Brian's got 27 years. 27 years with Pennington County. He is now the CEO, and boy, in just the last couple of years, he's done some amazing stuff for our constituents. We've had some services that we're changing for our constituents for life skills. We're just doing all kinds of things under the leadership of Brian and his team. But I wanted him to come up and basically talk a little bit about the housing development and then what the application has to do with our housing.
Brian, go ahead.
Commissioner Hadcock, very kind. Couldn't do it without a very, very good commission over at the Housing Authority. We are I've expressed to the board before in the past my frustration with the wheels of government, federal government. It moves slowly, and I think it's for a purpose. And everything is done. Everything is done. It takes a lot of time. And but we are a housing authority that is looking under couch cushions for every nickel, as there's challenging at the federal level with regard to funding. And What I can tell you today is we've seen a lot of success in looking under those couch cushions. We're serving 100 more families today than we were 2 years ago. And we've done that with no additional federal funding. Just by taking, we were completely underutilizing the vouchers in our community. We are, as the commissioners that sit on the board would recognize, we're much more successful in utilizing those Section 8 vouchers in the community. Our plan for the last really 4 years now has been to transition our public housing into the Section 8 model. I stood at this commission meeting in the past and said that that's where the federal funding will be in the future. Public housing will not be, it will be a figment of the government's imagination here in the future. And I don't want to be the last housing authority in the country with public housing, because then there's no one advocating for us. The big housing authorities in this country are transitioning from a section, public housing is Section 9. They're transitioning from Section 9 to everything is going to Section 8. That's good for our community. It will facilitate, hopefully, development amongst the private market to develop those units. It takes the development, the responsibility off of the housing authority, and it continues to give residents choice. They could take that voucher and go to other addresses. So that's where we focused on. We've picked up another 100 families by looking at that. We've been building up our capacity the last couple of years, and in building that capacity, Keystone Housing reached out to us here in the last 45 days, and they were dealing with some difficulties in managing their property in Keystone. After some discernment, the board gave me the authority to go ahead and take over management of Keystone, and we are now working through assumption of the ownership and the rental assistance in Keystone. So again, the capacity building that we've been doing just for our own housing really opened up the opportunity for us to be a partner for Keystone that wouldn't have been available even a year ago. So we're very happy about that. I think the local community in Keystone is very happy about that. And then as of last October, we contracted with a co-developer. We're really, our co-developer is out of Montana. It's a different voice. It's someone that's not been in western South Dakota before. I'm a big proponent of having a lot of voices, a lot of diverse voices that, we have a lot of professional people in this community, and I value very much what they offer. But again, seeing success in other part of the country and bringing in, more layers of those voices to help guide us. So we have a contract with Good Housing Partners out of Montana, and they're helping us put together a strategic plan with regard to development, which is kind of why I'm in front of you today. I'm asking the board to consider giving us a letter of support. We have a 3-building property over on Black Fox Drive. We've had it for 50 years. We developed it in conjunction with the Black Hills Works back in the mid-'70s, and it was housing for the developmentally disabled. And the way that Black Hills Works has caught pressure from many different state, federal, us, in how they're providing housing for their clientele. And kind of one of the no-nos, as the way I understand it, is you do not offer housing for the developmentally disabled with such a big facility. It has to be limited to 2 or 3 units instead of 37 or 38 units. So they advised me that they were vacating the property, which is going to leave us with a vacant unit, or a building. They're not marketable. They're dorms. They're not efficiencies. Again, the way Black Hills Works has run it, by the way, very successfully for 50 years, is they have common area kitchens, common area showers, common area sitting rooms. And that's not a marketable thing for us going forward. So our plan is, and what I'm seeking today is your support, that we would end up demolishing those buildings, and then there would be, at some point, a redevelopment plan put together on that property. The property is very desirable. We have sought interest from other nonprofits to see if those buildings would work for their mission, and we've kind of struck out, in that regard. So I'll leave it at that and answer any questions.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Roskinek.
So Brian, if we demolish those, when they were up and running in full occupancy, what was, just a ballpark, what kind of income did we get per month on those?
Yeah, per unit, we were averaging about, and we did this for the appraisal, we were getting about $700 per unit per month.
So when we demolish those and we've lost that income, that's not really going to have an impact on our organization as a whole?
No, because what the board and what this commission, with what I'm asking here, as we tell the government, hey, give us permission to demolish these 37 units, what they're going to do is they're going to give us 37 Section 8 vouchers. So the income is still going to be, the federal dollars are still going to be coming to our community, but they're going to be coming in the form of a voucher that will be in the hands of residents. That's what the government wants to get out of the business. They do not want to provide assistance for buildings, brick and mortar. They want to provide assistance for people. And it's super easy for the federal government to cut funding for buildings, because who are you really hurting? Now, I would say we can drive around and we can see dilapidated property. Those need to be funded too. But that's where so particularly this year, our funding for public housing has been cut. We will get a budget increase for Section 8 this year.
So on that particular location, what would be probably the kind of development that would blend in with the surrounding neighborhood?
Yep, we've had some preliminary work done, and again, no formal plans drawn up. But what we've asked is, what would be based on that lot, what would be the maximum size, which is really what we're talking about. Now, that might not be what's good for that property, but with demolishing those 37 units, 38 units, we could get 100 and we could get 105 units. That would be the max based on city code there.
So would that be multiple buildings or just?
Yep, on our plan, we have three 35-unit buildings.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Yep.
And thank you for your service.
Thank you, Commissioner Roskinek. Commissioner Hadcock, did you have anything further?
Motion to approve.
Pardon?
Motion to approve.
Second.
But a motion from Hadcock and a second from Roskinek.
Mr. Chairman?
We have a comment
Yeah,
from
just question.
Commissioner
before we
Durr.
vote.
Yep.
So HUD VASH vouchers.
Yes.
So how are we sitting on those for the vets?
We're better, but it's not great.
Okay.
So what Commissioner Durr is talking about is we have an allocation of vouchers at our housing authority. They're VASH vouchers. VASH is an acronym for Veterans Administration Supportive Housing Vouchers, and we have 149 of them in our jurisdiction. We've had some frustration with regard to fully utilizing those vouchers, and there's been I would say maybe a disagreement as far as why we have been unsuccessful. And really these vouchers, we don't even maintain a waiting list for these vouchers. These would be clientele that would come to us through the VA system. All we really do is we provide the voucher for them to these veterans to live in our community. The VA provides all of the supportive services. I know the veterans are near and dear to Commissioner Durr's heart. I've had an opportunity to talk with him in the past, and I've expressed to him my concerns, my frustrations. I believe the last time I talked to you, maybe we were in the 95. That's what we were maybe serving. Maybe you have a better recollection of that. Out of those 149, I would say we're probably right around 105 today. So maybe we've picked up 10. One of the things that I continue to go back to is I can show on paper all of the success that we can do with Section 8. And the one thing that I can't show success is VASH. And again, and I know it's very easy to say, well, who's to blame? Well, if we're doing 1,400 vouchers I'm I'm going to continue to say that the VASH problem that we're having is not an us problem. It's a somebody else's problem, and I guess we can all talk about that later. But there's definitely some limitations in the middle of this process where we're not seeing success.
Yeah, my only comment to that is Brian does a great job.
Thank you. I have a question. How much does a VASH voucher worth?
So all of our vouchers are, what do we pay? So the cost, our vouchers cost us about $640 a month.
How much say if I go into you and get a VASH voucher, I want to rent a 2-bedroom unit.
Mm-hmm.
What is that worth to me to give to the landlord?
I believe the 2 bedrooms, those are right around $1,200. So I believe the rent and utilities, I might be wrong on that. I'm sorry, I should have had those.
Oh, that's fine. It's just a question that we can answer.
The different bedroom sizes are, you're right, they're assigned a different value, a voucher payment, it's called a voucher payment standard.
Okay.
And, but I believe it's somewhere between $1,000, $1,200 in the private market.
Mr. Drews, did you have any comments to make?
I don't.
Okay. Yeah, any other comments? We have a motion on the floor, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move on to the next letter in the alphabet, G. And
Here.
Ms. Hadcock, you have the floor.
I was just looking at the paper and I was just wondering, number one, we're supposed to collect donations. How much donations do we have at this point, since it's going to be, next week or the week after for the conference? We were supposed to raise $75,000 at the time. And I also don't get the pass-through grant fund at the back that says $1 million. What does that have to do with this? Is it getting from a grant? Maybe Cindy, you could answer that?
Ms. Cindy,
Thank you, Cindy.
we're talking about a grant. That's on the back of it. Okay.
Yeah, there's a grant too that says,
Thank you, Ms. Cindy. If you can answer it.
Cindy Moeller, Pennington County Auditor. I don't have that paperwork. Joan had submitted that, so I don't know exactly what was in your packet for that. But this is basically the money that came in, we're going to disperse to NACO for the conference.
okay.
And that amount was in the packet. I know that Joan included the revenue report.
Well, it
so.
says general, which is 101 is 5,000, then budgeted 5,000, period amount 10,000. 101 is general fund, it's not donation, and then donation contributions are 5,000, 5,000, and 10. So you're taking 5,000 out of the general fund one and 5,000 out of the donations, Joan?
No, the entire amount that has been submitted sponsorships to the county at this point is 10,000. That is the exact dollar amount that's being now forwarded on to National Association of Counties. National Association of Counties has received funds directly from sponsors as well, but the portion that we have collected as of Thursday when the agenda came out was exactly $10,000.
Okay, so NACO, I already knew was supposed to add to the amount because it was still a NACO conference, but we submitted, and 3 commissioners at that time decided that we could raise at least $75,000. And now we've only raised $10,000?
We've collected 10,000. There's other commitments. There's also quite a bit of funds that have been sent directly to NACO, and the entire sponsorship amount was 75,000. Our responsibility as a county was 38,500. The rest was NACO's responsibility to find sponsors for that, and they've met their goal. We have also met our goal, just not received it all. Checks are in the mail.
Okay, so you said you were going to receive 38,000 instead of, we didn't need the.
38,500 is our total.
So we didn't have to take the 75 or 100,000 out, we only needed to take 38,000 out of our contingency.
We're not taking a penny out of our contingency. We are submitting the $10,000 that we, as the county, has received and forwarding that to NACO.
And the 28,000 is from?
28,500. Some of that NACO has received directly from sponsors. Some of it is still in the process of invoicing and being sent in.
Okay. Why I'm saying that is because it was supposed to come out of contingency, and now we'll have the 75 or 100 in there fully. We won't have to take any out of it.
It was only coming out of contingency if we needed to have a plan if we couldn't find the sponsors. We have found the sponsors to cover the full amount. We have it either accepted the funds already or they've been committed.
So nothing's coming out of the county general fund? No,
At this
point?
time, no.
Okay.
And we do not anticipate any coming out.
And what does the $1 million at the back, why did you put the pass-through grant fund? What is that, Joan?
That is something that Cindy
That's
sent.
another
yeah.
item on the agenda, or not on the agenda, but that's another item within that line.
Okay.
So that's something totally separate from this. I would have to go look at the budget report and see who submitted that, but
Okay, because
that's totally separate.
well, I was just wondering why it was with this paper and thought it had something to do with it, because it was submitted with 6G. So that's why I asked the question to Cindy.
It's part of that pass-through fund, but has nothing to do
But
with
it
this.
has nothing to do with this.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a
So,
Commissioner
let me-
Gerber?
if I could give just a brief explanation
Sure,
on
absolutely,
this.
go ahead.
So, former Commissioner Lloyd LaCroix is the one that offered for Pennington County to host the conference coming up May 20th through 23rd for the Western Interstate region of the National Association of Counties. And at the time, nobody really knew what the cost was going to be in order to host that. And so last year, some money was put in the contingency for that. After that, we learned that what the total cost was going to be, that about half that cost was going to be covered by the National Association of Counties. So our responsibility then was dropped down to about $38,500. We have raised all that from local businesses that are interested in assisting and making sure that no taxpayer dollars are being used for hosting this conference. And this was the desire of Commissioner LaCroix of not having to spend taxpayer dollars to host this. And so that's why all the dollars have been raised outside of that. We've tried to really limit any exposure of Pennington County relative to this. But I think as of 2 weeks ago today, we have about 330 commissioners from a 15-state region that are registered to be here in 2 weeks for a 3-day conference. And it appears that a number of those are going to be driving in and making this family vacation at the same time. So I think economically, it's going to benefit the entire area very well. And our cost from Pennington County at this point is zero.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
With that being said, I'd like to thank Commissioner Drews for kind of taking the lead on this after Lloyd was no longer part of the commission. Gary stepped up, and I think he's done a wonderful job. And I think you're absolutely right. There's going to be a tremendous economic benefit from this program that's going to be in Rapid City, May 21st or the 23rd? So thank you, Commissioner Drews.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Drews, for spearheading this and we appreciate that. I think
Motion to approve?
Second.
We have a motion from Hadcock, a second by Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We will move on to item 7. These are regular agenda items. Items from the public per SDCL 125-1. So speaker request form is required, a time for members of the public to discuss expressions, concerns to the Board of Commissioners on policies and issues affecting county government and its function. Action will not be taken during this section on any issues brought forth that are not properly noticed. Speakers under this section will be recorded by the minutes and the name, so everything. And we do have one speaker request form from Fern Johnson. Fern, are you here? Okay, here she is. Okay. If you could summarize for us, Fern, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Fern Johnson here. I will be short, if you can imagine that.
Thank you.
But you can stop me, I'm sure.
Yeah, we have a long agenda today, as I told you, so.
We're
and then
good. I just want 2 items here that I want to address and recognize that the board received our petition of 151 property owners that was submitted on April 21st of 2025.
Thank you.
Those were certified copies. I retained the originals. If you need that, I can provide that.
We did get it.
Okay, the second one is I provided 68 pages of documents through like a scanning or whatever, but copies to each of you on April 24th.
Yep, we did receive that.
Okay. Third and last one is This board heard our appeal on 2 properties. We will be appealing that again, our 3rd time going around. We received on May 2nd a copy of the objection, supposedly the objection. I gave you guys each copies. On the property 52288, which is a residential, on March 31st, within this packet here, through pages, I provided you with 3 pages, the objection form. This is what we submitted to the assessor's office. They acknowledged receiving that. The assessor did on April 3rd. It was sent by post office, tracking number.
I did hand those out, Fern, so everybody got the ones you brought to me, so.
However, what we received was this. It's a totally different document prepared by the assessor on 52288. There's nothing in the objection form is a legal document. This one was received on May 2nd. There's nothing in the middle. There's nothing proposed. And from my understanding, what it shows here is registered mail. Our original objection, PT 17 form, was not by registered mail. It was by post office, USPS tracking. And this one is dated March 13th. The second document is on the property ag appeal we had. That again was sent on March 31st of 2025. This is the original. And the assessor acknowledged by email that she received that on April 16th. And that second packet, this is what we received, certified, like the first one, by the auditor. So now this is a matter of public record, which is not the original document we submitted. There's nothing on here. It's totally modified. So with that, I would have to add that that'll be just one more count we'll have to address, basically under 2212A, which is forgery, along with the other counts that we have already alleged. Thank you.
Thank you, Fern.
Thank you, Fern.
Okay, any other speaker? We don't have any other speaker request forms, so we'll move on to item number 8. And this is a presentation from the Executive Director, Ms. Kristen Conzit, Western Dakota Regional Water Systems Update. And this is kind of timely because we've been having a lot of discussions around the community about water. So with that being said, Ms. Kristen will allow you to have the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having me here today. I'm Kristen Conzit, and I am the Executive Director of Western Dakota Regional Water System. Not to overshadow the previous director who is sitting here today, Cheryl Chapman. She has, quote unquote, not retired, but she has stepped down from the position, and I am grateful to take on the charge. But we have retained her in a consulting capacity because you don't let knowledge and history walk out the door. And so we've got a little bit of a hold on her, and I'm grateful that she's here today. You've all heard about Western Dakota Regional Water System in the past few years, but I'm just going to give her a little refresher. The West Dakota Water Development District initiated a study led by South Dakota School of Mines to evaluate whether the district should renew their water rights or permits. The central question was, do we need to retain these rights given future water availability? The study concluded that not only yes, you should retain the rights, but projections also indicated a future water shortage, underscoring the importance of securing long-term water access. And out of this study, which we'll show in a few slides, Western Dakota Regional Water System was created. This is our current board members, and I'm not going to go through what all of our board members do. It's the very typical approve budgets, contracts, they do policy, guidelines, evaluate leadership, do strategic planning, they ensure transparency and regulatory compliance. This is the study that began it all. South Dakota School of Mines did this study, and if you will take a look at it, Rapid City's been a drought for the past 33 weeks, since September 10th, 2024, per the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Current drought conditions put Pennington County and western South Dakota between the green and red lines. I don't have a pointer, so I assume that you can figure out the green and red lines. And if you look at the other lines that are there, the solid black line is the historic demand. And then through this study, we show with the dotted lines, the projected demand that will become, that we're projecting for the future. Now, Rapid City and Black Hills Area Housing Study in 2022 projected population increase of 18.9% in Rapid City from 2020 to 2030. This equates for a future population of 1.7 per year growth in Pennington County. Now, if you look at the dotted line, our area of concern is the yellow line. There's also projections on the sheet that show the 1% where the projected demand is, and there was a 2% and a 3%. Those are the three very curving kind of autumn-colored lines, brown lines. We know that this rate is going to be growing in Pennington County, more than double in certain portions. And that's not even to mention the expected growth with the Ellsworth expansion that is the federal government is investing in Pennington County. We think that these numbers of 1% are very conservative. There are certain, with the 1% growth, and if you get into 2%, and I'm not going to get into the numbers, but we're very conservative in this number. But if you see, there is a definite, for the extended drought, under extended drought conditions, there is a definite need that Western Dakota Regional Water System has been addressing since late 2021. I'm going to invite Cheryl if she has any additional words she would like to add to the graph that might. Okay. Well, that's a pat on the back. Thank you, Cheryl. What we're going to look right here is just to make the impact is that in April 23, 2024, this was the Northern Plains drought conditions. Fast forward just 1 year. That is where we are at now. April 2022, April 22nd, 2025. 1 year later, Rapid City, as you all know, has issued a release this week announcing water restrictions that will begin in May, which is a month earlier than the norm. Pactola Reservoir is moved from normal to concern status. You all know what concern status is. Rapid City Water Superintendent Eric Boyda, quote, it's no secret that for several months the entire region has been experiencing less than average precipitation, and our winter and spring haven't provided enough precipitation to alleviate the drought area. The big question that we get from everybody is, where are we going to get the water? What is Western Dakota proposing? Well, we are proposing a pipeline that would come from the Oahe River directly over to the Rapid City metro area. And then the next question is, how much water is that? Does the Missouri River, will it be impacted? If you look at the graph here, we are proposing half an ounce per gallon, or half of 1% will be what will be coming through the pipeline to service western South Dakota. In order to get this done, we have to engage the federal government. A project of this size is not something that the state, of course, alone could fund, but there are regulatory hurdles that have to happen. So on behalf of our members, we're working with our delegation in Washington, D.C. You have Senator Rounds. We look at it as a candle. We're burning it on both ends. Whoever gets to the middle first to benefit Western Dakota Regional Water System is the avenue that we're going to go for the next step. We have Senator Rounds going through for the reauthorization of Rural Water Supply Act. And then we have Senator Thune putting a direct line item in Congress for the authorization specifically for Western Dakota Regional Water System. What this does at that point is whoever gets to the middle allows the Bureau of Reclamation, which is an acting agency. They are not an appropriation agency. They can only act on what Congress delegates them to do. So what that does at that point is it allows us, the Bureau of Reclamation, to partner with us to do something that is called a feasibility study. And what a feasibility study is, the official planning process used to determine if a water project like ours in western South Dakota qualifies for federal investment. It's a very thorough study that goes into technical feasibility, that we're economically sound, environmentally responsible, and also financially viable. So at the next point, and Western Dakota is in the starting gates. We are just waiting for the congressional to kick in with the Bureau of Reclamation. We are in the starting gates and ready to go. And this is entirely because of Cheryl Chapman and the Western Dakota Regional Water System. They, for the past 5 years, have been putting all the ducks in the row, checking all the boxes. So when the Bureau of Reclamation comes in, we have everything ready for them, which is not often the case with projects of this size. So it was your investment into Western Dakota has set us apart in the water system world. So you're very much appreciated. What we've also done with your investment is prospective user canvases. If you look at this, we engaged the USGS because they're an independent scientific agency to do an aquifer study. The study is over 25 years old. So Western Dakota Regional Water took your investment, took all of our members' investment, and we engaged USGS. The work provides objective understanding of water resources in western South Dakota. The study includes evaluating aquifer health, estimating available water supply, updating the water budget, and support planning for substantial and future growth. If you look at the study right now, as it states, under 200 connections, the water range of use is 111 to 283 GPD, and over connections is 74 to 153 GPD. Those are some statistics right there that really show that the investment in the future water is only increasing and when drought conditions happen, Western Dakota is working on this problem so we can offer options to all of our members in western South Dakota. Your investment was also put into canvassing efforts in 22 and 23. Pennington County residents were served by 146 water systems, while Butte, Custer, Lawrence, and Meade counties have a total of 179. Pennington County accounted for 63.6 of these estimated population in the 5-county region. And Pennington County is the county most in need of additional water for the future. And as I've stated before, your investment in us moving forward can ensure that we meet that need for Pennington County and western South Dakota. This is an interesting chart that was brought up not too long ago. So if you look at the water appropriation, because that's what it's really about. Water is an appropriation, or you could think of it as a tradable commodity. In 1980, the appropriation volume was 10,000 acre feet. 2024, we are at 80,000 acre feet, so it's an 8 times increase. This can be attributed to several things, but I believe in doing the research and with our scientific study is growth, obviously, in western South Dakota. It reflects population, industry, agriculture, and higher consumption rates. There is a need for reinvestment to sustain the increased demand and ensuring long-term system reliability. Western Dakota Regional Water infrastructure is essential. And it also shows that future planning. The tree, if we could have looked at this data, back in the 80s and done these projections, the seed should have been planted probably about 40 years ago. But we're on it. God bless you.
Thank you.
We're on it now, and your support has been very important. So if you look at the future use permit, and what that is that we were at, I believe, 50,000 acre feet of water per year. When we take all of our membership and all of their water rights, we were at a total of 50,000, which left us with a shortfall of a little over 20,000 acre feet. And what had to happen there is we had to go to the South Dakota legislature this year and do a joint resolution. We could have gone with Department of Ag in underwater and said, please permit us 10,000 this year. And then we could have gone the next year and said, please permit us 10,000. What we decided to do at Western Dakota was go to the legislature, put it in front of them for the full ask of little over 20,000 to show transparency and need. We were approved. Tomorrow I will go for the final approval in Pier. It has to go back to the Water Development Board. I don't see any hiccups going there. So right now, per the study and what they recommend, at the 73,310 acre feet, we will be fully water funded, I guess, if you want to put it that way. We have met that benchmark. Here's just a few of the things that we have been up to in the past 4 years. It actually did start in 2021, but we've put some of the things into 2022. So you can see that the investments that you have made in Western South Dakota Regional Water System, or Western Dakota Regional Water System, has made a lot of progress, which goes back to why we're in the starting gates when the Bureau of Reclamation under Congressional Act will get started. Want to go through the funding a little bit. In 2021, Cheryl and a few other members formed Western Dakota Regional Water System. They had no funding. They had no support, only a vision to secure long-term resiliency for Western South Dakota. With early critical support of Pennington County, that vision began to take shape. So if you look at the funding sources, the reason that Western Dakota was eligible for ARPA funding and for SWARMS funding was that initial study that we talked about where School of Mines did. We showed a need, then we engaged, and we were able to become eligible for the funding that you see on the form today. The funding secured as of today was $12.8 million. I know when people hear that number, 12.8 million, it sounds like we're sitting on just a pile of money. All of that money has already been committed to what we were talking about with getting ready for when the Bureau of Reclamation comes in. We have partnered with several engineering firms, AE2S, Black & Veatch, KLJ, to get everything in place. Like I said, we've checked the boxes. So this amount is all accounted for through 2026. These are our members. We have 40 active members as of today, but know that I am excited to carry the flag forward on Cheryl's behalf and Western Dakota's behalf. As you saw, there are a lot of people taking water out of the aquifers, and it is my mission. They've been working towards getting them to come on as members because, there is confidence, there is strength in togetherness, in joining as a member. And so I will be very aggressively out there trying to grow our membership, meeting with people such as yourself, commissions, government officials, individuals. If you look at our members, we have individuals all the way up to cities, counties. We just signed our first business that is coming on board to support us. And know that from the individual member to the Class 1 member, they are all treated exactly the same. They all have access to all of the resources that Western Dakota has to provide. And I'm going to give you a quick example. This 2 weeks ago, Fort Pierre is looking at doing some conservation programs. In a room were 5 of our engineers and myself, the mayor of Fort Pierre and her team. They had access to the 5 engineers and myself for a little over an hour to help them design their conservation plan. In any other time, if you had 5 engineers in a room, that would be a hefty bill. But this is what our members, even down to our individuals, have access to. These are our fees, our joining fees for our members. It ensures with all of our members that they have a voice in the future of water sustainability in Western South Dakota. So in closing, what I'm asking from you all is, as we look at 2026, ensuring clean, reliable water for Pennington County is no longer a priority. It is a necessity. Pactola Reservoir is now officially moved to concern status, triggering by low water levels, reduced inflow, highlighting the growing threat of drought. Your continued support for Western Dakota Regional Water System is vital. Our 5-county survey revealed Pennington County represents 63.6% of the region's population and has served over 146 water systems. The requested $50,000 investment for 2026 is more of a contribution. It's a commitment to health, safety, and the future prosperity of Pennington County and its citizens. I thank you all for your time and listening patiently. I'll stand by for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kristen. If you mind, if we open up the
Chair.
commission to the
Yes.
questions? Commissioner Hadcock.
So I've been on board with this from the beginning. Cheryl, before this was in inception, was talking about it, and I said it was a no-brainer. Why that is because water is infrastructure, and people know from the beginning I've been into infrastructure, and I think it's vital for any city or county to survive. For water, if we don't have enough water, think about what that means to our state, our county, and our cities. I know Pactola has been critical before, but why do we have to keep worrying about one lake or one area to make sure that we're going to have enough water for the future? It makes sense to take advantage of this. To me, like I said, it's valuable, it's critical, and it's something that if you're a thinker for your state and what's going to happen in the future, other states are going to start capturing that water. If you've learned from Colorado, California, and all the other ones and where they're getting their water from, and Arizona having problems with their river going down, somebody is going to come before we do. And then the citizens of our counties, cities, and states are going to go, okay, you sold our water to who? And we didn't do it. We tried to capture this and be critical and transparent and have that vision ahead of time. And I thank Cheryl and her group. I've been to a lot of the meetings. And again, if we don't do it, it's economics 101. If you don't have the infrastructure in these cities, towns, and our states, it's not viable. So for me, 50,000 for a water project and something that needs to move forward is something not only for this city, this counties, our cities, our counties, it's for our state to be viable and economically feasible for the future. So that's all I got to say. But thank you for doing this and taking the reins. It's a big project, and I'm praying, and I mean that moves forward because it's going to be huge. If you can't think about that, what happens when we get water and we always are sustainable in that water for Western South Dakota and all the states or the counties in the surrounding areas of Western South Dakota? It's huge for our cattle, for for our businesses, everything. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner Hancock. I'm going to Chair's going to go to Commissioner Drews.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank Dr. Chapman for all the work that she did, the preliminary work in putting this together. And I don't think that going back to 2021, that any of us at that time felt that we could be at this point, this far advanced in 2025 that we are. And so most of that credit has to go to Cheryl Chapman for the work that she put into that. And doing the meeting with the people of western South Dakota, of getting them to understand that they needed to have an interest in their future, even though they may say, well, we've got plenty of water as it stands, but where does that leave you 20 years or 30 years in the future? So appreciate all that she's done. Kristen, I think you're going to do a wonderful job with this. You got the passion to do it. There's a lot of work left to be done, as you pointed out, but I think we're well on our way, and working with the congressional people, that's just part of you, of being able to do that. So wish you well, and I certainly will be supporting this all the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Drews. I'm going to go to Commissioner.
So I manage a small water system, and with that being said, I have to go to a lot of classes to maintain my contact hours to be a South Dakota certified water operator. We just had a class here a couple weeks ago. And, you know, not only is it the amount of water that we got in these aquifers, but it's the quality. And we're starting to see a lot of pollution, and a lot of it comes from about 1955 when they developed the plastic and your plastic bottles and those plastic bags that you get at the store. Well, those are slowly getting down into the aquifers. I mean, you don't see it just being a normal citizen, but when you go to these classes and you start seeing the statistics, it's pretty concerning. And so I think, you know, I look at it as a 1,000-mile journey. We got to take that first step. And we're beyond that first step. And once again, I want to thank you and your team for keeping up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Mr. Durr, Commissioner Durr.
So yeah, I'm going to echo, you know, what's already been said, and that is thanking Cheryl Chapman for the work that she's done on this. We visited about this years ago when I was up in Meade County, and it's a project that does need to support Pennington County. And, you know, aside from that, the other comment about Cheryl is I think that Cheryl is one of those people that all of us in this life could strive to be. Just a community server with passion, commitment, and, you know, even when she was a county commissioner years ago and I was a young deputy, you know, she just treated everybody with respect. And actually, we were both young back then, so. Anyway, but she's just been one of those individuals that you hear her name once in a while in the community and things like this come up, or a conversation with somebody. And I just want you to know what a blessing you've been to our community. And I can't think of many people that I've met in my life that I just look at and say, that is how we're intended to live this life, and that's you. So, and a comment related to that, I believe that we just, in the last month, cut a check for $50,000 for the 2025 funding year.
Yes.
And so I would ask that you get with Jordan and do a budget submission for the 2026 funding year, because we'll be starting on the budget with your $50,000 ask, so.
Thank you, and I would go amiss if I didn't mention my, early on in my political career, I had the opportunity to work with Malcolm Chapman, which is Cheryl's husband, and one of the things that we did that was a pinnacle and one of those game changers was we secured the water rights to Pactola. And so understanding that it's probably one of the most important things that we can do as a community, tapping into the resources of people like Cheryl and Kristen that are in our community. We haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg of where we can go. We have a lot of very talented people in our community, and the opportunity to touch base with them and get their input without having all the critical chastising that happens in the community is paramount, and I appreciate what you guys have done with this water. I mean, it's gonna be something that we'll be able to look back on years from now and go, man, somebody was thinking. You know, we may or may not be here at the time when that happens, but there'll be other people sitting in these positions, and they'll say, wow, these guys were really thinking ahead, and just trying to inspire other people to think ahead on these other opportunities, you know, whether it's securing infrastructure, water, which is probably the utmost important thing we can do moving forward. So we appreciate all your efforts, Cheryl. We appreciate what you've done. And thank you. And like Jerry had said, you know, obviously submission will be the next step for you. And we appreciate your time you spent with us to give us a really nice presentation on what's happening so we can, you know, fulfill our job requirements, and that's making sure we're watching out for the future of our citizens here. So that being said, I think Mr. Roskinek has
Mr.
something to
Chair,
say.
you know, one thing I'd like to, under ideal circumstances, what would that look like? Would 20 years, 30 years, we'd actually have that water here from Missouri to the Pennington County area? Is it going to be a 3-foot pipe? I've gone to some of these presentations, a 6-foot pipe, and just so what would it physically look like? No, I think we got the entitlement to pull the water out of the Missouri River. I think Governor Roden did that. Is that correct?
We have the future use permits, and so, yes, we do have access. I mean, you know, there's a lot of engineering that has to happen. Just 6 foot, 72 inches. But, once again, we are in the beginning phases. I shouldn't say that. We're neck deep in all of the phases. But I've heard anywhere, you know, around 6 feet for the pipe, 160 miles.
Wow. You'll have no problem running your stilling site up there in Hill
I'm
City.
guessing none of us are going to be around when that thing gets here, but
Well, I mean, if you really take a look at it, you're doing what Lewis and Clark did. Lewis and Clark is coming to its beginning, it's 40 years. It's taken 40 years, and now they're looking at their next expansion. So you're doing what the commissioners and the thinkers of 40 years ago, they knew they had to get the water to Sioux Falls. And so that's what you're doing here today.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments from you? Thank you again.
Thank you.
You guys have a wonderful day. Cheryl, you have a wonderful day. Tell Malcolm we all said hi. Yep. And that's just an item that was a presentation, so there's no action taken on that item, and we're going to move to item number 9, and this will be items from the auditor's office. And A is transfer of a retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license in the retail on-off sale wine and cider license from Larson's Crooked Creek Resort to Happy Campers RV Resort. That sounds like a good time. So, Miss Cindy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yep, you just read the
Okay,
item. That's
so I'm
exactly
gonna
what I'm
entertain a
looking
motion
for, is a
here.
motion to
Mr.
approve
Chair,
both of those,
Anybody
please.
has any questions, or we got a motion from,
yeah, I'll go ahead and move to approve the transfer of the retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license from Larson's Crooked Creek Resort to Happy Campers RV Resorts, Inc.
so a motion from Ross Connect, a second from Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
move to approve the transfer of the retail on-off sale wine and cider license from Larson's Crooked Creek Resort to Happy Campers RV Resorts, Inc.
Second.
We got a motion from Ross Connect, a second from Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Cindy. Items from treasurer, work of the treasurer's office update. Thank you. Hello, Miss Annette.
Good morning,
You have the floor.
Commissioners.
Good morning.
Annette Brandt, Pennington County Treasurer. Whoops, I just moved it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, we've had a lot of emails coming in, complaints from the treasurer's office, so I actually took the time, and me and Annette met for about 45 minutes to an hour. So the idea of this presentation is to show the general public just exactly what that office does, because they do a lot more than I think folks realize. And, you know, I asked Annette that day, I said, if you look at the problems as a whole, how do you break that down? So if it's a pie, half of that pie, or half of the problem would be our current phone system, which will be replaced when we move to 900 concourse. And then 25% was just the sheer volume that we're seeing nowadays. And that can be corrected when we go to the new facility by adding additional staff. And then the other part of the pie was just trying to figure out this South Dakota 605 system, which currently is not really working that good. We just had a Zoom meeting yesterday. With that being said, though, thank you for taking time to put this presentation together, Annette. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
You're
Commissioner
welcome.
Roskinek.
Thank you.
You have the
And
floor.
I appreciate the commissioners that were online yesterday with the treasurers and the commissioners across the state. It was just an update to let you know the treasurers are continuing to be positive about the new program and going forward, so. First of all, I need to thank Cody Wiseman, our county marketing manager. I threw a lot of documentation data at him, and he came up with this presentation that's before you now, too. I'm just going to go on to the next one. Okay, these are the services before you that our office does do on a daily basis. These are tough positions for retention for staff in the county. Our team's exceptional. I'm just going to read here. Our team's exceptional with one goal in mind: to serve the public with respect and integrity. Not always reciprocated, as you all know, but I say that with tongue in cheek, but we do serve as many as we can in the allotted time that we have within the budget that we get. Basically, we do the best with what we can, with what we have, and are striving to improve every day. I'm proud of the team that's in place. I'd love to bring them all down here for recognition individually, but the lobby is full upstairs, so we are serving the public as we speak. So, any questions on the services on here?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek.
So it's safe to say that some of these transfers take a lot more time than others.
Yes.
And I think that's where some of the problem is the ones that really take a lot of time, try to figure out how we can dial that in to make it a little more user-friendly and less stress in your office.
Yes,
So
I
which one of
appreciate
those, if you had to pick a couple, which one would you say are the more time-consuming?
Definitely the title transfers right now with the new conversion of the 605 drive program. For those of you that, well, I'll just, the 605 drive program right now, the conversion did not work as smoothly as they were hoping. And so we're going from a sluggish, slow program that needed replaced to the new one. And not all of the records went over correctly, and so, or they're not being read the same as they were in the old system. So if you come in and you may have a vehicle that you've had for 10 years and just a basic registration, and you've done it for 10 years, year after year, we're having to fix that record first before we can renew it. Some cases we can do it. Most cases we do have to contact the state for support. The state is on Central Time, so we have limited time with them. And the length of time for the counties to call into the state for assistance is long as well, because all of the counties are doing the same transactions. So I think I shared yesterday that at one point we were 194th in line for a call that we had a person in front of us that we needed to wait for the assistance. Obviously, we go into a different mode when that happens and ask them if they can come back. We can call them, but we're kind of at the mercy of the support for the state. There was another treasurer that chimed in and said, well, we got 234, so I felt pretty good about the 194, but anyway.
So, Mr. Chair, one of the things that I picked up at yesterday's meeting is that one of the treasurers stated that she thought the 605 program software was really intended to benefit the state and not so much the counties. I mean, that's just want to point that out.
And that's an accurate statement, I do believe, as well. We work with what we get dealt with, and the staff's remaining very positive about it. But the system that they chose is one that they were looking into the future for it for electronic titles. So ELT title processing instead of you getting a physical paper title. And that's legislation just changed, that they put a deadline on that for the state to get that up and running. I believe it's by July of 2026. So it's not even, we don't even have the kinks out of it yet, and they're already adding more things that are gonna put a little twist in that. So we're buckling down for that. It passed for them to have to do it by that date. So I'm very hopeful that legislators will look at that and maybe throw some more money into the budget for the state employees so that they can assist the counties a little bit more.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
So,
Commissioner Drew.
Annette, I just want to clarify that when we talk about the 605 drive, that's a state program. You have to work through the state with a lot of the business that you do. There's nothing that you or other treasurers can do to speed this process up. This has to take place at the central location and peer with the DMV in order to make the corrections that on the system that's now been installed.
That's an accurate statement. The counties are commissioned by the state of South Dakota to do the registrations and anything to do with motor vehicle, and we utilize their systems to do it. That's the only way to process those. The slide up in front of you here shows how the breakdown for the workload in our office is, and title transfers is only 19% of our workload. However, it's the longest, it takes the longest amount of time for the title transfers, so. Any other questions on this one?
No, I have one question.
Okay.
So when 605 needs a correction, they can't give you authority to make those corrections, or like?
No, it's usually a programming issue that they've got to go in the back way to do it. That's why I said there are some that we can go in, and we have about 5 of our staff that trained on the 605 through the process before it went live. And they're the ones that have the ability to be able to override if necessary, but that's not usually the case. So if we don't get those individual records fixed this first year, then the next year when they come in, then we're going to have issues with them again. So they are taking time the first time that you come in to the office and we get it fixed, then you would be able to also utilize the state system for their not automatic, but their online processing. Do it yourself, basically, and the county gets the money. But right now, it's all tied up, and I do think that probably had something to do with the conversion, but I'm not a processor. I mean, I'm not a programmer, so, but the intent is a good one for the state to move forward for South Dakota, but there are going to be some hiccups, and it'll be a year before we see it, because the people that December, January, February, before we went live, they're not going to see us now until the end of this year or January or February, so their records aren't going to get fixed until we see them. Hopefully everybody's goes smoothly, but from what I've seen, that's not the case.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, or?
The other thing I do want to add too, Mr. Chair, sorry, is just to remind everybody that this is just a 6-month window. So these numbers are from January through December.
Okay, thank you.
Chair. So now the state added another process to slow down how we do business at the treasurer's office through a 605 program, or did it speed it up? I mean, what was the difference on the 605?
South Dakota CARS was the motor vehicle program prior to the new conversion that just happened in February. The South Dakota CARS program was getting very sluggish and slow. They couldn't fix or add to any of the programming, so they knew that they had to replace it. They tried for 4 years. They were going to replace it until they chose this 605 drive program. The intent is, yes, it will be faster and more efficient. And in future slides on here, you'll see what they've opened up then for the public to be able to utilize as well, and by going online. And you and I have talked about this before, is somehow we have to make this so people can just send in their stuff or do it online themselves. And so you'll see the next slide of what the plan is for 605 Drive, so.
Well, the question is, so I had a constituent ask, if I send my registration in, I don't need my South Dakota driver's license. When I come in, if I don't have my South Dakota driver's license, but I have my paper that they sent us, they won't give it to us. I can't, and they're right, I can't see the difference. If you've got a paper and you've got, remember your registration paper and it has your name on it, why do you have to have your driver's license when you already know? Is it because you sent it to an address and you think that address is correct, and whoever sends it in at that address doesn't have to have any ID? So I guess that was one of the questions for me is, if someone doesn't have their ID for their registration, and they send it online, they don't need one, but if they come in, they do. And they won't, and they're not able to get that registration unless they have their driver's license.
Mr. Chair? Yep. And so to answer that question is, when they're online, they have their own account online. So it is their account. They are choosing to sign on and do that registration. Whether they give that information to somebody else and do it or not, you're right. But in our office, we require the driver's license when you first do a new transaction. That's required. The old system, South Dakota Cars, every transaction had to be started with the barcode that's on the back of your driver's license. That's not the case with 605 Drive, so there's a difference there since February. But if they are writing a check, the requirement to write a check is to give us a form of ID, and that is their driver's license, and we write that right on the check, and we need to do that for prosecution for NSF checks. So we would still require them to do that.
The other issue is, and I don't know if it's an issue, but, and one of the commissioners had said before, since back in the day, there was the lines like they have today. There's got to be some technology, not that you're doing a bad job, because I know how hard you work, but there's got to be some technology or something for those lines to change. In the queuing system, for me, a lot of people aren't getting it. And Nanette, I'm going to give you kudos for trying on that system to a certain extent, but the lines and the confusion, I think, is getting a little bit worse, and maybe it takes more time. Maybe I'm out of line in that situation. But if the lines are still as long as they were 20 years ago, what can we do different in technology or otherwise? And maybe it's through the state, like you said before, some of this is state, but even getting the systems where people, where they can do it, remember not being in line. I think even if we can get more of those machines, I know they cost the money, or bring the machines in that are other places in the county into here, maybe that's a process, I don't know. Just suggestions off of people that have been in the lines. I've seen the lines since I've been here, and that's been a while. So it didn't start with you, Annette, and I know you've been working hard trying to make that difference. And people, no matter what, are still going to be mad, I understand, but I keep hearing it. The lines are driving people absolutely nuts. They're waiting in line, they're getting more mad, and by the time they get to your people who have to deal with that, I feel like if there's anything we could help the staff with in order to deal with that, and also to do something with the lines, and I don't know how to help people and tell them how we do less lines and how we get more efficient in the treasurer's office, because I think you guys work pretty hard. But anything that we can do technology-wise, any suggestions that you can move forward in helping that cut down would be a plus for Pennington County, or just for the citizens, for customer service-wise, for your people's sake and the customers.
Mr. Chair, that's the golden question, isn't it? What is the best thing? Now, Ms. Conzit just showed you her slideshow that told what the difference in the population is happening. So we have more people, so we're having to keep up with that as well. The queuing system does not slow down people that are there. We do need to educate people more. We still have, that's the tough thing, is educating people that come once a year, really, because they may purchase a vehicle once every 4 or 5 years, so then they're back and, wow, this line's really long now, or, you know, or they're here, like I said, once a year. So we are open-minded for that. We're watching for it. The queuing system has allowed us to retain all of the data now, that we can see what type of transactions they're in line for. And so that's just the start of what the changes that you'll see in the treasurer's office, and slides coming up on that as well of where we were there. Not everybody does like the queuing system. Not everybody understands it. Some people are still say that we're in the, you know, courthouse. I'm going down to the courthouse. I mean, it takes a long time. We've been here since 2014. And so we are working with it. We need to get some tutorials out on our website. We've really advanced that as well with having Cody available to us as well. So we, yes, that's the golden question. We need to find it. And hopefully this 605 Drive system, because 2 years ago, Deb, you were saying we need to get this more online. Well, there's a lot online, but people just aren't signing on to do it. We're here to help them. We have talked about the self-service terminal. You'll see on the following slides how many people actually use those. Most of them, not most of them, I shouldn't say, but it's not all Pennington County people that use them. And location was also brought up, that maybe it just needs to be moved to another location. Then you got change again, because the people who used them last year is used to coming right here, you know, to use this one. They're not going to use it again for another year. Now they're going to come and it's going to be moved. And so keeping things the same for a while so that people do get them, I think, is going to be the key as well. And listening to staff and their customers as they come through has helped us to do tweaks and changes almost on a weekly basis. So I hope that answers that question.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
You know, as we
Rossman.
drive through Rapid City, we see these apartment buildings popping out of the ground, 100 units here, 200 units here, they're all over. It's in the paper every day, another one's popping out of the ground. And each one of those apartments is probably occupied by a couple, and that couple's they're gonna have vehicles, and then they're gonna have recreational vehicles, and they're gonna be going to the treasurer's office to handle those transactions. And I think that's where some of the problem is. It's just that growth volume that we're just going to have to work that out. And when we move to the new facility, it might be the layout of the facility itself that's going to be more user-friendly, and maybe we got to add a couple more people. But I think we'll see the results once we get grounded in the new facility.
I'm going to make a comment, because we talked about the machines and their viability, and we have 3 machines, is that correct?
Yes, we have one located at 130 Kansas City Street in this building in the vestibule. Just as you walk in, there is one out in the Department of Revenue office behind Lowe's, and there's one at the Department of Motor Vehicle out off of Catron.
And I looked at those numbers, and some of them are insignificant. I mean, if we move them, I think, and I don't know what the challenges are to moving one, I guess. So, like moving it to here, moving it to Concourse, is there a plan to move some of those machines to Concourse? Or, I mean, this one does well down here because there's some people that can help people use it or whatever. The other 2, one of them is irrelevant. It hardly does anything, and the one at the social service building does all right, but it doesn't do at the volume it could do. I don't think it is being used to the fullest potential. Is there ability that we can move those to have all 3 of them here, or have one at Walmart? Or I know that in other parts of the state, they have them in grocery stores, places where people have easy access to. I think that's important, but, and I don't know what it requires to get the state to allow us to move them or purchase more machines or whatever the case may be. Maybe you could help us with that.
Sure, I sent you the dollar amount. The state's more than willing to let us do those, but we would be paying for them on a monthly basis, and we'd be paying for the machine itself. I didn't bring that dollar amount with me. I'm not sure if you've got it. But it is a significant amount, and then also the maintenance for it if we choose to do more, because, again, the county's commissioned by the state of South Dakota. They chose us to have one and tell us where it goes. So that one, as long as we, maintain that, and we're the ones that have to pay to have it reinstalled somewhere else, we can move that one. You do not have the authority, we do not have the authority to move the other two. Those are State Department buildings, and that's where they chose to have them. They're not gonna move the motor vehicle one, even though I did also bring that up of that's not used much, but again, this new 605 program has added more things to the self-service terminal that the motor vehicle transportation office is gonna be able to utilize it, so they're not gonna be
But we
moving
can
that.
purchase them as the county, we could just, I think what's important for us to understand is that we don't have any data we don't have any data to make good decisions. We don't know what the growth really has been in your department, we don't know what the numbers actually all are. I think, we're
Well,
working
hang
on.
tight, I'm about ready to show you.
Yeah, we're working on bringing those to life across the county itself to help us make better decisions here, because it's hard to say we feel or we don't, whatever, we can all speculate or whatever this is or whatever it is, because we look at people, why don't they do transactions online? Don't know. Is it the cost? Well, it could cost you more human money to sit there and do these transactions than waiving that 3% fee. That's a possibility. We don't know. How do we educate these people? So without the data, without the hard data, it's hard for us to really make a good decision. I mean, you can feel something all day long, but making that decision, and I'm hoping that, obviously that's what we're working on. From our perspective, I can tell you as a commission, we're trying to help bring that data and that information, we can analyze it and make better decisions that way. So that would be my comments on going forward. Appreciate you bringing us an update. So nothing else from the commission?
Well,
Do you have
these are-
anything else you want to?
I do. I got some more slides for you, some more numbers. So these are several of the main daily services that our office does. We budget for 26 full-time employees, 1 seasonal and 1 part-time, and we have since 2020. The county's grown since then, and we will continue, like I said, as Ms. Conza had just shared with you too. However, we have yet to completely fill these positions. Turnover rate for burnout with dealing with the public, and a lot of them, and lack of qualified applicants is the issue. We are on a constant fill mode for these positions, starting at $18.37 per hour. If anybody's listening and wants to get online, we have the openings right now, so I'll put that plug in for the HR department area. There are positions open. Let's see, the main laws that our staff follow are the Title 10 and Title 32 for motor vehicle and for property taxes. Our staff know these laws. We also have a 3-inch binder that the Department of Motor Vehicle puts out online as well, but to our staff that we're required to follow. We're in a constant cycle of training with the new state programs and county changes in software along with the laws that we follow.
Thank you. And I'm just gonna, you said you have 26 full-time?
In the budget.
Okay, in the budget, but how many do you have filled?
Currently, we have 20 filled.
20 filled.
Yep.
How many part-time people do you have?
We have 2 part-time, one is benefited, one is not benefited. We have tried, when school started, we tried to get part-time people in, and we did actually hire 1, 2, 3. We hired 3 part-time people. We have 1 of those left.
Okay, the only reason is I thought in my head, and looking at golden buttons or whatever without data is hard to do, but like I said, it's high burnout. That was the first thing you talked about. I personally wouldn't want to sit there 10 hours a day and deal with people that are pissed off because they're writing a check for $20,000 for half a year's taxes, whatever. And I thought about this as something we could think about is having a non-benefit position that pays more money per hour, trying to capture somebody who doesn't want to work a lot, but who wants to earn some money. And if that, if you're paying at 18 on a full-time job with all the benefits and stuff, maybe a person could go to these are just guesses, $22 an hour, find somebody that wants to work 3 or 4 hours a day, 20 hours a week, 15 hours a week, whatever it may be. And so they're not getting darts thrown at them all day long. They could come in for 3 or 4 hours, be real positive, move along. It's just an idea. I mean, it's something that I had thought about, and I wanted to share that with you, so.
Thank you.
But anyway, go ahead and finish your.
Yep, no problem. The issue that we had with the part-time was what you need to know. And so by the time that they were partly trained, then it was like, phew, that's a lot. And they were gone to, they can go pretty much anywhere for $18 an hour. So, that's a consideration, but also the staff that we have right now that are fully trained probably should benefit for that a little. I mean, we value them very much, so we appreciate you guys that were involved with the wage study because that helped our department as well. So this slide tells of the customer transaction method that's available to people. Again, this is just a 6-month. Face-to-face, 35,000 people. We also work mail, 14,000. Those are also our customers. So turnaround time has increased for mail due to the 605 program. We were caught up when it started in February, and now we're about 8 days back logged on mail. Online presence is, we did just that. Commissioner Weifenbeck, you said, it might be cheaper to do this, so I did look at that, spoke with several of the commissioners in 2024 about that, and it has increased. The only online method of payment that we have the ability to do ourselves in the county is real estate taxes. And so we negotiated with Wells Fargo as our provider for that, and we negotiated a lower fee for people to use their credit card online. They still pay for it, but instead of face-to-face, 2.49%. If they're going to use their credit card coming into the office, they pay that. If they do it online, it's 2%. The county gets none of that money. That is a middleman, and it's a requirement that it's a paid for thing in order to use your credit card. But we also added the e-check. And e-check used to cost $1.50 in order for them to use it. We would have people stand in line, complain that they were there for 30 minutes, and then we would suggest, we also have an online service or the Dropbox, and they would say, I'm not paying $1.50 to write a check online. And so we were able to negotiate that down to less than $1, in fact, less than 50 cents. I don't have the exact amount right now, but the increase in usage for online e-checks has doubled so far. So kiosk, that's the usage of people in Pennington County, or excuse me, that's the usage of the kiosks in Pennington County. Doesn't necessarily mean that it is Pennington County users. So that's the other thing, is those numbers that I've been feeding to Commissioner Weifenbeck to let him know how that increase is working with the kiosk, because he was questioning about the usage and if we could get another one and so forth. So we've been keeping you up to date on that. And then the phone, this is a huge one. So 6 months again, so our staff, it takes the same amount of time to do that transaction on the phone as it does face-to-face with somebody. So this is last year, so this was with the old system. We had 37,964 incoming calls. I have a very long message on that to try to answer the questions that people are calling. Of those 37,964 calls, 9,300 made it through to a person. So they could have hung up because the line was, or the wait was too long, or they could have hung up because they got their answer taken. But that volume is huge for the county, and we have, I believe we have 8 lines that come into the treasurer's office. If we could add more people on that, we could have less wait time for it. We'd be able to do that with the phone. We're also looking to be able to have the phones or the calls divided up. If you're calling regarding real estate, press number whatever. If you're calling regarding, and that would shuffle out the long conversations from the short ones, and that's something that we've been striving to do as well. We have to have a person manning that line 100% of the time. Right now, we utilize our phone staff. We shut it down at lunch so that the phone staff can have lunch and also come up and relieve the front line, because that is also our highest visiting time for the treasurer's office, between the hours of 10:30 and 2. So we're constantly
So Ned, if you don't mind if I
shuffling
interject,
staff.
going back to the kiosk for a moment, the only thing they can do in there is get their tags, is that correct?
No.
Okay.
They can get they can get their tags, they can, which is renewing their vehicles, they can put in a report of sale, they can change their address, and there's more coming down the pike for 605 Drive too,
And then,
so.
okay, and then going to the phone, who's the support for your phone system and your computer systems? Is it in your office specifically?
IT,
So IT is your support for that?
it's
Okay.
in-house, yeah.
Okay, so you have the IT department working with you on the phones and the,
Yes, Luke has been very helpful, and also he's the one that gathers the numbers for us.
thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yep, Mr. Roskinek.
one comment and a couple questions. Going to the in-person, and I had a neighbor ask me this. He said, I went to do a transaction. He said, what would happen if you did not have a phone? A cell phone? Would you just wait in line then?
Are you talking about the queuing system now?
Right.
Okay. No, the queuing system it can be utilized offline only for a certain amount of people, because what we found, again, that's tweaking all the time. We're tweaking things. But what we were finding is people were getting up in the morning when it turned on at 7, and they were getting a place in line, and then they may or may not show up. And so, or they might show up towards the end of the day. So just so that you know, there's always tweaking going on. But no, it will give them a response back that says, the queuing system is full, please proceed to the treasurer's office and we will check you in. They don't need a phone in order to be in the queuing system, but they have to be in the queuing system in order for us to wait on them. That's what's gathering all this data that the commissioners are wanting, so.
But if
And I like it too.
If a person goes in person, stands in line, and doesn't have a phone,
Yep, we have 2 large screens that tell them where they're at in line. And they call out their name in the new location. We are looking at having an intercom system too, so that we can keep them
so
up to
they
date.
can get in that system without a phone, they just
Yes.
provide the information.
Yep. We'll have a receptionist. Right now, we move our receptionists around. We've got 2 and 3, depending on if somebody's on light duty or what have you, so that they can be out there educating the public about the self-service terminal, the drop box, and getting them set up in the queue, making sure that they are. It was brought to my attention that there may be some people that are, again, used to just coming in and sitting down and not realizing what's going on. So we do periodically then, just throughout the day, make sure that everybody that is sitting is in the queue so that we can assist them and they're not getting overlooked as well.
And I
That's work
assume
in progress.
when we move to the new location, we'll see that layout here further on in your presentation, and we can discuss that then. But the online, I'm assuming that the online could increase because we're going to develop a new website that's going to be more user-friendly. So I'm just assuming that's going to increase. And then the phone system, can you give an overview of our current phone system, how you get 14 calls and you get kicked out? So the new phone system, just maybe just an overview, what that's going to look like.
Well, I'm not sure if Mike Iverson's here, but what we're going to be doing is, currently, then, to answer your question, the queue system, it gets full, and do you know how many people it holds?
Currently, it holds 10.
So it holds 10 people online. We have 3 people that are answering the phone on a good day, and I say that because our staff we're understaffed, and if somebody's out sick or what have you, we never go below 2. And we have a program that tells us how many people are waiting in the queue so that we can have others just jump on instead of actually being online. If their phone call, currently, if their phone call gets to the point that it's gonna go in the queue and the queue is full, it disconnects them. That's what happens now. With the new phone system, we're gonna build a bigger queue. I'm not sure if I'm saying the right
We
stuff.
can build a bigger queue, it'll be a, kind of a different call flow. Like she was talking about splitting it off for various questions and depending on what they were calling in for, so. And we can build a queue for as many phone lines as we want to put in. It's just a question of how many people do we want sitting online for how long? And that'll be a question for.
But maybe some of this is a deeper conversation that we need to have.
Yeah.
And then.
Yeah, budget time, for sure.
Because I know that a lot of the companies are going to, really directing people to go to their websites, to use that. So that'd be something that would be, so.
And I think that's where some of that 37,000 is going to. We tell them, you can do this online, you can do this, here and there. And so they are utilizing that as well. But, for somebody to sit on hold and they have, I can't think of a real simple question, but like even if they're asking for what our hours are, that's all on that recording. All of the simple stuff is right there, but we have, going back to our website enhancement that has happened, which is in future slides here, but we have added frequently asked questions on real estate and motor vehicle. And that is one of the enhancements that Mike brought forward for us. There's a AI capability for online where if there's a lot of information on our website, but if somebody's not, savvy or they just want, there's just a lot on there for them to go look for the answer that they want. This AI will help as well, and it'll pull out the answer to whatever their question is. The information's there, it's just that there's a lot of it.
And I appreciate that. And I think what we'll do, because we've put a lot of presentations on our schedule today, and this one's very important, I think we should reschedule you for another point in time because I think we have probably a lot of questions up here too that we can direct to Jordan and Mike, help work through this, if you're okay with that, or we can let you finish, and we'll just summarize it, and we'll go from there, and then it'll give us a better idea. I don't want to cut you short, because I understand how important this is, so I want to set more time aside, because we still have a long ways to go.
Yeah, I just have a question, and Mike, if you could come back. So it relates to our current queuing system, which you just described, and I think we've acknowledged it's not working very well. And so
For the phones.
yes, and so, I tried to pay my taxes online. It said, it wouldn't allow me. It said, call the treasurer's office. I called the treasurer's office, and I just tested it myself, went through the queue, listened to everything, and then do you want to stay in the queue? And so, yeah, I'll sit in the queue. And that was probably about a dozen phone calls over a few days, and each one of those I got disconnected. So not a warning that you're in the queue and then click, you're hung up on. You're in the queue, click, you're hung up on. And so if I'm experiencing that, I understand the frustration of our fellow taxpayers. So is there anything we can do now on this queuing system instead of waiting until we have a new system, waiting until we, move to concourse, whatever the future is? Is there any fix right now for the queuing system?
Yeah, so we've actually already purchased a new phone system. We're putting in place for this. And so that's being worked on right now. Our current system is 7 years old. We didn't actually build it with this in mind. So the functionality isn't all there for it. We could add more lines and just keep that queue going longer. Again, that's just chewing up more county phone numbers. I think we're utilizing 36 right now. We can take it up to 48 before adding too much more cost. So there is possibilities. The new phone system will be able to change things around with the way it's queued, the way things are held. But at the end of the day, it's number of phone lines, number of people on the phones, number of people calling in. 36,000 is a lot in 6 months. So
then the question would be, the current system we have, can you put something in there that says, sorry, the call volume is too high, you are going to be disconnected, try again, because you go through that entire process and you're getting no warning and you think you're in a queue and then click, you're hung up on, click, you're hung up on, click, you're hung up on.
Yeah, we could change some flow, we could change the call flow around, so that it would kick out to a message at that point.
I think it would just be beneficial to give the people that are trying to do
Absolutely.
business with the county after they've waited and gone through all of these prompts.
Mhm.
And then instead of just, getting the slingshot that you're now out of the system, something that says, hey, we're tied up, our call volume is to the level where you're going to get disconnected, try whatever other opportunity is out there.
I'll have to look at the functionality because there's a time limit to it, and it's something we'd have to trigger based on the amount of time in the system, so.
Okay. Well, I'm
I'll
telling
check
you-
into it, but it's definitely something.
Yeah, my
we should
issue
look
is
at.
you don't even get in the queue. It says, do you want to be in the queue? Yes, and then click. So it's not giving you a time, it's just automatically kicking you out, and I'm assuming based on the call volume. And so what I'm saying is, before we kick people off that have gone through the prompt, warn them or tell them that our call volume is so high, sorry, we cannot handle this call at this point in time, something.
I thought there was a message in place that was already doing that. Once they hit the top queue, there
No.
should have been a message saying the queue is currently
Call
full.
at 11 o'clock, you'll find out.
11 o'clock, it does something different. At 11 o'clock, it's different, so.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you for
Chair.
that.
My last question would be, when will we transfer to the new phone system?
The best answer is when it's ready. We want to make sure it's up and going with the number of calls that these guys get. We're tentatively scheduled for a June timeline. But like I said, if we run into a hiccup where we want to make sure something's not working right, we're going to get that fixed before we put it in, so.
At least she's got you right in the building, she come and find you.
I'm right downstairs.
You better make sure it works, brother. You're gonna be.
Mr. Chair, I get the point. I will go through these very quickly to get you guys back on
I don't mean for that,
schedule.
but I think that we can either have a special meeting or even set up a commission here with the chair and maybe one other commissioner or even two. And
I thought this was
we
going to be a
could notice the
15-minute
meeting and-
presentation, so I'm glad that you're having all the questions, actually.
Yeah, no, and that's why,
Okay.
so we'll go through and we'll answer the questions. I do, pardon?
Just got like 2 or 3 more.
Yep.
Yeah,
Let's go right ahead.
and one other addition to your question about the self-service terminals, the big yellow machines. Yes, the new building is wired for it, ready for a new one, or if we decide to move it over there. So it is already, that was in the plans.
And there's a possibility could we put 2 or 3 of them in there?
That's, you got the numbers, so as far as the, fees. We don't have, you might have maybe 4 people standing in line at a time for that self-service terminal, except on the weekends. So,
And I guess another question, has that terminal still have a lot of issues with the 605 also?
Yeah, same issues until they get things ironed out. So just real quick, on this slide are all the motor vehicle services that are available online that can be done in our office or online through the state. They have to go in and create an account for themselves, my605drive.sd.gov, and all of that's available right to the point of starting their title transaction and finding out what all they need to bring in to us. County comparisons, we get that a lot. People will come in and say, Custer County only has 2 people in line or didn't have anybody in line, or Meade County, I could just walk in and do it. These are the differences here. I won't go through reading all of them to you, but there are differences between the county and what we do. It's not the staff that are up there doing the transactions. That's not what the lines are. We have no control over when people decide to come in to do their transaction. Any questions on this one that you want to pull out?
Mr.
All
Chair,
time consuming.
and I'll make this quick, but aren't there only 2 or 3 counties that handle the out-of-staters where they live in Florida, but they're calling Rapid City to do their transaction on the phone, and that is very time-consuming, if I understand it.
Yes, the mail and the phone calls, length of time of those both can be attributed to out of state, but we are an open state. South Dakota is an open state. The law is that the treasurer will help the out of state people. There's 66 counties, and I believe it's a little bit higher now for the counties that are accepting those, but customer service is huge. We've got to keep the customers happy here in Pennington County so that the money flows through the county, which will in turn assist the taxpayers of Pennington County. Some of those vehicles' tires don't even hit our roads, and they're contributing to helping our roads and bridges as well. But you are accurate. I don't know what the exact amount is anymore, 66 counties for sure, and I think there's like 8 of us now that do it. So, and the others choose not to for the attitude of the out-of-state maybe would be a good, is why they start dropping them. It's just a lot of work as well, so.
Since you're on that, do we have do we know what percentage we collect off of each? Is it a dollar percentage, or is it a dollar amount, or is it for each, like, out-of-state transaction that's done?
We collect the same amount as if you were in-state.
And what is that amount?
So, I mean, it's not a percentage, it depends on what transaction you're doing. So I mean, our motor vehicle revenue is all broke down into different, I mean, I don't have an
Okay, that's
an
fine.
amount for
That's
motor
fair.
vehicle.
That's fine. That's
It's a
fine.
lot.
We'll get to that point.
Yeah,
We'll
it
get
is,
to
it is a lot.
Okay.
We can judge from up here of how many that were completed from July 1st to December 31st, because that 2,140 transactions equals $50. That's an additional amount above and beyond what we're collecting for excise tax registration admin fees to do the out-of-state. If you're out-of-state and you don't have a South Dakota driver's license, or you don't have a South Dakota address, there's an additional $100 that the state implemented last July in legislation. The state gets $50, and the county that does the transaction gets $50. So that's why there's a slight increase in the amount of counties that do that now.
So they're adding
We've always done it.
$50 if you do an out-of-state, on top of, so the difference is another $50 if you do an out-of-state?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Any other questions on this one?
And do we have any commissioners? Oh.
Thank you. Okay, what affects the wait time? Motor vehicle program conversion, that's been our fun one. Low state staffing causes long delayed in support. Yesterday on the web call, we asked the commissioners to speak with their legislators to help the Department of Motor Vehicle increase their budget for more FTEs. The county needs them. The county is waiting for their support on the system, and they just don't have the support to get us our information and free up the computer issues in a timely manner for our customers. Complexity of service depends on what you're there for. It'll take longer or shorter, depending on what you're there for. Current staffing, that's going to be a huge one. We are certainly trying to get more people in to get those vacancies filled. And quite honestly, the turnaround time for mail needs to increase or decrease as well. So in budget time, I'll be asking for more. So hopefully we can get them filled, though. Less users of online services. You just seen a slide that showed 33 different services that are available online, and that does not count the kiosk. It doesn't count our county website for real estate transactions too. Currently, the capacity of the phone system is not large enough. Mike's working on that for us. Improvements in progress. We've got the queuing system. Some people love it, some people don't like it, some people hate it. The queuing system has helped us gather all the information that we are in need of in order to see where improvements are going to be needed. We updated the website. Cody is constantly helping us with that, and we are going to go into the AI chat box so that people can ask their questions right online and hopefully pull that out, and that'll eliminate some of those incoming calls as well. We've reduced the online fees, as I discussed earlier. The new building layout's going to be a little bit more efficient for us to have them all funnel through to a receptionist for assistance in Signing into the queue as well as the shorter, quick transactions can be done right at the receptionist entryway. Real estate Dropbox, we extended those hours thanks to the recommendation of Commissioner Durr. And that did help with during the May and April times because of our assessment freezes as well. So that helped our elderly to be able to drop off their documents instead of having to stand in line, in addition to people who were paying their property taxes in May versus waiting until last week of April. Recruitment of great attitudes, it's no secret, we've got a lot of great smiles up there, and we're going to continue to do that. We can train for anything, but the great attitudes is something that we're looking for. The new phone system, Mike alluded to that. We're going to start that before we actually move over to the new system so that we can get staff up and going on that. Lobby seating instead of line standing, that was switched in 2023 and 2024, so they could just have a seat instead of doing, we called it the treasurer's office shuffle in front of the windows there, but it's hot in the winter and it's hot in the summertime, and people are appreciating being able to just sit in one spot. Customer training for online and queuing system usage. Cody is going to help me with that. And we're going to have that either online and then also in pamphlets that we can have out in the lobby so that they do know how to do the services online and can also use the queuing system for future visits with the treasurer's office. Status reports for timing and type of transactions done, that's what the queuing system is allowing us to have. It's also, we also have that for the online for real estate and just the tweaks that we've made on that. We're less than probably 500 so far this year with usage of the website real estate transactions versus where we were at for the full year last year. So people are utilizing the website now for real estate payments as well. Staggered staff and lunch hours, we've always done that. We're trying to cover it. That's our busiest time. That's when people choose to come and visit the treasurer's office is on their lunch hours. And so we are aware, visited with Carol yesterday on some other ideas that I had with that. Well, actually, just an email real quick. She hasn't heard all my ideas yet, but we're working on that as well. This is the new layout of concourse, and this shows people will enter into the office. They'll come right over to our registration desk and have a seat. Their name's called. They're going to come up around, have a seat. These are desks now instead of counters looking down at each other. This is an actual desk that they'll come, have a seat. If they have extra people with them, there's going to be seating here. They'll finish their transaction and head out the door this way into a parking lot that now has a lot of parking area for it and handicap as well right up front, which is what we're missing in this building as well. So we hear that probably on a weekly basis of your handicap parking spots are the farthest ones away in the parking lot up front. So still they're ADA compliant, but we get it. And they have made those front parking spots on in the new building handicap accessible. So.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, you have the
Well,
floor.
thank you. I think the idea of this presentation was just public awareness, how complex that department is. I asked Jordan last week in an email, I said of the 18 departments or whatever we have, what two did he think was, that we really need to work on issues? And Jordan can expand on that if you want, Jordan.
Absolutely. For sure, the Treasurer's Office is one of the more significant ones because it is the most public-facing. Everyone in the county comes in and interacts with the Treasurer's Office in some way or fashion. Right now, we see from the data here, a lot of that is in-person transactions. If we could try to push some of those to these other methods, that's one way to handle it, or increasing the ability to handle that volume. But by and far, it impacts the public perception of Pennington County the most because of how public-facing it is. And so it's definitely number one or number two within the county of the offices and departments who are seeing significant challenges as we look at operations.
Thank you. And then my next question is, can we get this presentation in a PDF so that if I want to share it with another county treasurer, South Dakota Association of County Commissioners. Can we get that?
It's already, right?
I think we, yeah.
And
Yep.
in closing
I'll get that
up for me, thank you and Cody for putting together a good presentation. I appreciate it.
Yep, and I'll just leave you with, we still have openings, check on penco.org, HR department, for the openings that are in the treasurer's office. We're looking for great attitudes. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. I think Commissioner Roskinek, that Jordan has this, so I'll just have him share it with you, because I got it on mine, so, and we'll have Jordan share it with everybody who wants it, so. We'll
Thank
move
you.
on to
Thank
the
you,
next,
Mr.
that's a
Chair.
no action item, but we got a lot of information. I think it's not, I think we still have room for more information, so. Items from building and grounds,
Mr. Chairman, can we take?
sorry, Mr. Dirk, go ahead.
Can we take like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we can take a 6-minute break.
Okay.
All right. Well, when that, guys, let's try to get back. Thank you, guys, for giving us a minute there to take a break. So we're going to move on to, where are we at? Item 11? Items from buildings and grounds, lead electrician position.
Yes, so Carol Bancroft, HR Director for Pennington County, that I wanted to kick this off because it is a request that I've worked closely with Davis on. And most recently, he has had 2 resignations. One was the foreman electrician and the other was the journey electrician. So this is an opportunity that Davis seized, which I am so proud of him for doing, is to say, let's look at our organizational structure and what do the business needs really are, as well as what's going on in the labor force. So with that, this is a new position, but it does replace the positions as far as the electrical foreman and the journeyman electrician positions. And I wanted to point out, before I turn it over to Davis to talk more about this, is that the motion that you have in front of you, there is a correction to that it should be a rating of a T3.3. So in case you don't have that, I wanted to point that out, that it is a rating of a T3.3 with a step 1 at $30.76 per hour. So with that, I'll turn it over to Davis.
Yeah, thank you.
Davis,
Davis Purcell,
yeah,
Director of Buildings and Grounds for Pennington County. So, yeah, as Carol mentioned, this is sort of a broader effort to make our department a little more efficient without obviously sacrificing any productivity or the quality that we provide for the county facilities. We did do some data tracking and service requests looking for the last few years that I had Rita, my office manager, pull. And it just we came to the determination that essentially we can live with one electrician. And then also this is a broader effort to sort of cross-train our maintenance technicians on some of the trade-specific skills. And what does that mean? Just for layman's terms, it's reading and using a multimeter, diagnosing trip breakers, lighting troubleshooting or replacing ballasts, and lights, retrofitting fixtures to LEDs, generator basics, replacing wall outlets and light strikes and things like that. So again, this is sort of a broader effort that we're taking in B&G to just become more efficient as a department.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the commission?
No, Chair, just a motion.
Nope.
Motion to approve lead electrician position description effective May 11, 2025 at rating T3.3 with step 1, 30.76 an hour rate.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion from Hadcock, second from Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Request for purchasing authority, IT infrastructure for 900 concourse remodel.
Yep, and that's exactly what we're doing. So over the last few weeks, I've worked with Mike Iverson, IT Director, and he has gathered some of the estimated costs on the IT infrastructure for concourse. On the prior spreadsheets that I have given to the commission, we had about $620,000 slotted in that initial budget. That budget was developed in early 2024. Obviously, there's been a few price increases here and there. and just some unknowns with some of the tariffs and other things. So we have now broken it down, and you can see the new total there is just under 640,000. And that is what we are requesting purchasing authority for. I'll let Mike talk a little bit more about the specifics.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission here? Don't have any, no questions. So we have a motion, or you have a question, Commissioner?
Did you want us to speak?
Absolutely. I didn't have much in there. We just, like I said, we refreshed a bunch of quotes. We're planning forward and looking at the technology we're wanting to put in there to really help us out there. And so the numbers are pretty straightforward. We generally, in public forums, don't get into the actual technology we purchase just because of the security concerns with letting the public know, what servers we're using, what doors we have, what locks we have sitting out there, that kind of thing. So
Okay.
we avoid that sort of stuff.
But
So if you
that's
have any
really what I
questions-
wanted all the detail related to that.
Okay, I can get that to you.
Just
I don't-
joking. He's kidding.
I was like, oh, man.
No. Just not in a public forum, but I can absolutely get it for you, so.
All good. I do have a question in the motion. Do you want to, where this money is coming from? Do you have it coming out of this is for Davis?
Yep. It is coming from the available bond money. It's part of it's the money that we've been using for the concourse project.
All right.
So I don't know if that needs to be in the motion or not.
I think it does, to say where it's coming from, yes.
I would just say
That
the
was-
current available bond money.
Right, that's
All right.
included in the motion.
Yep.
Did you get that, Kara?
I haven't heard, no one's made a motion yet, so they'll add it to it, it sounds
I
like.
thought we
right?
made a motion.
Did, no,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think so, right? No one's made a
Kara.
motion, have they?
No.
No.
No, okay.
Motion from Hadcock.
Move to approve purchasing authority and not to exceed 640 to Davis Purcell, Buildings and Grounds Director, Mike Iverson, IT Director, for the acquisition of IT infrastructure of 900 concourse remodel project coming out of the existing bond money.
Second.
Was that Durr or Drews?
Yes.
There.
Durr, okay, so we got a second from Durr. First from Hadcock, second from Durr. I just want to mention one thing, Mike, that you're participating in this, so if you can imagine whatever we may need to fulfill the AI in the future, that if we put it in our basic infrastructure now, so we don't have to go back and try to.
Absolutely, yeah, we're trying to future-proof this as best we can.
Okay.
Obviously, technology changes.
I get that. And
But we're gonna try and
just-
stay ahead of it as much as we can, so.
Yeah, I mean, I know since we put you on, you've spent a lot of money, but we're okay with that, so.
Can I ask?
So we have a motion now.
Can I ask a question?
Commissioner Hadcock, go ahead.
So just a question, I never thought about this. So I know 911 is starting to use some AI. Sounds like it's going to be pretty efficient and effective. I wondered if any of that AI through even Treasurer's Office, planning, any of the other departments would be more efficient and effective for helping out some of the efficiencies. So just something to keep in mind, and something maybe for you to keep in mind to help Pennington County with some of the areas that, instead of having phone answering people for everything, maybe the AI systems would be less people with more efficiency in a sense, so.
Well, it's funny you should mention that. We're having a department head meeting here Thursday, and we're on the agenda to talk about AI inside of the departments and policies on security for it, so.
Well, if they can do that 911 and be efficient and effective, and it makes a hands-free almost, and making our dispatchers more efficient, not having to do the phone and then talk to,
It's exciting
pretty amazing.
technology.
Well, it's
It
pretty
is.
amazing. And then I watched it on TV, which is funny, on PBS. It came up like a week later on PBS about the AI systems and how it's helping out different technologies in different departments around the world, not just in government. So something to look at, and like I said, if it helps for technology, it's worth adding.
Yeah, any tools we can utilize to make things easier, the
Thank you.
better, so.
Thank you,
Glad
guys.
you're
We have a
up to
motion
date
on the
on that.
floor, so any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We're moving on to item number 12. Thank you, Mr. Davis. Items from emergency management. And I just wanted to say I was going to be scheduled to be at a meeting tomorrow. I have a meeting, standing meeting with my mentee, so I won't be able to make it tomorrow for the meeting at 11, yeah, so I just wanted to let you know that ahead of time, so. But items from management, administrative specialist position description, is this the one that was just vacated then? Okay, this is
So-
different, you're restructuring a little bit, okay.
Right, and I'll debrief you that Carol Bancroft, HR Director for Pennington County, that Dustin has had a resignation within his department as well, so he sees that opportunity as well as what Davis did to look at reorganization. And he's also faced with some challenges as far as the instability with grant funding. So he's taking a very proactive approach to this. And this position is actually one that is county-wide, that we do have the administrative specialist position in various departments. He's requesting it for his department. So the position itself has been approved for other departments, so it isn't anything new from that standpoint. It's just within his organizational structure now that he's requesting it. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dustin to explain.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commission. Dustin Willett, Pennington County Emergency Manager. Carol summed it up pretty good. We had a long-term employee, Alexa, leaving our office is something we're going to feel for a while, but support her in all her endeavors. Because of the instability in grant funding, because of some of the grant funding we've lost even in our current year, and because of some there's a lot of turmoil in what state and federal level disaster response is going to look like moving forward. My plan for our office, pending some of these approvals, is I'm not going to backfill a fourth position into our office. I'm not going to hire a new person into our office. I think there's too much instability right now and some challenges with grant funding. So in good conscience, I don't want to hire somebody when I'm unsure of the actual work and certainly funding streams to support that position. So what I've done is promoted Adam Davis into the deputy slot. He's going to be fantastic in that. Currently, we have Emily as an administrative assistant, one of the lowest levels of admin support that an office can have. What I'm asking from the commission today is to change that position from a low-level admin position to a higher level admin position so that she can support the office with vouchers, payroll, some of those processes that Alexa and I used to split. And then my plan is to leave the emergency management specialist position vacant. So we will go down an FTE. The net delta to our line item would be a decrease of about $64,000. With Alexa's payout, with some uncertainty in some of the grant funding, I can't give you an exact, this is how much we're going to save. I wish I could, but it will be, again, our salary line item moving to this strategy is a delta negative of about $64,000.
Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Hadcock.
Move to approve emergency management and administrative specialist position description effective May 11, 2025 at the rating of S 3.2 with a step $24 an hourly rate.
Second.
Of a motion from Hadcock, second from Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Items from Highway Department, Mr. Joe.
Good morning, Commission. I think it's still morning, right? Yeah, we're not quite to noon. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. Up in front of you, item A there is pavement marking 2025. So last year was our first full season of doing pavement markings on our own without the assistance of the state. 2023, the South Dakota Association of Highway Superintendents have voted to do away with the pavement marking program as it was before the state would administer all of these contracts. And then they would, the counties would pay the state basically what over and above their grant funding. So now that role is kind of reversed. The state just writes us a check and we manage that project in-house. With that being said, we put a process in place after our bids came in at about $500,000 last year, which was double what we had in the budget. We went out and inspected all of our paved roads for the pavement markings and decided that way which ones needed to be restriped. We cut that funding down to about $120,000 last year. This year we went out and inspected all of our roads again. We did 82 miles last year. We're going to do 122 miles this year. For the 2025 bid was 213,350. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. We have questions from the commission here?
Motion.
All looks good, so we're just looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd move to award the PM 2025 pavement marking to Traffic Services Company LLC, Blackhawk, South Dakota, in the amount of $213,350.25.
Second.
Okay, a motion from Drews and a second from Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Meade County Road Maintenance Agreement termination. Mr. Joe.
So this is an agreement that came about, I believe it was 2000, if I remember correctly, was the date on the original agreement with Meade County. This was an exchange for road maintenance on Rolling Hills Road and 225th. So Rolling Hills Road is quite a ways out for ways from anything that Meade County does. I think their closest shop for that one is in Piedmont. Maybe Jerry might know. I believe it's in Piedmont. And this is off of our Nemo Road. We have about a tenth of a mile of this road is in Pennington County, and then the rest of it's in Meade County. So for several years, this agreement worked fairly well, aided Meade County residents and Pennington County residents in kind of a trade-off there. For the last 4 or 5 years, we've been trying to work with Meade County and the current highway superintendent and his predecessor to get the needed gravel so our crews can successfully maintain Rolling Hills. Right now, there's rocks and boulders, and the drainage isn't correct on the road, and we just haven't been able to get any movement. And then 225th, the portion that they do for Pennington County, has been left in less than what we would consider our standard. So with that, we're requesting to terminate the agreement between Meade County and Pennington County.
Mr. Chair?
Questions from?
No. I just know he's correct.
Okay, so we've had this discussion with Meade County. They know that this is coming, or?
Yes, I have had conversations with Troy and his second in command, Nathan.
So we did an exchange? So.
Correct. So essentially, Meade County, I believe probably, and this is history, right? I don't know exactly how it all went down because nobody in our office was here when this went down. But in 2000, when the agreement was done, Rolling Hills, like I said, Meade County, I think it's probably 35 miles one way for one of their blades to get to it. So it made sense for Meade County to ask us to do this for them. And 225th was just a trade-off for them.
So they were doing 225th Street for us.
225th Street is east of Box Elder there. So they do that portion for us in exchange. That way there's no money that changes hands, but they maintain the same number of road miles.
But they don't want to do it anymore evidently, or?
We can't successfully maintain Rolling Hills to what we would consider our standard. And the rocks and the drainage, and it's just not a road that you can successfully maintain. And then the taxpayers call us because they know we maintain it, so.
Okay, so we're maintaining it anyway.
No, we're not going to after this agreement's terminated.
Motion is to terminate.
Right, we're terminating the agreement because what he is stating is that Meade County is not putting what they need to into the road for us to maintain it.
Oh, okay.
And so it's not our road, so, yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought we were swapping, they were gonna do something and we were doing something.
We have for the past 25 years,
But the benefit of that is what he is saying is no longer beneficial for us and our taxpayers, so we need to back out of the agreement.
Okay, I'm fine with it, I just was.
All right.
Okay.
And my motion that I'm going to make is your second motion, that termination would come out of the commission office because it goes in line with wanting the commission office to track all agreements that is on the agenda later, so.
Second.
So the motion to have the Board of Commissioners office provide Meade County with 30 days written notice to terminate the road maintenance agreement of Rolling Hills Road and 225th Street.
The motion by Durr, second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item C, construction change order number 11.
Item C, construction change order number 11. So this is South Rochford Road. This change order is to adequately get the material for the road. When our engineer wrote the plans, they estimated that there was about 6 inches of gravel to be salvaged on the roadway, which that is not the case. There wasn't enough gravel to be salvaged, so in order to make the road whole, or to be able to get it to where it needs to be, the gravel needs to be added this year. So that's where
Chair.
this change order is coming from.
Question from Commissioner Hadcock or
Is this in the budget by chance, Joe, the 382, and where is that money coming from?
So the money currently is all in the SIB loan that is from the State Infrastructure Bank loan.
I remember.
When this project was originally funded 2 years ago. This change order will put it above and beyond that loan. So it'll be about $331,000 currently above and beyond the loan amount and
Right.
what was in our STP account. It's not currently in our budget for 2025, but we have it in our reserves. So there will be a supplement coming in the coming months, I should say.
Okay, so bottom line is you don't have it in your budget, you're using your reserves. How much do you have in your reserves by chance?
11 or 12 million.
Okay, and that is, how much of that 11 or 12 million is already spoken for?
None of it as of right now.
We don't have any projects
So it
that we're
was-
moving forward with that
there-
on?
There's tons of projects, right? We just haven't picked
Didn't make priorities on which ones you're using for the reserves
This
at
is a
this time?
top priority because it's already in progress.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ross.
So Joe, I was on that road a couple days ago. Are you gonna be going from Alexander's all the way to the Rochford Road?
Yes, the project goes from where the pavement ends by Alexander's all the way to the current Rochford Road, yes.
How much do you have to add to the current roadway?
I believe they have to add another 2 inches, depending on what we lost over the wintertime, when we were plowing the snow on it. There, with the reshaping and whatnot that needs to take place on the road. They'll do a final cross-section before we put pavement down on it. So 2 inches is what we left off last year at the end of the season.
So where does that aggregate come from?
That aggregate comes from the H&S pit, which is up in Lawrence County.
Okay. Mr. Chair, can I make the motion?
Yes, you may.
Move to authorize the highway superintendent to approve construction change order 11 for the South Rochford Road reconstruction project in the amount of $382,086.90.
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Ross Connect, a second from Drews. Any comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Item D, first reading ordinance 33 amendment.
Item D, first, the ordinance 33 amendment. So this ordinance was put in place in 1996 and hasn't been updated since, to our knowledge. Basically, it updates the language for the fine amount for depositing stuff in our roadway and in our right-of-way from $200 to $500. And we updated the language. The original ordinance used to say just the roadway, and we updated that to say the right-of-way, which includes our ditches and the roadways, so.
Thank you. Any comments from the commission? Like my comment, you said there was a fine?
Correct.
What is that fine?
The fine was $200, and that's increasing to $500.
Okay.
And my understanding from the state's attorney, that's the max that it can be per statute.
Have we ever
So,
fined anybody?
I have not personally since I've been here. I don't know if anybody else.
We just can't catch people doing it, I suppose, or?
There's that, we do have one instance out north of town in Ashland Heights with the old appliance repair that has closed down, and people continue to drop their stuff in our right-of-way. So I know the sheriff's department is working on trying to figure stuff out, on how to catch those people from doing that.
Thank
so.
you. Do we get a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Move to approve the first reading of ordinance 33 amendment.
Second.
I have a motion from Ross Connect, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Item E, first reading ordinance 11.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so ordinance 11, this is our utility installation ordinance. It governs all the utility installations, so that's your communications, your power, water systems, any public utility that is allowed to go in the public right-of-way. The last time this ordinance was updated was in August of 2007. And didn't necessarily capture all the design criterias and all the stipulations that we would like it to cover. We've been working on this ordinance probably for the past 2 or 3 years at a minimum, trying to get all the details ironed out. We looked at Minnehaha, we looked at Lincoln County. We also looked at the state of South Dakota's administrative rules that govern what utilities can go in their right-of-way. And that's where a majority of these changes came into place. We had the state's attorney review this ordinance as well for the legality. And this puts a fee structure in place for these permits. So prior to this ordinance or this amendment, if it passes, the only thing that was required was a $5,000 bond that was to be in place for 2 years. And that bond was used to cover any right-of-way work that was done unsatisfactory or left in less than ideal conditions. And we've had that a couple times here in the last couple years where company comes in from out of state. They put in a communication line and just leave the area and leave our ditch. So we have to go back and clean it up. So we're trying to capture some of the stuff to keep or protect our taxpayers' dollars and not have to go back and rework some of the things that have been done by the private contractors installing these public utilities. Another big change is the permittee must be the contractor that's doing the work. Prior to that, we'd allow like Golden West or CenturyLink or Lumen to hold that permit. And so we have a relationship there, and then they have to go try and get their contractor to come back and do the work. And now we have a direct relationship with the contractor if this goes through. Certificate of insurance must be submitted to the county so that we know that they're covered if anybody were to get hurt. All work must still be warranted for 2 years after the completion of the work. We also reserve the right to suspend work if we show up on site and there's unsafe activities going on or they're not doing what they said they were going to do per the permit. Provides with backfill criteria for open cut trenching, which is not something we allow unless it's an absolute last resort. You never make the road the same if you open cut a road because you have years of compaction. And then provides a penalty for contractors or people doing work without a permit, which we do have a couple times a year, it seems like. So with that, I will stand for any questions.
Chair.
Commissioner Babcock.
So for me, it's the ag community and how this protects them. Before, we wouldn't let them do the water lines and stuff underneath, and I see you have it per person. But I know Justin Urig went to the state and changed some things. Is this doing anything different for our ag producers than we already had permitted before?
Nope, it's the same process for them.
So I was going to have it continue, but it doesn't need to be continued because it's only first reading. That way, I'd like to have the ag community kind of look at this and see what they're thinking, and maybe they have some suggestions, or maybe they just think it's good, because that's where we had the biggest complaint on trying to go underneath the road. So, Joe, I'm not going to get it continued. I think it's first reading, it can move forward, but you'll probably have some ag people calling you, just so it can be a straight up to make sure we're taking care of them as well.
Yeah, and Chair, if I may, so with like Justin Urig in the line to go from one side of the road with the well to water cattle, the only thing that's going to change is there's going to be a permit for him, and that permit fee would be
40 or 80.
I believe it would be $80, right?
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that's going to change for him. It's still allowed per statute, still going to be required to be registered with 811. That's the only thing that would change with like that sort of situation.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr?
So going in our public right-of-way, so explain to me the wind and solar or alternative energy. And so we have Eurotech that, got approved, and they've not come back to present anymore as to where that project is going to go, but there's a potential they spoke of going down a section line road into the county right away. And so currently, I believe you have the authority to authorize that. Would that be would that apply to this ordinance?
I believe and we might want to get a definition from the state's attorney, but I believe since that is going to a public utility, it would be permitted within the section line. So I think that's the biggest hangup with the electrical lines and stuff like that like Deb was talking. It has to be a public utility that is allowed in the section line or our county right-of-way.
Okay. So this is going to go back to the discussions that we've had on our Alternative Energy Committee. And currently, I believe, you're giving authority of right-of-way. So if they came to you and said, I want to use the right-of-way, then you would currently, by this ordinance, sign off on that, correct?
If it met all of our criteria, we certainly could. But, something like that, we may ask you guys, I believe with the last one, the one in New Underwood, I believe we had you guys sign the utility permit because the authority actually lies with you guys. You've just delegated that authority to myself to manage it.
Correct. Anyway, what I want to clear is that on those projects, and we had a representative from West River Electric in our committee meetings, but when we have those alternative energy projects like wind and solar, the only one that I want to have the final say on going in that right-of-way would be the Board of County Commissioners, not that we're giving that authority to the highway superintendent. And so that would not apply to the regular utility like West River Electric on their power lines. I'm just talking about those special projects. And so what would we need to do in this ordinance to put that in there?
I think we could, is Tyler in the room? I think Tyler's next door, but I think we could just put a provision in there with wind and solar or the renewable energy that authority or that authority has to lie with you guys to grant that permit, and they need to get on the agenda or we could facilitate that however you guys would like that to happen. Basically, put a provision in the ordinance that has to come in front of you guys for
You heard his name.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews?
I'd offer an alternative to that suggestion of having it so that the highway superintendent needs to come to the commission relative to it instead of taking the authority away from the highway superintendent, but bringing it to the commission for consideration.
And Chair, if I may, I believe that's what we did with the, what is the name of the one in New Underwood?
Wild Springs.
Wild Springs, there you go. Thank you, Jerry. Yeah, I believe that's exactly what we did with the one in Wild Springs, so.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office, if that certainly would need to be, addressed within here. So if you want to continue this matter for us to make these changes, and it sounds like Joe might be getting some calls from the ag community as well. I don't think the change, bringing it before you guys for these special projects, for lack of a better term, that won't be an issue. But I mean, I could see this going a number of different ways. So if you want to have us make these changes and get it back in front of you, I certainly think that makes sense. But it's your direction, of course.
Chair,
Commissioner Heckler.
this is only the first reading, and that's why it's here, Tyler. For those changes, that's why we talked about ag. Special projects would be like AI. It'd be alternative energy, some of these that are going to take a lot more power lines, take some right away, stuff like that, that it's going to be a little bit more for just the planning, department, or not department, but planning commissioners to take care of in a way that the constituents are going to come back on us for it. So it's nice that, I think the suggestion is to bring it to the commission. I don't know how you want to put that in your wording, but it makes sense on the special projects that are going through.
Yeah, and if I may, Chair, I think Gary's suggestion does work if we can put that in the ordinance somehow, Tyler, that those renewable energy or special interest projects must be brought to the commission by the highway superintendent. I think I would be amenable to that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I would move for a continuance of this until our next meeting so that the language can be presented on the first reading.
Second.
Do you want to have, okay, so the motion would be to continue this and have them bring it back with the verbiage, is that correct, Gary?
Yes.
Okay. And we got a motion from
Yes.
Drews, second from Hadcock, and so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. So, thank you. We just want you to bring it forward for the first reading with that change. So,
Absolutely, and that's why
thank
we
you.
put it in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Have a great day. We'll go into item 14. Items from Human Resources, website vendor selection and redesign. By Cody, Mr. Cody.
All right, yes, good morning. Cody Wiseman, Human Resources Marketing Manager for Pennington County. I'm gonna pull up the presentation here. None is. Perfect. Okay, so yes, the Pennington County website redesign, essentially we're just looking to move to a new vendor, discontinue with our current vendor, and just get a brand new website for us. So just quick backstory why we need a new website. Essentially, to boil all this down, is our current website, while it has a lot of good information on it, is very hard to find that information unless you are always on the website. Even if you're on the website a lot, like myself, it still can be kind of hard to find that information. The design is not necessarily currently modern or engaging. The public perception matters. We want to make sure we have a user-friendly website that builds that trust, enhances the county's image. So also, the new vendor we are proposing has a lot of great digital services that allow us to grow with the county's needs for digital services as well. Quick timeline, what happened here. So back in November, I sent out an RFP to 10 different vendors, some local, other ones that are more government focused across the country. In December of '24, we formed the website team to review the proposals that we received. We received 6 out of the 10 vendors I sent to. We received 6 proposals back. And then in February, we ended up meeting virtually with 2 of the vendors, and that's 2 out of the 3 that were kind of in our final vendor choice. We only met with 2 due to some other concerns I'll bring up next here. But in the end, we decided on Revise in February. So just a quick vendor comparison. So we went through, and the comparison is based off of cost for the initial design, yearly, the design quality, scalability, the user experience, and then support. So Revise, out of the 3, so we had Revise, Civic Plus, and Dot Marketing. Dot Marketing is the one that we did not meet with virtually. Essentially, I asked them some follow-up questions. We really liked Dot Marketing for the fact that they were local, but their costs were just a little bit too high for us, and there was a few other things that just didn't really work out for us. So we ended up mostly just meeting with Revise and Civic Plus. Initial design cost for Revise, and these numbers are based on the initial proposals they sent over, was only about $11,000. For Civic Plus, it was close to $40,000. Dot Marketing was $61,000. That base yearly cost is only about $4,000 for Revise. Civic Plus is $12,000, or almost $13,000. Dot Marketing was that $18,000. Design quality, overall Revise had excellent websites that they showed us. Civic Plus, it just wasn't as impressive. Kind of felt like a lot more just template-based websites, not something we can customize. And then Dot Marketing had some good sites as well. Scalability, great with Revise and Civic Plus. Dot Marketing was more focused on WordPress, so it wasn't government-focused, which is what we really want to make sure we have a site that is government-focused and will grow with us. Back-end experience, that was, whenever I first started here, I met with many department heads and asked, is there any issues that they're having? And most of them had mentioned the website, specifically that ease of use for them to edit, update, whatever it might be. So that one was one of the really big ones we focused on, especially when we met with them digitally. We made them show us the back end so that we knew it's going to be an easy thing to use. So yeah, Revise was great for that. Civic Plus and Dot Marketing were also pretty easy to use there as well. And then as far as support goes, Revise and Civic Plus both have 24/7 support, and Dot Marketing being local, they don't have that 24/7, but they did say that they would be able to try to do as much as they can, but we need something a little bit more concrete there. I also sent out a bunch of questions to their references. Some that stood out here was the cost-effective and high value. One of the things you'll see on this site or on this page here is that cost and how much cheaper revises than any of the others. And that, of course, was a red flag. Why is that the case? So I specifically asked all of their references, was there a catch? Was there anything that really stood out? And they all said no. This one right here from City of Wiley, they said, we not only save money, but gained a better website than most competitors. They offer the best designs, highly customizable and extremely mobile friendly, which is great. Easy to use for staff. The City of Duluth had mentioned that it's very easy to use. They've had a diverse group of people of all ages updating the site. If you can send an email, you can update the site, which is fantastic. And then my favorite one, the City of Olympia, their site is fantastic, and they actually in 2022 won the best government website. So clearly Revise is doing something right. This here is key features. So these are the key features that do add to the cost, but really help us out as a county to make sure we are providing great services for our citizens as well as giving them all the information that they need. And some of these features are also for internal use. So starting from the top left here, we got secure digital forms. Specifically, we had talked about using this for planning and zoning or human services to make sure that they have more digital forms. Those are the two departments that spoke out saying that they really enjoyed that. And then anything for internal, we can customize these forms. They're all fully encrypted as well, so any of that personal information is encrypted to be able to get it to where it needs to go. Facility reservations, this was mentioned for emergency management. They have their rooms that get reserved, and this would be a live booking. They can actually see who is, if they have it booked yet, or just select, what dates and exactly they want to and book it directly from the site without having to go through the current process, which is emailing and seeing if they get a response back and seeing if it's available. So just really simplifies that. Citizen e-newsletter, this one's near and dear to me, so just wanting to make sure that we are getting information out to our citizens in any way, shape, or form. As you know, it's very hard to find people where they're at. Are people finding information on social media, the website, news channels? But with a e-newsletter, they can actually sign up to make sure so those people who want to get that information are going to be getting that information. And that would likely be a monthly newsletter from updates from any of the departments. Curated search just allows for people to easily access all of the information on our site. Similarly to a Google search, whenever you search on the website, it'll just pull up a bunch of different links, but with this you can customize it, so we're making sure to get to the people exactly what they need based off of keywords we enter. Employee intranet, currently we do have, IT does have a employee intranet that is through SharePoint. It is out of date, and really the only way to upgrade it would be to move over to Microsoft Teams, which is a pretty high cost. So these guys do have an employee intranet. Essentially, it just works as another section of the website that you have to log into, but you can have a bunch of different information, and we just found out the other day that you can actually section that off by login. So for instance, 911 dispatch, they have a current intranet that is going, they're sunsetting it, so they're not going to have it anymore, and they need to find a solution, and this is going to be a good solution for them as well. And then one of the great features they have, at the end of the 5 years, you get a free redesign. So the costs that are associated with designing the site and everything is completely free after 5 years. The only catch with the free redesign is when you go to do that, your contract gets renewed, and you can't stay locked into that price, so those could increase as well. So looking at the dollars here, so the costs here, you have the setup costs on the left-hand column there, and then the yearly costs on the right-hand column. So for the initial design setup, you're looking at $11,140. The annual fee, which includes all those yearly costs on the right-hand column, that's $5,770. The online interactive forms is $1,950 to set up, and then $900 yearly. Facility reservation, $950 for setup and $600 for yearly. The e-newsletter is $1,900 to set up, and then it starts off at $0 yearly, which is fantastic. It just increases as subscribers increase, so I think the threshold is 5,000 or 10,000. So once we start sending more emails, we have to start paying, but I believe it's an additional like $50 a month, so not a huge increase there. The curated search is set up of $1,750, but $0 yearly cost, and then the intranet is $1,500 for setup and $500 yearly cost. So the total for the setup fees is $24,960, and then the yearly cost, once everything is paid off for the setup, is going to be $5,770. The way they broke it out in their agreement is to stretch those initial costs of the $24,960 across 5 years. So our yearly cost essentially comes out to $9,608 for the next 5 years. We will have to pay $4,804 this year. And then the other half of that 9,000 payment in 2026, as well as the second payment of 2026. And I have that broken down here in the next slide. But after that 5 years, it goes down to just 5,770. I really wanted to show you the comparison to see what we'd be paying in 2030 after the 5-year contract if we were to stay with our current vendor. So our current vendor is Catalyst, and in 2030, we'd be paying about $10,211, and that's based off of a 6% increase that they have into their contract. So every single year it goes up by 6%, whereas with Revise, we'd be saving close to 40-50% there in 2030. I did have a note in here, though, with our current contract with Catalyst, there was not any kind of opt-out clause included in that contract, so we do have to pay the rest of that contract out, which would be either $15,000 if we wanted to pay that up front, or we could just keep on the payment plan that they had of $7,631 in this year, which is already budgeted in IT, and then $8,088, which would be for 2026. We'd budget that as well. And then also just to mention, we did have, I had Tyler with the State's Attorney's Office, he did look at these contracts and made sure that we couldn't get out of the contract with Catalyst and have to pay it out. And then also worked with Revise to customize the contract to make sure it falls under, we have that opt-out clause. Okay, and then this is just to show those costs for 2025 and 26. So if you look in the left column there, we'd have to pay the Catalyst invoice of $7,631, which is already budgeted. The only thing that wouldn't be budgeted is that $4,804, which is that half first payment to Revise. And then 26, we'd have to pay out that last invoice from Catalyst of $8,088. And the other payment to Revise of $4,804. And then the second payment to Revise is $9,608. So 2026 costs would be $22,500. We just have to budget for that. Next steps would just be to sign the revised contract, cancel the Catalyst contract, and then begin the project. And hopefully if we get this going and get it all signed, we can get started this month and have this website ready to go by 2026. So that'll stand for any questions.
Mr. Chair. I'll open up the commission to questions. Commissioner Roskin.
So what city are you using for an example in this? Like when you go on the key features and what city are you using for an example?
Yeah, a few different cities, and I can definitely show you here.
The one I was looking, Citizen E newsletters, so we would do something, we can add different features and.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is, the way they're showing their example here is just how you would sign up. So if we look here on their website, they have a sign up. The way that they have theirs in is you can opt into the mailing lists and you can choose whichever you're interested in, sign up for that. And we would have this around our website in many different places to make sure that people know they can sign up for that newsletter. We could do something like this, or my plan is more to not have 20 different newsletters going out every month, but one that just includes a nice update from departments if they have one.
So if we wanted to do a presentation on how they assess Pennington County, which, you know, Shannon's done a good job in my opinion. So would that be under department, somewhere under his department is where we would find that?
Absolutely. So my plan would be to every month reach out to all department heads to see if they have any updates that they want to get out to citizens. So if Shannon did have something like that, we would include it in the newsletter, and it would just be a link to download whatever that presentation is, along with, you know, a brief explanation in the newsletter.
And another example would be if we want to get citizen feedback on the 4-day work week versus the 5-day work week, could we have something on there that would people could interact using this website, whether they liked it or not?
Yeah, absolutely. So they could do one of two things. We could either have the email say, please respond to this email with any questions you might have, and we could have an email dedicated specifically to that. Essentially, we can send them as many emails as we want. We could do it in a monthly update, or if we wanted to send them an email specific for that and have them respond, or go to our website and fill out a form, whatever it might be, absolutely.
So once we agree on this, then do you create the website and your office maintains the website?
So yeah, I would be maintaining the website. It's about a 6-month process with Revise. They give us design examples and we can approve or make changes and then we go from there. We do have that website team that's comprised of a good majority of departments to help out with that. I would also be having individual meetings with every department to make sure that the site is getting everything that they need and we're moving over all the information and adjusting the information to make sure all departments are covered.
So I would assume that if we start the process, everything would reflect us being at 900 Concourse, which is,
Absolutely.
which will happen sometime, I guess, in October.
Yep, absolutely. I'd make sure that all information is all updated because if this launches in 2026, we should be out there and good to go with that. So
Thank you, Cody.
yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Dirk.
I have a motion, and my motion is going to be consistent with the previous one we made. Motion to authorize the Commission Office to notify Catalyst Public Works and Citizen Engagement LLC that the county will not allow the renewal of the service agreement for website management services.
Second.
I have a motion by Durr, second by Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Okay,
No,
okay, so we got two
I don't
ayes.
oppose.
What?
So just one opposed, just?
Okay, let's just do a roll call.
Just one.
Thank you.
So Durr,
Yes.
Bruce,
No.
Adcock,
Aye.
Ross Connect,
Aye.
and Wyffenbach.
Aye,
Okay,
so motion carries 4-1. Thank you.
Chair, can I say one thing?
Move on
Just
to the
Cody.
next.
Thank you, Cody, for meeting with us ahead of time, so we had an understanding of what you were going to do and how much the cost was and the breakdown that came into saving us money in the long run with a better website. So thank you, Cody.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, so we move
My
on.
second motion is to move to approve the sales agreement with Revise for website redesign and management services and authorize the chair to sign the sales agreement on behalf of Pennington County.
Second.
A motion by Durr, second by Hadcock. Do we have any discussion on that particular motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I really don't have any discussion on that. I didn't have the opportunity to explain my no vote.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I
No,
apologize.
that's fine.
Go ahead, we'll give you the
But
time.
I'm not understanding why we're moving that authorization from HR over to the commission.
Oh,
And so
okay,
that's why I voted no on it.
okay, perfect, okay. So, and then, so all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, motion carries. And I apologize again for Commissioner Drews for not, okay, we'll go on to item B. And this is all items from Human Resources. This is an overtime policy. So Ms. Carroll. Yep. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, again, Commissioners. Carol Bancroft, HR Director for Pennington County. That, just to give you a little bit of background on this and for the public's information as well, is that over the course of the last 90-plus days, there's been a lot of discussion with reorganization within the Commission office, which has really benefited us to be able to take a closer look at our financials and understand some of our practices contributing to that. So with some guidance from Commissioner Durr, I want to give him a lot of credit on this. And then working closely with what was the Compensation Committee and now ultimately the department heads, that this policy has been reviewed very thoroughly, and for the benefit of everybody understanding that the current practice with overtime has been that if an employee were to take benefit time such as sick leave, vacation leave, or have holiday pay, and they did not work those hours, but they were compensated for them, that also calculated into as far as whether they were overtime eligible. So they might only really work, let's say the holiday was on Monday and they got paid 8 hours, which they didn't work, and then they worked Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, so they worked 40 hours. Those 8 hours of holiday pay would also have entered into calculating the overtime. And so consequently, that is an added cost to the county's budget, which we are not required to do. And so to be more fiscally responsible and looking at how we're paying overtime and what the overtime need is is that I'm recommending that we go with what the Fair Labor Standards Act, the minimum requirement is that overtime is only paid on hours worked over 40 in a work week. And so that's what you'll see the revision to this policy is. So I do want to note also that there are some of our department heads that feel that holiday pay should be exempt from this, that it's okay as far as vacation and sick leave, if they were to take that benefit time, that that would not play into calculating for overtime, but they would like to be able to consider holiday pay being left in because some of the efforts of those departments or divisions that holidays are their busier times, and so they feel it might be a deterrent from people wanting to sign up for extra hours during that week. So I did invite any of the department heads that wanted to speak on that by all means, they're very welcome to come and speak with the commissioners on it. But the policy, as I have rewritten it here, that it does say that it's vacation, sick leave, holiday pay, et cetera, does not calculate into overtime, that it is only based on hours worked. So I don't know if we have anyone.
Okay, I think Sheriff Mueller wants to speak on this one, so Sheriff, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I know you've had a long day, so I'll keep my comments pretty brief. And I do support this policy overall. I think it's a good move. And when you look at overtime, a majority of the overtime in the county obviously comes out of my office, and I recognize that. We've been working really hard over the last couple of years, but really specifically over the last 3 or 4 months on strategies to reduce overtime in each 4 of our divisions. A majority of our overtime comes from the jail, really from being short-staffed, and we're currently down 11 positions in the jail. We have job offers for all of those positions, but some of them start in May, some start in June, some start in July, and we'll lose a few more people between now and then. So we'll continue to work hard on keeping those positions filled, and that will, in essence, reduce a lot of the overtime if we're able to achieve that. But I wanted to specifically talk about the holiday pay and the repercussions that has. And I would ask that you remove holiday pay from this. And I don't remember exactly how far back this goes. And Commissioner Durr might know the answer to this, whether it was here when he was. But I think that when I started over 29 years ago, holiday pay was the only type of pay that impacted overtime. So in a week that you had holiday and you accrued overtime, that counted towards it. It might not have gone back that far, but it's been in place for a number of years. And Carol might have the answer, and I don't remember specifically when the county added sick leave and vacation leave to that, and I don't believe I was part of that discussion. But I think that taking sick leave and vacation out of that will lead to better work-life balance for our employees and help us lead in a way that in a week that they're sick, we're not asking them to come in and work overtime. They can recover from their illness in a week when they need to take some vacation and they need some work-life balance. We won't be trying to get them to come in and pick up overtime shifts to upset that work-life balance. So I think that's a good leadership tool for all of us. But on the holiday time, it has a real specific impact on law enforcement, and I don't know if any of the other elected officials or department heads will speak, but I just want to talk through a couple of things, a couple of the impacts that it has. And I'll give you a much more in-depth presentation during our budget process on overtime and then some of the information that I'm going to discuss, but I just want to give you just a little bit of the background. And all of you are aware that 2 years ago, the Rapid City Police Department, the city implemented an over $400,000 benefits package to the law enforcement folks for Rapid City at the time, and there's a whole list of things, and during my budget process, I'll provide you the details on that. Currently, we're starting wage, we're a little over $2 an hour behind, and then as you go up to sergeant, lieutenant, captain, that margin continues to widen. And a lot of the work that we do out of the same building with joint functions, we're working together side by side on the same exact cases. So over the course of the last year, initially when I took office, we did lose a couple of employees to the police department, but even with that wage disparity and those benefit disparity, over the course of the last year, we haven't lost any deputies over to the police department, even with that disparity. And but when we look at I'm prepared to bring forward some ideas to try to shorten that gap on wages at the budget time. But I would like to not take the holiday-specific pay away from our employees at the time that are doing this work. And the impact that it has on us, a lot of our critical issues that happen in law enforcement where we're needing the special response team, the mobile response team revolve around holidays in the community. As you know, over the last several years, a lot of our major protests and events that happen that are not controlled by us and managed by us, but we have to respond to, are those types of units responding to. So under this current practice, if it was the 4th of July, for example, and a lot of our staff are able to get a day off on the 4th of July, we've canceled vacations the last several years. Sometimes it happens during that week, but it might not be on the 4th of July. But if they were able to get a day off and they have to come in and work 2 12-hour days for protests, which is getting pretty normal for us, then any of that holiday time will be at flat rate time according to this policy change. We're working side by side with the police department that's getting time and a half or potentially 2.5 times depending on how that works. And the same thing happens to us, each of the 10 weeks that we have a holiday, if our investigative staff is off and they're asked to come in and work after hours, they're going to get compensated at flat time versus time and a half. When we're working with these joint teams alongside the police department, they're going to be getting time and a half and sometimes 2.5 times. So I would just ask that we could remove that holiday time for the course of this next year and let us evaluate what the specific impact is on the holiday time at budget time next year, after we've addressed some of the wage disparities through the budget process this year. And I just want you to know, some of the other steps that we're taking, we've adjusted our investigation schedule. A lot of them work 4/10s, but we're working actually 6 days a week up there. We have some of the investigators are working Wednesday through Saturday because we get a lot of belated critical calls into investigations on Saturday. So two of our staff members each week work Wednesday through Saturday. If they pick up overtime during the week, if they work extra time, they don't always come in and work their Saturday. If they have their hours in, that's not forcing it to overtime, but that's offset a fair amount of overtime. So we're taking other steps to try to offset that in areas we can. And I would just ask, as a management tool and a leadership tool, that we allow us to keep that holiday time in consideration for overtime.
Commissioner Drew.
So I agree with that. I don't consider holiday as overtime pay. Holiday is time and a half for pay worked on the holiday. And so I don't think that should be considered as part of this policy. If they're working on the holiday, they should get time and a half, no matter how many hours during the week they work.
And if I could, for clarification, I think our policy still allows, if they work on the holiday, that they're going to get paid for time and a half. What this policy change would do is, if a staff member was able to take the holiday off and put the holiday on their timesheet, say the holiday happened on a Tuesday, but they get called in on Thursday after hours for additional work, that's going to be, if they took 8 hours of holiday or 10 hours of holiday, depending on the work schedule, the first 8 to 10 hours of additional time that they work that week will be at flat rate and not at time and a half pay.
Okay.
So it just becomes harder to convince the staff on some of these critical cases to be able to come in and work after hours when they know that they're going to get flat pay versus time and a half.
Mr. Chair.
Clarify that, and then Commissioner Durr, go ahead.
So explain, Brian encapsulated it, but if an employee works a holiday, explain how they get paid.
If an employee works the holiday, as was stated here, that they get time and a half for working on that holiday. So their hourly rate on that day is at time and a half.
Good. And I believe per policy, there is an opportunity that they could be paid double time and a half if the department head so allowed.
Correct.
Okay. So that's in our current policy that it could operate that way, so you have that option. And what I'm looking at is when you look at some of these expenditures and you're looking at, I think that we should pay time and a half on this, we shouldn't pay time and a half on that. And what I'm looking at, and I appreciate it, but I mean, this question I brought up in Comp Committee, it was actually mentioned in our first meeting in January. And then some of the discussions in Comp Committee about paying this additional leave time of non-worked hours. And in one department, the department head said it's really not much. It's just, $60,000 one year, $49,000 the next year, whatever that was, $100,000 in 2 years. And so as I went through the budget of our '24 budget and talking about the pay, and I agree with Sheriff Miller about, pay equity. And the commission, in '24 for the '25 budget put, what's the number in pay increases, Carol? 3 what? 3 million?
Yes.
3.5
million.
Okay. So put that into the '25 budget. And so I looked at, the line item in the budgets for the closeout of 2024, and the county exceeded their overtime budget by 105%. So we budgeted 1.212985, so just short of 1.3 million, and we came in at 2,485,462. So that is a deficit not budgeted of 1,272,477. And I'm not going to call out some of the departments, I'm just going to go down the line. One department, I will say, budgeted 0 for overtime and spent over 30,000. We had another department come in at 526% above budget. Another department, 704% above budget. And so you go on some of those and you look at that, and what I'm looking at, and I agree with Sheriff Miller, what I'm looking at is trying to capture some of these dollars to how we're paying out over and above what federal law would mandate. And not that we would just say we're going to wash those dollars away, that we would look at that opportunity to say that we have now, instead of, in some instances, giving this opportunity to some employees that have this overtime opportunity when the other ones don't, that you capture those dollars spent on personnel and you look at how to better equalize that across the county and to the employees. And so if we can do a cost savings, let's just say if we did a cost savings and we just stayed within budget and we saved 1.3, how do we take those dollars and then reallocate those into our personnel across the board? And I would rather see, looking at capturing some of those dollars, getting up to a little bit of parity in the law enforcement versus allowing, which has happened by our current process, not solely just the holiday hours, but we need to look at, why some of the employees, and I think you addressed it a little bit, are working so many overtime hours excluding the holiday. We have employees, in the jail in 1 year that earn $60,000 in overtime, and that is one FT in the county. And so what I'm looking at on some of these policy changes and budget decisions that we're looking at moving forward is we can look at how we can, not have some of the employees work as much, and what is it going to take to get to that point where mandated overtime is no longer mandated, but an opportunity, and then looking at what we can do to encourage that staffing level to get to that point. And so the motion that is on the floor right now is one that I would like to stick to. And so I'm going to move to approve the revision of policy 3.13, overtime and compensatory time to align with the Fair Labors and Standards Act, minimum requirement effective May 25th of 2025.
Second for discussion.
So we have a motion and a second for discussion, so I'll go to.
So Brian, can you just summarize how that will impact your department going forward if we approve this today?
Well, I mean, all three of these occur on a weekly basis, so there'll be definitely some cost savings. I think a majority of the cost savings are going to come from the sick and vacation time specifically. I do think that it's going to cause us some issues on trying to get people to come into work during the holiday weeks. And the other example that I forgot to list is on transportation. We're having a lot of people that are having significant stays in the hospital right now that we're guarding through corrections. So right now, our transportation division picks up a lot of those overnight transports on overtime. So during a holiday week, a week that the court's closed on a Monday, and we get somebody that's got to spend 3 days later that week, we got to I'm not having to force anybody to come in and work that right now. They put a list out, people volunteer to come in and do that. I think that it'll be more of a forcing people to come into work on the holiday week specifically. That's going to be an issue. And I do think the people that work and do the work we have a real, their motivation, they're service driven. They love the work that they do. So people aren't going to not come to work because we make these changes. But I do think when you're trying to explain to your family why you're not going to be there for an overnight and that you're going to get paid flat time versus overtime, I think that's going to be a real issue for us. I think, just trying to retain the employees we have right now is important.
So, when I asked Jordan to identify the two departments that he really felt that we needed to work on, now, Jordan, can you expand a little bit on the sheriff's department?
Absolutely. Like the conversation we had about the treasurer's office, it does seem to revolve a lot around staffing. Staffing seems to be a key issue that we're seeing with all these different departments throughout the county, but specifically felt in the sheriff's office's division of specifically the jail. And what we're finding is there's a potential with overtime levels, mandatory overtime levels, there's a potential for a cycle, a self-serving cycle, where an employee has to work mandatory overtime. That increases their likelihood of burnout, not a guarantee, but the likelihood of burnout and turnover, which then cycles back into the fact that we don't have enough staff coverage for the shifts that currently exist. And there are a couple of ways to tackle it, but it's a tricky situation to solve.
So, in the spirit of public safety, I'm going to offer a substitute motion that we continue this so that Brian and the commission can dial this in, so there might be some kind of a compromise, because obviously there's a concern there with the sheriff's department and staffing.
Okay. So you're going to offer a substitute motion and then like to the next meeting, or what would you want to do?
Do you think we could do it?
I don't know if moving it down the road is going to help with that.
Okay.
I guess if it passed today, I would just ask that you consider to remove holiday and let us analyze that. And if not, I would do the motion to consider the whole thing today.
But if we exclude holiday, would that be countywide or just for the sheriff's department?
That would be countywide.
Okay. Well, then that would be my substitute motion.
Is to what?
To exclude holiday, so it would read effective May 25th, 2025 pay period, to exclude holiday pay
County.
to the county.
So a motion?
I'll second that.
We got a motion and a second, a substitute motion to include holiday pay and from Ross Connect and a second from Drews.
Well, my motion would be to go ahead with this motion, but I would exclude
the holiday or
pay, so
actually-
that wouldn't be
Or
impacted.
take the word holiday out.
Right.
Basically, okay.
Chair.
I think they understand. Okay, so we've got a motion on the floor. Let's discuss that motion.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
So the issue with me is I'd like to see with the holiday pay in like it is and see what the impact is. Because we saw what the impact is with the other direction. I'll just say since I've been here, we have changed a lot of policies that do not fit federal and state law, and it fits Pennington County, and it has affected those budgets a lot. So for me, let's try it the other way first. And if it does affect my law enforcement people, Brian, I'd like to see that evidence-based. And then I'd be willing to change my mind. But from what I've seen, I've never heard that we were over budgeted on overtime since I've been here. No one's ever told us they over budgeted, meaning when you come up and you do your budgets, it's not just Brian, it has to do with a lot of the departments. It should have been told to us. And I don't know who's supposed to tell us these overages, but we did a wage scale that was $3.6 million. We had 3 years of exceptions of $11,647,000. I never heard once about the overtime on budgeting. for over $1 million almost every year from any departments.
And
So you can't blame Brian, it's our policy.
could I
He used the
clarify
policy
something?
Hold on, Brian, he used the policy in order to cover some of the areas he was short. But we have an auditor, we had a director or office person, anybody could have came up. In the discrepancies of these budgets, I've been saying for years, something's not quite right. How are you absorbing these amounts? That's what the discrepancy for me was. How did you absorb $12 million in 3 years, plus you had overtimes in people's budgets, and we absorbed it all? And then we made a budget last year on a wage scale of adding 3.6 million onto that. And not once did anybody talk about overtime. Not once. Where else are we missing? Let's move forward. Let's try this, Brian. And if there is an issue and it becomes something where it is affecting you, show it evidence-based and come back to us and say, Deb, board, this is how it's affecting us. Let us go back to this. Let us do the right thing. We've got the evidence base for you, why we did and how we did our stuff. Be transparent on it enough to figure out that anything that affects your budget, take my word for it, Brian. When you need your people, and you know with law enforcement with me, you need your people and you need them taken care of, and we need to do the right thing, I'm willing to do that. But I'd like to see evidence based on it and then come back to us and say, this is how it's affecting us, Deb.
All right, so, thank you.
I think Cindy might.
Okay, so, go ahead.
Just for clarification, and I think it comes back, and this will be a great discussion for budget hearing. I think it comes back to, I really wasn't wanting to get down all these bunny holes, so I apologize for that. But I just think for clarification purposes, when we talk about being over budgeted for overtime, in each one of our budgets, although our overtime's been pretty consistently high, and we don't budget for that, but I think it comes down to the philosophy that the commission gives for how we're gonna handle FTEs in the budget, because we use salary salvage to handle that, so it's built into the budgets. So when you look at how each one of the last several years has closed out for our budgets, we've not been over budget with the salary line item, even with the overtime. So we're keeping under it, but we're budgeting for 100% staffing. So if we want to change our philosophy to increase the budget line to where we think it's actually going to be and decrease the salary line based on how many openings that we anticipate having each year, that's just a philosophy change. It shouldn't be frustration between any of us because that's just been the philosophy that we've been given from the commission since I've been here. But if we want to look at changing that, we can change that. It's not going to change the bottom line of the budgets very much because you could look from year to year to year to see in each one of our budgets, you know, how we're doing salary-wise overall. But it's the philosophy as to how we're putting the overtime in the budgets in the line items. But those are easy adjustments to be made, and this policy will have a positive impact on that today. But I just appreciate the chance to come up and talk to you today. And
Brian, I appreciate that too, and I'm going to chime in on this. I've never seen a budget presented that way, and I've been in this business a long time. It's typically when you budget for an overtime item or a salary item, two different things. So if it's a matter of philosophy, I think you're right. We should have that, and we will have that discussion. I've never seen it presented that way. If we know we're going to consistently be over, it's transparent to say, here's my salaries, here's the amount of people I need, because if we're budgeting for 200 people, and we're only hiring 150, and then we're using the salary to subsidize the overtime budget, I said, that's hard to make good decisions with. So I understand where you're coming from. If that was a previous philosophy, I don't know, to be honest, I don't know. But going forward, I've never seen anything like that, honestly, budgeted that way. And then the deal on the holiday pay, I don't quite understand it. So if they work on a holiday, they get paid time and a half, right? Now, if they work 40 hours past that time, they're going to still get time and a half for their holiday, but I think there was a propensity for double time. How does that fit in? And I guess Carol, you would be the.
So double time comes into play that they get paid for the holiday, plus they get paid for the hours that they work.
Okay, so how would that work then? So if they worked on the holiday, they would get
They get 8 hours of worked.
work.
And the current policy is that they get 8 hours for the holiday pay. And then if they work 32 additional hours that week, they're going to get overtime for 48 hours
They work additional hours.
because they get paid 8 hours of holiday pay.
Okay, and so if then they work 32. That
So if
still
they've
doesn't
worked-
make sense.
If they work the holiday, they get paid for the holiday,
Half on the holiday.
and then they work another 32 hours, so they've worked 40 hours.
Yep.
But they're also getting holiday pay, so they get overtime on 48 hours.
Does that make sense to everybody then, how that would work?
Yeah, so basically, it's all leave time currently. So if somebody is sick on Monday and they put in 8 hours of holiday, and if their work week is Monday through Friday, then on Tuesday, between Tuesday and Friday, they work 40 hours, that leave that is accrued at an hourly rate is being paid out at time and a half.
Okay, all right. Okay, there is, I think, Davis is here. Do you want to speak on this item, Davis? And then I believe auditor's office came in.
Came in first.
Huh?
Came in first.
Davis was here.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see.
Yeah, hi, Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds. So, you know, I agree with the sheriff as far as excluding holiday from this policy, just to see where we land, maybe by next budget cycle. You know, the thing is Buildings and Grounds is, we are on call 24/7, 365. It doesn't matter if it's snowing, raining, if it's sunny, if it's nice, on a holiday, Christmas, Thanksgiving, anything. And that will always be the standard. And you know, a large portion of our on-call workload is driven by the jail and the jail annex, on the weekends. We now have a possibility of a new jail tower, potentially, in a few years, if that project goes through. So I believe long-term, I don't know what the answer is today, but I believe maybe some broader policy revision may be necessary to look at in the future, so we're not excluding all of the all of the overtime accumulation and how we look at it. But I just want to make sure that the expectations of my staff and that on-call, you know, policy that we have in place, and that incentive to get them in to come fix something on the weekend or on Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever holiday, that incentive remains for them to get paid fairly for that. And I'm just not sure that regular time is the answer. If we want to continue to get people to respond to those on-call events, I think, again, maybe a different revision at this policy in the future we need to look at. I don't know the overall impact of my overtime right now. I have not looked at that prior to coming up here, so I don't have any of that data for you. But I just think long-term, I think we'll have to come back to the table and look at this again, so.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
Well, we have a question from Mr. Rosknecht, or a comment.
Well, my comment is we can pay overtime, or we can just hire more staff. The bottom line is that you need somebody when something with the facility goes down, you need that person. Whether that person's making time or a half, or whether you just have to hire an extra person. The same thing with the sheriff's department. So it's not like we can pick and choose. These are situations where you need the manpower, and if you don't treat them fairly, you're just not going to have that manpower. And I think we need to sit there and people work overtime that they need to be paid overtime.
And
Chair?
Carol, you had a comment to
Yes,
make.
I just want to make one clarification that Davis referenced the on-call.
Right.
They do receive on-call compensation, so it is over and above the regular rate.
So the
Yeah,
on-call
we do
would be
currently
something.
have that policy in place. I don't know that now's the right time to talk about that without it in front of you. But we do have an on-call policy in place for Buildings and Grounds, which again is an incentive to get them to come in and respond to those situations. I think another thing too, you know, operations are completely different than the sheriff's office. We're responding to a call after hours, where they're just, they have to man a facility or two facilities that are open 24/7. So it's a little bit different, but again, I used to be on call at prior positions, and when you get off work, you're not necessarily off of work. You have your phone on high all the time. We get calls in the middle of the night. We get calls early in the morning, things like that. So if you're on call over the weekend, you're not really able to travel anywhere into the hills because you gotta respond within 30 minutes, and that's part of our on-call policy. Because again, the jail being the facility that it is, when you get a service request or a call to come respond to something in the jail, it's usually pretty critical, and that's just where we're at right now. So our operations are completely different than the sheriff's office, but yeah.
Thank you,
how I view
Mr.
it.
Davis.
Yep.
Cindy, you're up next.
Thank you. Kind of ran down. I'm glad you gave me a minute to sit. I heard my name. The sheriff did a great job of explaining the situation with the actual salaries and the overtime. We don't have to keep those separate on our balance sheet. That can all be charged to the salary line item. We decided to do that, I believe, when we went to our current software, because we had the ability to separate those out, but we don't have to do that. On our stuff, we just report it as one line. And so everything is budgeted maybe in the regular salary line, but maybe I didn't put anything this year, but I had some staff work some overtime, but I also had somebody that left, so there was a little salvage, as Brian put it. So he did a great job of explaining that.
So my bottom line isn't the manpower. If you need the manpower, you have to do what you have to do. It's knowing in the budget, because that's what we have to figure out, is on that budget, if we're having some issues with overtime or we're spending some money on overtime, what do we need to do different? But if we don't even know the issue, that there was an issue, that's a lot of money to come up later and go, okay, we have to change policy, this isn't working. We spent over $1 million and it wasn't just 1 year. So something needs to change on the policy so this board has an understanding. And it was all about the wages. It was all about that's what I kept hearing. We needed to pay people what they had to pay in order for them to come to work. Well, it couldn't have been just that. If you have that kind of overtime, it can't just be wages. So my bottom line was, it wasn't just wages. It had to do with a lot more. And I'll just say bottom line. I think our wage policy was passed too quick. I think some of the policies and the procedures on all of those wage studies and stuff should have been put off until we figured out these numbers and these things that we have missed the boat, I believe, in order to make that budget so it's efficient and effective. Do I think everything in the wage study was bad? No. I just think the way it was presented and what's coming out from some of that wage study that I kept saying needed to be continued, we weren't ready, this is one of the policies that I believed should have been more transparent. We've done a lot of state and federal changes. I'll keep saying, Cindy, that's why compensation I didn't think worked. We did it for the employees and I understood that. But we did a lot of the federal and state regulations and stuff. We were very lenient and it became effective on our budgets from some of that. Some of what we had to do during COVID I got, but then we never stopped. We just kept going and empowering people to do more and more of that kind of stuff. And we are where we are today on this budget because of some of this overtime and the stuff that we are getting numbers and data on, and I appreciate that.
Commissioner Hadcock, I just wanted to come down and set the record straight that we don't have to keep overtime and salaries separate, and so they're combined together. So we've had salaries that have not been spent, whether it's on salaries, regular hours, or overtime.
Well,
so when you brought that up, I wanted to set that record straight, that no, we do not look at the overtime and being overspent, because we look at salary line item total.
Okay.
And if I could make one more comment.
Yes, ma'am.
However, so slightly, this overtime policy of not including holidays could affect my office during an election season. Because if we take Monday off and then we come in and we have thousands of absentees to process, we're probably going to end up working extra throughout the day or maybe even on a Friday. And I do believe that my staff should be compensated for working the overtime. and use that 8 hours. But it's very minuscule, so I wasn't going to bring it up, but since I'm here, I am.
I think for me, it's not minuscule from what the numbers I've seen. The salaries and, at this time and the overtime need to be separated in the future, because we didn't ask you to do it, so it's not your fault. And what that cost is, and, again, how, for me, it was bottom line, how did everybody absorb all these millions on salaries and exceptions? So, thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah. So Cindy, kudos to you. You left 80% of your overtime budget unspent. So good job. So anyway, but no, I mean, you had minimal overtime in your office. And there's a lot of departments that are managing with zero or very minimal overtime. And so I guess as I look at it, you know, past life, I've made these policy changes before, and you might not think it adds up, but it turns into millions in savings. So I look at it and I get the whole concept and, you know, the thought process and why departments would not want to see a change. I look at it, the ones that are funding this are the taxpayers. And so I look at the taxpayer that is working the holidays, that is doing that, many of them making much less than our employees here in the county. And, you know, they're contributing, you know, to our community. And, you know, it's just not only on the overtime, it's when we get down to the budget, which is part of this discussion that we'll have later, that we need to look at, even, and I agree with Cindy, that even if you don't have an overtime line item and you just include it in the salary roll-up, that you're still tracking the overtime. And I would like to see, you know, monthly reports on, you know, how budgets are performing. You know, when I hear in, you know, before I got on the board, a department head stating, I have a $350,000 project or program or something that I want to expend. It wasn't budgeted for, but I'm okay, I don't need a budget supplement. And then in some of those situations, when I hear that, then I want to go, where in your line items do you have $350,000 to absorb an expenditure that wasn't budgeted? And so even if, you know, however we decide to do the budgeting process, that all of these line items and stuff need to be tracked. And I would rather have, you know, because again, let's just say if somebody's over budgeted in their salary line item by $500,000 or $1 million to make up some of these shortages, then we need to be looking at those line items, which Sheriff Mueller explained, looking at what is your history. So let's just say if you have 100 employees that you have in this line item, you have it budgeted. But over the last 5 years, which our HR director has brought up as well, and I know at a comp committee meeting, but on a 5-year average, you're only filling at a 90% fill rate. Okay. My preference would be, as we discuss the budget process, that we budget over whatever your fill rate has been over the last 5 years, we budget to that level. And then if it comes down to, wow, something has changed and I can actually fill that delta of my FTEs, that then we have a conversation about, okay, that's a legitimate budget supplement. But I think we need to tighten up some of our line item expenditures, and we need to look at this because currently, you know, for 2025, we are $10 million away from a balanced budget. And looking at projected increases going into 26 budget process, you know, we are looking at a lot of things the county has to take on to include, you know, which I support, the jail project that the sheriff has coming forward. And then we have to look at the scope of that project and what we have to do. Some of these may not seem like incremental savings, and I hear a department head at one point in time when this was brought up a few months ago say, you know, $100,000, that's in my budget, that is nothing. Well, say that to the taxpayer. And so that's why I'm bringing this forward. So,
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek.
And I approve this motion, Jerry. I do. I know you put a lot of work into it, and it's all about the taxpayer. I totally understand that. But the sheriff has got to perform a service, and whether they can't pick and choose what services they're going to pick because they don't feel they're going to get overtime. So that's why I made the substitute motion that we exclude holidays. If we have to look at this a year from now, let's look at it. I think it's the way it's being recorded. That's the issue, and we can always modify that.
Ready for a vote?
Yeah, Commissioner Durr, you can.
Call the question. I'll call the
Oh,
question.
No, we got a motion on the floor. We got a
Yeah, but-
substitute motion on the floor from Roskin, and then.
Correct.
It's to,
So vote.
to take off, to approve the original motion except for holiday. Okay, so we'll do a roll call vote, so, because I have a feeling this is gonna be split, so.
Okay,
No
Dirk,
other comments?
No.
Drews,
Aye.
Hadcock,
No.
Ross Connect,
Aye.
and Wyffenbach.
No. So the motion fails, we go to the original motion, which is to include the word holiday. So, any more, we'll
Roll
just.
call.
Yep, roll call vote.
Dur,
Aye.
Drews,
No.
Hadcock,
Aye.
Ross Connect,
No.
Wyffenbach.
Aye. So motion carries. We'll move on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
We're on to item number 14, 15, item 15.
Mr. Guffey.
Items from Natural Resources, Black Hills National Forest, invasive weed funding resolution. And I just wanted to thank everybody for being patient today, so we got a lot on the agenda, so go ahead.
Scott, what took you so long to get here?
I know. Good afternoon. I always dread when I open these meetings afternoon because I know it's been a long day for you guys. And I picked the wrong agenda to put my item on, but
We did just fine, Governor.
Scott Guffey, Pennington County Natural Resources Director. Before you have a resolution requesting you to adopt, we're asking the Black Hills area counties to adopt this resolution in reference to the lack of funding or the funding taken away from the Black Hills National Forest and their attempts to manage and control noxious weeds, invasive weeds in the Black Hills. Quite concerning. If we consider invasive weeds like a slow biological fire, unlike a wildfire where it does some good after it goes through the landscape, once invasive weeds get established on the landscape, they're tough to get rid of, quite costly, and do quite damage to both our agricultural lands and our natural resources. So this resolution is just requesting that the KV funding, Knudsen-Vandenberg funding, which is generated on timber sales done in the Black Hills, that was taken from the Black Hills by the previous administration, that gets restored along with additional invasive weed funding. And that does directly impact our county. We have a number of agreements with the Black Hills National Forest controlling invasive weeds on the hills, in the hills. And it's gonna cost us, this year it's gonna cost us $80,000. Annually, we do about $80,000 in agency work with the Black Hills National Forest. So packs my budget, hiring less seasonals as a result. So it does have a direct impact to us as well.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
For me, this is a no-brainer. Move to adopt the resolution requesting Black Hills National Forest Service restore funding for invasive weed management on the Black Hills National Forest.
Second.
Have a motion from Hadcock, second by Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none. Motion carries. Thank you again. And then just keep us abreast on the funding issues, you know. If we do have a grant writer, so we can help, you obviously know, would step in and maybe we need to put a little emphasis there for you, so.
Appreciate it.
But I
Definitely
really
for all you
appreciate
do.
the hard work that you're doing to keep this thing rolling, because it's a big part of, you know, the community, so thank you.
Thank you.
Governor.
Items from planning and zoning, the building code discussion. This is an opportunity to eliminate all building codes. We appreciate that.
You. Jason Thennison, Assistant Planning Director. So I was asked to put together a memo outlining our current building codes. Submitted that to you as part of the packet. Broke down kind of the timeline of when the code was first drafted and when it was adopted, and kind of some of the highlights of what it includes. Just to open it up for discussion. Does anyone have any questions of me at this point?
Does anybody have any questions, or Commissioner Hadcock?
Tell us the bottom line on the, why you're doing this and why you think this needs to happen, Jason.
Yep, so back in 2020, we received some complaints from concerned citizens saying that they had some more or less fly-by-nighter type contractors coming through doing inadequate work, where they would start a project and just leave town. So that got the discussion happening in the office of we need to provide some sort of contractor licensing to prove that these contractors can actually build to a standard. So that was the discussion that started, and then we went into the building codes, what would be required, what it would look like. So we went down that road, required the contractor education. We have a test that's provided through ICC. Originally, we thought that we could have some reciprocity with the city of Rapid City. City did not like that, so we amended our building codes in 2022 to remove that, to allow contractors to take the ICC test instead. We still honor the test results of Rapid City, but we can't use their license reciprocally in the county. So basically, every contractor who's going to build a house or a commercial structure needs to be licensed through the county at this point, and that provides a safeguard mechanism for the citizens.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ross, can I?
Jason, how many single-family homes do you think are currently under construction that your building inspector would have to look at in the next 12 months?
Yes, David.
I believe last year I just did the numbers on these. I think it was 460 single-family homes for 2024.
Because if I recall, Shannon, our Director of Equalization, indicated that there's 2,000, so we got a discrepancy of 1,500 somewhere.
So to clarify that, that does not include the city permits that Shannon would be talking about.
So then would it be 2,000?
It could very well be. I don't keep track of the city's
Is there
numbers.
any way we can get those numbers? I'd like those numbers.
Sure.
Okay.
Are there any other questions?
Chair, just to hear from David, he's the inspector, and what he's thinking, because we want to move the planning department to research increasing the numbers of type of building inspections. He's going to be doing them, right?
Yeah.
So what are you
That's
thinking
part
on
of
this process?
That's part of this ordinance, is increasing the inspections.
David?
Dave Grin, I'm the building official for the county. So Jason's spot on with 460 homes just for this calendar year of 2024. So
That's how many you do, and that's how many homes are built in the county,
That was just last year.
building permits.
Yes, sir. No, that's not permits. That's just single-family residences.
Okay.
So we took in
That are
almost
built.
700 last year building permits,
So you had 464 buildings built, single-family houses? or-
roughly. But keep in mind that a building permit's good for 2 years, and they can extend for another year. So if you're looking at that number of 2,000, DOE is going to handle Rapid City, of course, as well. So that number could very well be very close to 2,000 homes a year because of the time lapse of the building requirements, right? And deal with the contractors.
Okay.
Right now, with our inspections, we have 2 inspections. One is just the initial site setup based on what's zoned, make sure they're meeting their setbacks. That's easy. And then I don't see that build again until she's done, i.e. if it is a single-family residence in this example, once the state electrical and state plumbing are complete and the septic's been finalized through our septic inspector in-house, then I go do the final. So for me, it's really two inspections. And I'm on the road already half a day, 3/4 of a day, every day this week. So with that being said, if we wanted to increase the inspections to include foundations and framing and roofing and all that, that's going to compound the system a little bit. I'd be an employee without an office.
So is that what we're talking about today on?
I'm not aware of what
Let's don't go
if
down
this-
that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'm not,
I guess
But-
that's what I'm trying to ask. David, what is this about? Because it's about the building inspections for single-family dwellings, isn't it?
No, it's a building code. They're adding a,
Okay, sorry, David.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brittany Molitor. This was brought to us because we do have a citizen. He is in the audience, and he has some concerns with the quality of some of the construction and some of the inspections. So this is kind of a segue into the building inspections and what we do.
is it, okay,
And-
there's the fellow that's here. Did he
correct.
fill out a speaker request form or whatever?
So-
Does he want to speak on this item?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah, Commissioner, or Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, this was brought through me and actually Brittany working with this individual, but really was brought forward because I had a conversation from one of my constituents about issues in a building project on his home that had a bigger issue. My conversation then went to Brittany and said, do we have this issue throughout the county, and what is our inspection process? And so she said the timing was right, because she was actually just thinking about addressing their current practice and what they do with building inspections. And then I believe the question was, if we have a contractor that is not performing and not, come in, let's do a subdivision, and then let's just get in, do the work, back out, who's typically the one that is left with these issues? It's us. And so Brittany's conversation then, what is their ability in our conversation to, if we have a problem with a contractor and it becomes habitual, or whatever that situation is, what is the planning office, what can they do to revoke that license? And so I think that was part of the conversation as well.
Correct. And right now, in the way our ordinance is written, it says that I can revoke the license. And in speaking with the state's attorney and just in other processes throughout the county, like with a conditional use permit or any other things, it should be brought in front of this board. It should be a hearing that's in front of the board to revoke a license instead of just being on our office's
I can
terms.
tell you that I've been down this road before. Are we talking about inspections right now, or are we just talking about?
Well, it's a little bit of, it's kind of both. So in our 735 ordinance, it's the inspections and what they inspect.
Okay.
And the contractor's responsible for the construction. So it's kind
They're
of a.
responsible to pass
Right,
those
so if
inspections,
they're
correct?
not doing, if they're doing subpar work, based on our inspections or based on building code requirements, when does that trigger a time for this contractor's license to be revoked or
So
suspended?
what would happen in the inspection process, say you went to a foundation, you're gonna get several different you're gonna get contractors, subcontractors, and then you're gonna inspect the foundation, footing, framing, and, final, right? That's basically the way it goes. So the footings you're gonna inspect, is that what we're going down today? We're like doing footings, framing, and, or, I'm confused.
So if we were to do additional inspections, I would suggest that it would be done like by a third-party person or require a third party to do the inspections. A lot of our contractors, several of the home builders already do that. In a new home construction, there isn't a requirement for an inspection like there is with an existing home. And I think that's where we're running into problems, and that's where, like, I'm just trying to like circle this all together and tie it together. And when you hear from Mr. Geppert, you'll see he had a new home construction that wasn't built to standard. So it's kind of tying the loop, and if it is a contractor that continually has these issues, what do we do? So does that make sense?
Yeah, I get
Or
it,
did I
but I'm
tie
telling you, in theory, it makes sense. In reality, never happens, but that's because of the enforcement mechanism that's not used. So if we're going down the road of footings, framing, and final inspections, I'm good with that. Okay, because I do think that there's a level of, if I'm a home buyer, there's some level of, well, the county gave this guy a building permit, so where's the level of responsibility they have to make sure this thing is done right? In reality, right now, there is none. They check the foundation to see where it's at, see if it's positioned on the right part of the lot, and then they go back and go, okay, it looks good, and you had a inspection from the plumber, which is a state licensed plumber, which I'm good with, and then you had an inspection from the state electrician, right?
Correct.
And I'm good with that, okay.
Mr. Chair.
So we're looking at, go ahead, and I'll let you chime in.
So could we, in our building ordinance, or that ordinance, require that the contractor do a third-party inspection, and that takes the burden off the county? Just an idea. That could just be one of our conditions.
That's not a bad idea.
So Chair.
We wouldn't have
As
to
brought up by Brittany.
be spending our time.
What you?
I just said as brought up by Brittany, yeah.
But the question I had relative to the new homes under construction, that would only be in Pennington County. And the reason I ask is because I would like, if we're gonna assess those homes, the homes under construction, I want them inspected by November the 1st. That's my.
Yep. That's another, we have that, that'll be on our, yep. That'll be on our agenda, Ron. We definitely are going to look at that.
Okay.
So, but with this, and because we got one inspector, he could do the same thing simply by saying, okay, I'm here, checking out, you have it plotted out correctly, dig your hole. Then he comes back and he goes, okay, now I need your third-party inspections. Is this the road we're heading down then? Okay.
That wouldn't be our preference in our office. David is already,
Been a long day, I apologize.
no, that's okay.
I think
But-
somebody could have knocked me in the head earlier and got it through me, but that makes sense,
Sure.
so.
But I would like you to hear from Mr. Geppert, because I think it's important to understand
Yeah,
how
yeah,
we
yeah,
got here.
that's fine. We always want to hear from our constituents. I wasn't gonna shut him out, but, so here he
Just
comes, so.
Real quick, before he comes up.
Jason, you got something to say?
Just some additional guidance that Brittany originally asked for, as far as the revocation hearings. Can we also change that in the ordinance to have that come in front of the Board of Commissioners as well?
Right, so we're not discussing that part today particularly. We just added on to our discussion, right?
Well, this was all the 735 ordinance discussion, so it's kind of all inclusive.
Is everybody clear on that?
Getting direction as to what
Besides
we would
me?
like to see.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Gary, don't give me that look. You got it? Are you
No,
okay?
I've got several questions relative to, you know, how do we, who's the third-party inspector? I mean, do they have to be licensed? Do they, I mean,
Okay, sure, okay.
All right.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going then. We'll
Mr. Geppert.
we'll start with, again, if you can give us your name and your, where you're from.
Yep, I'm Chase Geppert. I am currently a resident of Sunset Ranch out between New Underwood and Box Elder, so Pennington County. We built our house. It started in 2020. It finished in 2021. At that time, when we were going through the building process, we were ensured that there was some sort of level of inspections on that. Later to find out that it was exactly like you're saying, it's just the plumbing, the electrical, and the septic, and then also making sure it's plotted where, it needs to be plotted and it's off the setbacks and such. So we were a little, we didn't really understand that process as well as we had hoped we would. I had sent some files out to kind of show some pictures. Oh, perfect. So I appreciate you guys getting these files together for us. Here's a number of files. The majority of these files are from our home and our home only. There are some files of homes that are in actually Meade County of the builder that built our house, which was Caskey Construction. They, to my knowledge, they haven't built in our neighborhood again since shortly after our house was completed. But this is a picture of our home prior to being completed. Tyvek wrap is not completed at the peaks. It also doesn't overlap. You can actually see OSB here yet. So that doesn't meet the manufacturer's installation guide, which is against code. There is, I think I can actually just.
So those pictures were taken before they sided the house?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So did they finish it or did they side it like that?
They sided it like that.
How do you know that?
Well, we had been on site several times through the process. I didn't have time to attach the couple hundred photos that we have of our home. And I guess we would have to remove siding to do that more, but I can tell you that right
The reason I'm
here.
saying that is if even if we had third-party inspections, they wouldn't catch that.
Right, and I agree. And I think there needs to be more inspections through the process before things are covered up, in my opinion. I think that, there's the construction phase where you're gonna frame out the house, and then before you essentially cover up the exterior of the home, I think there should be an inspection to protect ourselves. At the same time, I wanna be pretty clear that a builder in our area should be expected to follow the IRC codes, the 2018 codes that were in place when I was going through this process. We shouldn't have to sit there and babysit a construction worker to follow the code book. That's what they have the building license for, in my opinion.
Did you have a realtor involved?
We did, and we had, Mike Freibarger was our realtor at the time, and he represented us and the builder at the same time, which unfortunately I will never do again. It's not a very good process for us. Another thing I would like to note is our HVAC unit is sitting here on a side hill. The dirt was at the level of this concrete here. The concrete, you can see it's covering my siding at our home. So there's already, that siding was just sitting there with the dirt on it. We requested that they would do some sort of a retaining wall. They disagreed with us on that. This kind of goes downhill towards our walkout basement, which we'll see in some later pictures. But specifically right here, they didn't actually insulate this with the spray foam like they did the rest of our rim joists along the outside of our house. They had sheetrock before they had finished the insulation, and so we have our bathroom right here. In that bathroom, the pipes freeze every winter. We have to put an electric heater. Mind you, this is a house built and finished in 2021, and we have freezing pipes in our home. Once again, dirt over our siding, and the concrete pad, it's right up over that, or it was. This was the dog door that was installed by our realtor, not by the construction team himself. So at some point in time, our realtor was a part of the building process. He also, if I'm not mistaken, he actually installed our bathroom tub and installed our water lines to our fridges and installed our water line to our drain pipe to our dishwasher. You can see here the deck, and I apologize, I forget the phrasing for the naming for this board here, but this board here is the only board. All of our joists run this way from the house, and they are held there with the ties for the floor, but they don't, these boards here are only screwed to the post. They don't actually rest on the post, and there's no board behind it that rests on the post, which is also against code. They mounted our deck directly to the siding, so there's no flashing, which is also a code violation. There's no flashing around any of our windows. The soffits, I apologize, I'm gonna backtrack. Our soffit for our bathroom vents out right here, which is also a code violation.
It vents out in the fascia?
In the soffit. Yep. Both of my upstairs ones. The downstairs one comes out the side of the house, which I think is okay, if I remember correctly. And actually, I forgot to mention, shingles blowing up, and actually just recently, and I think it was a couple weeks ago, we caught some more wind. Our house has been re-shingled specifically in that spot over 6 times by Diamond Roofing. Their actual last time being out there, they were out there telling me that nail heads showing was okay, and they said that that was normal in my shingles. To which I replied, here's the manufacturer's installation guide. It says, nope, you have a 1.5 inch spot or a 1 1/4 inch spot to nail it. Your top shingle covers that. Pretty self-explanatory. But I have shingles that are up here, again, that are out, and I'm somehow responsible for continuing to repair something that still should technically be under warranty because it's been repaired almost every year since we moved in. I have shingles still missing from my garage that have been missing for a while because I'm responsible for doing that, along with being in a lawsuit against my builder to get them to build to code. We have windows. This is more of a contractual thing, but the windows that they installed aren't even rated for this area. I mean, they're DP 35, which is a rating that they used in the window manufacturing world, or PG, depending on which one they use. Our windows freeze up with or without the curtains drawn or the blinds down. This is our bathroom. You can see that. This is actually down to the wood because I've had to clean mold out of this to keep it cleaned from moisture. This is our deck, and you can see that the concrete down here, they poured their pylons down there and then poured the concrete on top of that, and now my concrete pad wants to do whatever it wants to do with the clay soil that is prevalent in the area. I don't believe that they did enough backfill below there, but now this is all raising up here, which is all structural to my house now and attached to there. You can see the water that comes through. Much like a lot of you, like thunderstorms, lightning storms, rainstorms, it's just a precious thing that we all have. Unfortunately, I've had to back away from that feeling. This is what we deal with when it rains. It comes through the window and it bubbles up the whole time. In our attic, from what I've heard from other conversations, this is likely an issue where there's warm, moist air traveling into my attic from my house, and it's freezing onto the nails, and that's gonna become moisture when it melts, and it's gonna drip onto my house. I don't know where it's coming from. I'd have to take out all the insulation below to do that,
to figure out where this warm, moist air is getting through. We've had snow come in through our attic. As our garage comes up, it comes into our house attic, and it didn't have proper blocking, so it actually dumped, I'd say I probably took about 3 big black garbage bags full of snow and insulation out of my attic just to clean that out, and had to hire a company.
Listen, I'm not here, a lot of the things you're showing us, and where, though we feel for you, would never have been covered in an inspection, like the inspections we do.
And I understand that, but as I drive around town in Rapid City, South Dakota, all I see is houses fully Tyvek wrapped, seams taped, things are done to a code. And that's what I'm really here to ask, is that we hold these builders accountable for following codes. I mean, this one's a burst pipe. I realized that might not be code. It was too much tension
Is
under
that
it.
your basement?
That was in our basement,
That's
yep.
the rim right there?
What's that? I'm
Right by
sorry.
the pipe, is that the rim? That was by the pipes, right there? Yeah.
Yeah, that'd have been our.
None of that's insulated?
This is on the interior wall. This would have been under, it's all concrete right there. It would have been under our garage, basically. So our garage is right on the other side of that, above it, I guess.
That's an exterior or interior wall?
It's an interior, I guess. It's our equipment room is the.
Was that PEX that, it wasn't the PEX that burst, it was the fitting?
It actually broke the fitting. Yes, sir. Good eye. Yep, it broke the fitting right there. I ended up redoing that myself and took the tension off of it and giving it some extra space. But once again, what kind of protection do I have? I mean, the plumbing inspector clearly didn't see that there was too much tension on that. I felt it. I couldn't even bend that pipe to get it back where it was. There was so much tension on that.
He
pipe.
wouldn't have seen that. He would have looked and seen that, picture-wise, looks to meet the code, whatever, so, but go ahead and we'll let you finish her, and,
This is not my home. These are homes that are currently being built by Caskey Construction, actually in Meade County, because I'm not aware of any buildings that he's doing in Pennington. So a lot of the same. And notice, we've also started a litigation against Caskey Construction for 4 hours.
Last question
Or
was
4
gonna be-
years. And we've brought up this code. This code has been given to them. I've given them the code number. I've told them that it's an issue. We're in a lawsuit for this, and this is what they're still doing. So to bring into your point, they're still not wrapping it below the OSB like it's supposed to be according to manufacturers. They're still not Tyvecing everything. Their thoughts were if it's not a livable space, it's not Tyvek, and that's not the way the manufacturer specs that. Here's some more where they're doing that. I mean, there's nice wavy spots here. You can see the shadow where it stops before it even gets down to the bottom of that. So even though we're giving them this information, and I can't speak to the soffit or the bathroom vents going through the soffit because I'm obviously not going onto their property. That's not my place. But I know of several homeowners that are having very similar conversations, but they're unfortunately in spots where either they can't afford to go after them legally, or they've either maybe signed a document. We were given a document earlier in our process saying, here's $5,000, leave it alone. Let's not talk about it anymore. We're talking, that's pennies on the dime. And I think the most important thing here is we're talking about making quality yours, call us to get you started on your dream home, and we're not even meeting basic code. And I think that it'd be very important to me as a homeowner and as a home buyer, as a person in Pennington County, to have the support of the county to say, hey, if you can bring up several good points to why your builder's not building to code, we have an action that we can take at a county level to say, sorry, you're no longer able to build in our county. And I think it's really important. I mean, we talk about the bomber moving into the Rapid City area, Box Elder area. We're talking about hundreds of homes being built, maybe not in city limits. I mean, there's a lot of these subdivisions going up outside of city limits. And there's nothing stopping these builders from just putting up that house. And if I put $494,000 into a home, like our home, and I have to sit there and say that I have $250,000 in damages, that's an investment that's not only gonna impact me, that's gonna impact my kids. That's my investment, that's my retirement. That's where I wanted to live.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Roskinek, you got the floor.
Jason, could you come up a minute? So there again, I talked about an ordinance that would require a third party to inspect it.
Yep.
That third party could be selected by our planning and zoning department, and they would have to be a qualified third party, license and whatnot. That way, attics are getting inspected, stuff that we would normally not do. So that's just an idea.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, at least a place to start. And I think Commissioner Drews has plenty of questions swirling around in his head also that go to this same.
How many questions?
Same idea. Though we appreciate what you have to say, I think that it's spurring some conversation, to say the least, on, where the county and the expectation for a home builder buying a $500,000 home. One thing I would make sure on looked at your drain pipes, make sure those things are pointed away from your house. They were all pointed down like the water was gonna come straight down. You're gonna have a water issue, and that might be what's going on with your patio.
They're normally down. They're normally down. That was a fluke in the time. We've
Anyway,
actually
getting
taken
litigation is your best bet. I think that we'll probably move forward with having a conversation about inspections. That wasn't what was on here today. We allowed a little leadway, right? This is where I'm going, or?
What do you
Right, so
need,
this building permit was drawn and approved prior to our building codes being in effect.
Right, no, I mean, what we're voting on right now.
what are we voting on, Jason?
I don't have, my computer, I can't get it to
I
work.
think this was just for discussion.
Yeah,
Move
this
to
is
direct
no
the
motion, it's
planning
just,
Oh, it's a
Department.
great discussion, and we appreciate
Right.
you spending your time, and I think.
so
Go ahead.
it's just to bring forward an issue that we have. And so there's the mindset, and, this young man's pretty educated and done his due diligence in this, but not everybody can do what Chase just did.
Absolutely.
So the conversation when he called me, a couple of months ago, was look at the process that we have and how do we put something in place that we're saying, if we're issuing these building permits, we're approving a contractor's license, there is a mindset then in our citizenry that there is some protection that goes with that. And that's what we're talking about, is trying to make sure that this doesn't happen in the future.
So Chair, I'll make the motion. Move to direct the planning department to research increasing the number and type of building inspections for single-family dwellings.
We got a motion.
That was the
we got a
motion
second.
on the floor.
Or we just,
Brittany?
No second.
Yes, or we could also ask, as the inspections are done by a third party, because I think if we do it for us, it would require additional staff, and that's not the intent.
No, I get
The
it.
intent is to use the building permit fees to utilize to do inspections, one. And two, I would request that we add to the motion to change the process for the contractors, like accountability as far as having a hearing on licensing revocation.
I think the research for me on all the stuff you're talking about covers it on the increasing numbers of type of building inspections, single-family dwellings. It encompasses a lot of the things you guys are talking about. Just come back with the suggestions you have on those, whether it be third-party or anything else that would make a difference for the county moving forward with building.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
Second the motion. And then the part of that, Brittany, when you come back, I mean, if we're looking at a third-party inspection, that associated with that is going to be what you would estimate that dollar amount, what it's going to cost. But I do think that we need to take some action to put these protections in
Right, well, I
place.
think that, though I agree with all that, this is a direction motion, is that correct? Okay, so we're just giving you direction to look into this, and so we can, because we're gonna have other stakeholders that are gonna come knocking on your door tomorrow morning probably. So, be prepared that, this is a direction motion to look at this, see where it lays with our fees, what we're doing, how it fits in. I appreciate that, I can support that. Ron, the motion on the floor is to direct the planning commission to move forward with looking at some, what this may look at with inspections from a third party.
Sure.
And how it affects all the stakeholders in there, including the new home builders, contractors, everybody involved. So we're not just surprising everybody, so. Is that good? Everybody gets that? Okay. So any other conversation on that motion? Keep going. Do you give it? Do you understand the motion?
Yeah, it's the one that.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Then that's all that matters, so, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, hearing none, motion carries, so Jason, Brittany, we'll just expect you guys to bring something back to us with some
Thanks.
input. Thank you, folks, for coming in, and we understand the position that you're put in, and good luck moving forward, so that's all we can
Sorry,
do.
folks. Pretty sad.
Move on to item number
B,
B.
mineral.
Rochford Mineral Exploratory Drilling Project.
So this, sorry, Brittany Molitor, Planning Director, this is just being brought to your attention if you do want to make a public comment or take any position on this. It's open for public comment. So staff was just requesting a motion to direct staff to prepare a letter on the board's position, if the board chooses.
So basically, this is a, just an explanation item. Is there any,
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock, go
we
ahead.
can't really do anything. It's federal at this point, and when it comes to us and it starts to affect us, then I think we should put some input on it.
I like.
Commissioner Roskinek, yeah, this is going to be directly in Rochford.
Well, I think
there,
what
so-
this is talking about is some of the damage that could be done on our roads and so I'm in favor of the motion myself.
Okay.
And it isn't a directive, it's just where we stand at on it.
Okay, so that would be the concerns that we have, obviously. I mean, is there other concerns that anybody else would have? I mean, how does it impact, you know, if they have heavy equipment up there, how does it impact our roads? I guess Joe's not here right now.
You have to follow the code in the county rules.
Typically, he would require a haul road agreement, so they do a pre and post inspection, and then any mitigation that'd be required, then they'd have to be mitigated
Okay.
from the impacts.
And I agree with that.
Okay, so we're all in agreement,
Okay.
and I don't think there's any direction. Or is
Would
there?
that be a motion to direct staff to prepare a letter stating the board's position on the project?
Moved by Roskinek.
Bit to the Mystic Ranger District.
What kind of
Got a
letter?
motion from Roskinek and a second from Hadcock.
No, I don't have a second. What's the letter on?
Oh,
we just moved on. We didn't,
oh,
he had a
okay.
motion, but we moved on that we're not doing anything.
Oh, I thought we were going to
No,
direct.
I believe it's about a letter addressing a potential road haul agreement.
Correct, it's the concerns that Joe posed in his memo.
Saying, you know, we have some rules.
I'll
that
second
we
that.
want everybody to,
Gary seconded it.
so second by Dur. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Brittany. Planning consent calendar. Board of Commissioners use a consent calendar to act on
Adjustment first.
pardon?
Board of Adjustment first, sir.
Oh, we gotta, we
Is it
gotta,
10:30 yet?
Move to go on the Board of Adjustment.
okay, yep. I skipped over one, so.
There a second?
Second.
There you go.
How does that go? Cindy?
Motion second on Board of Adjustment. All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Opposed, same sign.
there you go.
Hearing none, motion carries, so we're in the Board of Adjustments, so.
There's the-
Okay, I see right here. Wow.
You're good. It's a long day.
We're a little late on this item. It says 10:30.
It starts at 10:30.
Did it say what time zone?
We had a different time zone. Well,
Go ahead, Brittany.
I think we have somebody waiting for us here, and that probably wasn't.
Keep going.
Okay, so we're in item number 17, Planning Board of Adjustment Hearings, Appeal of Planning Director's Decision. Dave and County Merchant, Ron Davis, Agent.
Jason Thennison, Assistant Planning Director. Yep, so this is a request that was submitted by the merchants. Ron Davis is their agent. He's here to speak. I'll let him step up and speak first. I did provide you a memo with some of the key details of this request.
Mr. Davis, did you have something you wanted to contribute to this?
Ron Davis, Davis Engineering. I'm not sure, I didn't see a memo or anything on what the county position is, but I think we're talking about having we're gonna be doing a plat in this area, and we've got 41 lots or something like that being served by one exit. And we're gonna add one more lot to that, and so I'm asking you to override that and let us proceed with the plat using maybe one more trip out of there or one more.
Do you have a
one
copy of
more
that
lot
memo
on
that we
that,
can
so-
provide, Mr. Davis?
And I'm sure they're opposing it because it's a 40 acres and, 40 lots and.
I do not have a
It's hard
copy of
to-
that on me right now. I can give you the gist of it, though. So we started working with Mr. Davis back in March. Originally, what was proposed was to divide a 4.38 acre lot into a 1.3 acre lot and a 3 acre lot. That's what was proposed. Staff provided information to Mr. Davis that he would need a 40-unit rule variance as well as a lot size variance and to amend the comprehensive plan. That was the guidance that was given. He came in and provided a layout plan in end of March. But the layout plan had changed at that point. So he was proposing to subdivide into two 2.2 acre lots. So that would have changed staff's guidance moving forward. So he would have needed 2 lot size variances or to amend the comprehensive plan and rezone both of those properties and get the 40-unit rule variance on top of that. So staff's guidance wasn't able to be given at that point. So he's here requesting the 40-unit rule, but that's not the only thing that he would need moving forward. And to look at the properties in the surrounding area, staff wouldn't support a rezone or a comprehensive plan amendment because all of the properties up there are 3.5 acres and above.
So Chair, can I ask a question?
Commissioner.
So I believe you came up with a good solution for them was to do the accessory dwelling because it's for their son, Mr. Davis. So it made more sense than going and having them pay a bunch of variances and lot size changes and stuff, and not just to do a plan with a accessory dwelling. You'd save them money in the long run. You'd help them because it sounds like they would want to move into the accessory dwelling and give the bigger house to their son. So I would ask that you continue this, work with the staff and make it an accessory dwelling, make them happy, not have to cost you or the constituent more money. And then it also, with the 40-unit rule, it wouldn't come into so much of a process. So,
So we have a motion on the floor?
yes, it's to continue to the next meeting, hopefully to work with the staff to make it hopefully the accessory dwelling, or just to work with the staff to find out the solution for this.
And I'll second that for
We have a
discussion.
motion from Hadcock and a second from Roskinick to continue, and then Mr. Roskinick, you have the floor, sir.
So relative to the 40-unit rule, sometimes things ain't black. Sometimes they're not white. Sometimes they're gray. That's where common sense comes in. Could we do the rapid map on this 4.3 acre parcel? And if I did it right, from that parcel to Norris Peak Road, it's like 900 feet. I mean, it's not like this lot is way, way in the back. It's literally on Norris Peak Road. So that 40 acre rule, I can bend on that because this is probably the closest lot, not the closest, but darn near the closest lot to Norris Peak Road, which is what would you call Norris Peak Road, Ron? The county artery. I mean, it's paved, it's a pretty major road.
Yeah.
And the fire department's only 2.5 miles away.
Thank you. So,
Right.
and the issue here was those lots were split. They were at 1 acre and 3 acres before, and then they combined them. Asked us to combine them, so we did, so it fit in with the area that it's at. Now, like I said, I think the solution is more to do the accessory dwelling on the land that they have, fits in with the people that are around there, fits the needs of the constituent. That was the planning department solution. I would hope that that would work. It would save them money, save you time on a lot of areas as well, Mr. Davis. So we do have a continuance motion on this. Did you want to speak before then, sir?
Yeah, we discussed that, excuse me, I got laryngitis, but we discussed that with them. And the problem is when they're done, when they're gone, their house that's left is more than 700 square feet, and they'd have to tear that down. If there was some way we can get through that, it's a piece of cake.
That's why I said you need to talk with
Right,
them,
if we
and I
can
think you'll
work that out,
you can find that solution, sir, for both
Great
you
option,
and them.
yeah.
So, thank you, sir.
Lot
We do
easier.
have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All
Repeat the
opposed?
motion?
What?
Can we repeat the motion? What's
To
the,
continue to the next meeting.
okay.
Yes, sir. to find some solutions for the constituents of Mr. Davis with the staff.
Something will work.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Motion to come out of Board of Adjustment.
Thanks. So moved.
So move.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Okay, Ron.
Thank you, Deb. We're on item number 18, plan consent calendar. The Board of Commissioners uses a consent calendar to act on non-controversial items. Planning and zoning items, the consent agenda is acted upon by the motion of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on a regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. So is there any citizens that want to remove anything from the consent agenda, which is A and B? If not, is there any of the commission that want to remove anything from A and B? If not, well, if we can entertain a motion to.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the planning consent agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Ross Connect, a second by Hadcock to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move on to item 19, planning regular agenda, public hearing of planned unit development overlay. Miss Jenna, to allow a special resort in a ranchette district. Go ahead and, it's not Jenna, but. Right.
Megan.
Okay.
Megan Talmadge, planner. Agenda item 19A is Plan Unit Development Overlay, COPU 25-0001. The applicant is Jenna Wilburn, and this is located north of the intersection of Rochford Road and Silver Creek Road, along Silver Creek Road. Staff presented this item in front of the Planning Commission on April 14th, 2025, and Planning Commission recommended that this item be continued to the May 19th, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting.
That'd be my motion.
Sorry. We have a motion from
I'll second for
Hadcock
discussion.
and a second from Ross Connect for discussion. So, Mr. Ross Connect, you have the floor, sir.
So we're going to continue that, but why? Because they're trying to dial in the hazard potential of the floodplain or flood hazard area, I assume?
Yes, based on the discussion by the Planning Commission, they want the applicant to decide whether she wants to invest that money into doing the flood hazard study or not.
Okay, because there are pictures from the neighbors that show that creek literally flooding.
Yes.
So we know that it does happen. And if I recall, I file every
Ross
letter.
Connect, if I could interrupt you for a second, I was on this planning commission. I didn't realize this is the one along the
Yes.
stream. Okay, I was in that planning commission meeting, and we required her to get a comprehensive flood zone analysis to move forward. And so they're giving her the opportunity.
Sure.
Because there's just, I mean, if you look at that area, it's very complicated. We couldn't make a judgment call on putting people in there unexpectedly, in a little camper with their family, and the next morning they're not there. So they gave her the opportunity to say, do you want to do this and move forward, or, because you still may not get this even if you do this study, because it's a little complicated area. You're probably familiar with it.
I'm pretty familiar with it.
Okay, yeah.
I've been up there 3 times in the last 2 months.
Okay.
But the thing that I'm saying is that we've got a lot of testimony from the neighbors. And each one of those testimonies, I have their name and their letter. And I'm just saying that as the county commissioner for the district, I also have to listen to the neighbors and their concerns. So I'm just pointing that out. That's a concern of mine, and the potential hazard of flooding. And I assume you've got all those letters, Megan.
Yes, and they should all be included in the packet. There were, 12, 14 of
Okay,
them? There were
yeah.
quite a few.
Thank you for including them in the packet.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor, and it's to continue the item till November 19th. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move on to item number 20, or 19B,
May 19th.
May 19th, 2025. Yep, thank you.
I got it.
And so we'll move on to item number B, public hearing on planned unit development overlays, COPU 25-0002. Garrett and Caitlin Shields, Hinterwood LLC, to allow a special resort in an agricultural district.
All right, Kelsey Roush, planner. Item number 19B is for Garrett and Caitlin Shields, Hinterwood LLC. The property is in an agriculture district. It is at 24110 Leakey Valley Road. There is no special flood hazard on the property. Okay. The zoning ordinance lists the following standards and requirements that shall apply in a PUD overlay district. They are shown above. They do meet all of the requirements to allow this PUD overlay district. The zoning ordinance lists 7 criteria that the Planning Commission or County Board may consider in their review of conditional use permit application, that they do have to meet all of these requirements as well. And they do meet these requirements for this PUD overlay. The subject property does already have an approved conditional use permit to allow a recreational resort. It was first approved in 2017. At that point, we did not have the PUD overlay district. The original intent of the property is as it is now. The previous owner was operating a bed and breakfast. So when they submitted the application, staff in our department assumed they were going to continue the bed and breakfast, but then that turned out not to be the case. When I went to review their conditional use permit last month, a couple months ago, we realized that the conditions that were approved in the most recent review were not the conditions that were originally approved in 2017. In order to fix the issues, we decided that this property would be better under a PUD overlay district as a specialty resort, as it has cabins, a vacation rental in the single wide. It's a 4-plex rental situation. They have an on-site manager that lives there, and they have multiple septic systems that have been approved by our office. And the applicant is here if you would like to talk to him.
Chair. Sorry. Do you have any complaints?
We have not received any complaints.
I'll move to approve COPU 25-002 with 23 conditions.
Approve.
I have a motion from Hadcock and a second from Roskinek. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll move on to D, or C. Sorry. Tyler Mills to rezone from agricultural district to rural residential district.
Cody Sack, senior planner. 19C is rezone CORZ 25-002. It's rezone agriculture to rural residential. The applicant and landowner is Tyler and Sarah Mills. Pretty much what's happening is the applicant is plotting through the city of Rapid City. There's a portion of this larger chunk of property that's coming out of that big lot into the smaller lot. So that smaller lot needs to be rezoned. So they're just doing some house cleaning for the plating process. So with that, staff does recommend approval of rezone CRZ 25-0002 with the planning commission's concurrence.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion from Hadcock, second from Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move on to D. Public hearing of comprehensive plan, COCA 25-002.
So item 19D is comprehensive plan amendment COCA 25-0002. It's to change the future land use of the property from ranchette district to rural residential. The applicant and landowner is Gary Mitzel. So this is another plating. What's happening is they're subdividing this into 2 lots, Lot 2R2 and Lot 2R1. Doesn't meet the lot size requirement for what it's currently zoned as, and future land use has it as ranchette, which requires 5 acres. There is rural residential in the area, both for current zoning and future land use. So the request appears to be in harmony with the area. So staff is recommending approval of comprehensive plan amendment COCA 25-0002 with the planning commission's concurrence.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion from Hadcock, second from Roskinick to approve. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Item E.
Item E is rezone CORZ 25-0003. It's to rezone agriculture from agriculture district to rural residential district. It's the same property, so the previous item changed the future land use. Now we're changing the current zoning. There is rural residential in the area. So staff is recommending approval of rezone CORZ 25-0003 with the planning commission's concurrence.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Hadcock, second by Roskinick. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one comment. I appreciate what they're doing up there to create their buffer. I think it's a great opportunity for the community up there, so thank you. Gary, is that-
Cody.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bussey.
Mr. Bussey, yeah, and it's not Gary, it's Andrew, right?
It's right
Okay.
there.
I wish I was an actor.
All right. You bet.
Thank you.
Item from Commission Office, Finance and Policy Analyst, position description. Somebody, Carol's going to present, and Jordan?
Good afternoon. Carol Bancroft, HR Director of Pennington County.
Hi, Carol.
That I've had the opportunity to work closely with Jordan to understand the dynamics as far as the change in philosophy as far as the Commission Office, and particularly as it applies to such projects as making sure that that is the lead for the budget across the county, and for bringing all of the skill set that Jordan has brought to us, but the multitude of projects, et cetera, that it is more than just what one individual can manage. And so we've worked closely together to come up with a position description, which would be adding to the Commission Office. And so that would be the Commission Office Finance and Policy Analyst. And the position description that we have created scores out as a P3.3 rating. And at step one, that would be $35.42 hourly rate. So I'm going to turn it over to Jordan to talk through the request for approval and help you understand the background of why we're asking for this.
Jordan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Jordan Nebb, Director of the Commission Office. So basically, I finished my first month here as the director in my current role, and I started to look at the workload of the office, and I realized quickly that we need to get staff available, and we had one position that was currently open, but it was largely clerical and administrative support, and I think to achieve better results and better timelines for the project list that I currently have in the office, I needed more high-level data-driven, better analysis with someone with an experience potentially with policy and with finance and government finance and stuff like that. And so I feel like instead of filling the open position that was currently budgeted at the lower level clerical administrative support, I'd request that instead I don't fill that position and we create this new position for the finance and policy analyst. And that should allow me to better serve the board in giving that high-quality data that should be expected real soon.
Thank you, Jordan. We got a
Mr. Chair.
motion, or
No, hold on.
Pardon?
They want to speak.
Jerry does?
Sure.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Drews.
Most of what I read through that job description seemed to have fallen into the job description of when we hired you, Jordan. And so I'm not really understanding the whole mechanics of this. But it would seem to me that if we need a person of this caliber, that person should be in the auditor's office and not in the commission office. Is that a workable situation of?
I mean, potentially. That definitely could be an issue where we coordinate and collaborate with the auditor's office. I feel the reason that I would have expected it in the commission office is that the commission has the oversight over the budget and financial and policy decisions being made. And so as the right arm of the board, the commission office, in my mind, felt like it was a good landing spot for the position. But I understand your point.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Mr. Drews.
So,
Sorry, were you done, Mr. Drews? I'm sorry. Were you done?
Well,
Go ahead.
I would just follow that up by simply saying, it looks to me like we're bleeding responsibilities away from another elected office. And I think it should stay with the auditor's office.
rather than being moved to the commission office.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
Okay. So, and I don't believe that in Jordan's memo that he highlighted this, but, one reason to create the position that we did when we hired a director with the job description, Jordan is here, is to get a handle on the budget and finance and policy and some of those things to give the board, good information to make decisions upon. And so last year, when, I was running for office, I talked about the budget increases, I talked about, the finances of the county, and I watched the budget process, and it was kind of on autopilot. And so last year, I went up to the auditor and had a meeting with the auditor talking about line item budgeting. And I was looking at some of the reserve line items that we have in our county budget, where departments in a budget line item will have reserve line items for future projects, but that's budget authority to spend. So starting last year, conversations with the auditor, coming in January when I took office, having more conversations with the auditor about the budget and finance, talking about what I think I presented to the board in January or February in a memorandum, was asking for departments to come up with line item expenditures with a 5-year history and a 5-year forward look. And so in the conversations I had with Cindy, our auditor, she's like, if that's what you want to present, go ahead and do that. And so that's part of what Jordan has been working on. And then getting back to what is on the agenda next, talking about our budget process guideline. So, and I've mentioned this before, but, the statute says that the Board of Commissioners will present the county's budget to the auditor. That's in statute. Meaning, we should be the ones having direct oversight and very finite look at the county budget, and we're actually by law the ones that present the budget to the auditor. So that is the mindset that I've had, is that the board needs to be directly involved into the budget down to the granular level, presenting that information out to departments, giving them a good guidance and idea of what should be coming back, and then coming up with a consistent way of presenting that information. So on top of the list of everything else that, the commission office has going on, and as we look moving forward, Jordan reached out to the auditor, I think a week ago, maybe, and sent the auditor an email stating, here's my budget timeline. How would you like to proceed on the budget timeline? And then there was a response back from the auditor that said, I believe that kind of you're doing the budget, and quoted that statute I just quoted. So last week, I had a meeting with the auditor and said, do you plan on the commission office doing the 2026 budget? And she said yes. And I said, are you going to help, since Jordan is new, are you going to help Jordan in the office with the information they would need to present that budget? And Cindy said, yes, I will. So there is a cooperation between the auditor and the commission office on the finances and moving forward. And there is an understanding, based on my conversation with the auditor, that the commission office through Jordan will present and put the financials together for the 26 budget. The commission will then in turn present that to the auditor. And the other thing that we have coming up is a change in our financial software and moving from Springbrook and going to this Encode 10. And it's currently, my understanding, the budget is not being built through our current software. It's being built based on spreadsheets.
That is correct.
Okay, so would you carry it from there and explain the budget process?
So the budget process, as I understand it through my conversations with the auditor right now, is all spreadsheet-based. And so all the calculations are done using formulas, but essentially multiple Excel spreadsheets. That means that there's a lot of duplication of data, even though you can copy cells over to try to get them reported in specific formats that are helpful for the department heads, that are helpful for the board, that's helpful for the public, and then also the mandatory things that the auditor has to report to the state once we file our budgets. And so utilizing technology to assist with that process, we'll have to set up Encode 10's budgeting module, and I believe the auditor's office is already currently working on that. I'll be there to assist them do that, would now allow all of that to be calculated by the system instead of having to put it onto a spreadsheet and relying on formulas. It's essentially leveraging the software we're already going to be using for payroll, for personnel management, maybe a little, for the general ledger and finances, and to be able to then do the budget completely within this software where you can even run prospective budgets out and say, well, here's our 2026 budget if we wanted to do a COLA. Here's what it would look like if we did a mandatory 10% increase to everyone's budget across the board. It can utilize some of those formulas to make that process a little bit more streamlined and a little bit better for everyone as we go through the whole process.
Okay. So not only, so think about the fact that we had, commission office position before, and they had clerical staff processing some vouchers and doing the minutes. It's my understanding the auditor is going to take over doing the minute process. That's not going to be done out of our office.
Correct.
We're not going to be doing vouchers out of the commission office any longer.
Correct.
Getting away from that clerical work, and so we had, higher paid people doing clerical type work. The auditor is going to take that back because, and I've been a driving factor on this to see more high-level performance coming out of the commission office, to have more centralized operations in support of not just the commission office, in support of the other departments. And so getting back to Commissioner Drew's comment about, finance and positions, we have multiple departments across the organization that have accountants and financial analysts in their own offices. And those are outside of the auditor's office. And what I'm trying to get to is a higher skill set, what I support in the commission office, that utilize that skill set across the organization to support that. And just based on my conversation with our auditor, she's in support of this process going forward. So as far as, working with our commission office on the budget and finance, I think that's all relevant. So. And when you look at the project list of all the things that are coming out of the commission office and things that I think that we need to work on, it is more than, one individual can do. And there has been conversations about with our current commission coordinator and working, with this new position and with the current, with Jordan that we have, to kind of put that trifecta together that we're there to support the office and the commission. So I think it's enhancing the team that we already have and then taking that level of expertise and putting it across the organization to help everybody, particularly right now as we take on the 26 budget process.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rochkonek.
Well, here's my take on this. I don't like it at all. And if we did do it, I think it should be under the auditor and not in the commission office. I think the duty of the commission is to sit there and make sure that the commissioners are doing their job and that if we get questions, they can answer those questions. I don't see where they need to be in finance, memorandum of understandings. I just think we're drifting one way that I don't get a comfort level on. I don't think that's the best way we can spend $73,000 for taxpayers' money. Geez, we've survived this long without that position. All of a sudden now we need it immediately, like we're going to drown if we don't have it. It just don't smell good to me, and there's nothing about it that I can support. If we did go that route, I suggest it go under the auditor's office.
Chair.
Ms. Hadcock.
Got a lot to say about this position being in the way that government has been run the last couple of years and spending the way they have. We've survived this long is a dog and pony show, if you want to see one, that I've never seen in the years of my career as a elected official. The wage study, how it was passed, the policies that were passed, and they all ran through this office. Carol was trying to get help. Some of the auditor didn't want to help. Other departments were telling me they couldn't get help, wasn't their job descriptions, and now you're telling me it's someone else's job that's been telling people it's not their job. I don't make this up. You can ask your departments. They have not, all the departments haven't got help through this director's job, and it depended on the mood they were in. Okay? So number two, we finally have someone that wants to do the right thing, wants to help all departments, move this county forward in a way that is transparent to the commissioners, transparent to the department heads, transparent to the constituents. Trying to read that budget last year, I don't know what the hell happened. I didn't vote for it, neither did Travis. You did a wage study that I didn't understand. A lot of your departments, whether you think so, didn't understand. And we had 290 job descriptions. We had some crazy stuff I've never seen in my entire life. Now we have an opportunity to make that right and make this county whole. We have, let's be up straight. We have Meade County calling our new director on how to do some of their stuff. That should tell you something. You want to run efficient and effective and transparent. That hasn't happened in the past. Not all departments had that issue. I'll just tell you, most didn't. Some empowered themselves past the point of where they should have been. It shows in their budgets. Now, we're saying we survived. We did not survive. We had votes up here that were behind the scenes and reprimanded for because it wasn't policy and procedure. We filed on one, me and Travis did. There were over 50. Now you're telling me that this young man, that other counties have been supposedly calling to ask for assistance, asking for some of the information, our HR director's trying to make this so it works. She sees the direction where we're going in, and the rest of you want to fight it because it's changed that might interrupt your job description that you didn't want to do in the first place. Let's be up straight. It's time to move forward. It's time to do something positive for this county. It's time to do something positive for every department, not just one department or two departments. If we can do this, be transparent, we can do the right thing by our people, right? I'm willing to do this. And if Jordan needs help and the department heads need help like they should have got in the past, and that isn't my opinion, they need help. They need help with decisions that this commission makes. They need decisions that they can work with Jordan and the auditor to get. They can work with the sheriff. They can work with other people and to get the data they need to come up here and be transparent and go, wow. I mean, we even tried to put on stuff for on the agendas to change, that we have changed already, and that has been positive, and we have had customers or constituents say, wow, you guys have that on the agenda. I have an understanding of it. The job descriptions and the changes that we made all have been on the agenda. So I appreciate, Jordan, your work. I appreciate that you know what you're doing and that other counties are saying it. I appreciate that you need someone and you need help to get that transparency. I appreciate Carol understanding where we need to go for the future for this county to be whole. Cindy, I've always enjoyed working with you, but last year I didn't understand the budget much. Travis didn't. We didn't get on the wages and everything. I don't have a dislike for your department. I don't have a dislike for you, but I want somebody to help us move us forward and help your office so you don't have to say, I don't have enough time, because you do a lot of work and they want to help us. They don't want to take your job. They want to help you with the data. They want to help you with some of this stuff to help with the budget. It's not taking your job. It's helping you with the job that you always said, I just don't have enough time. And I understood that. You do elections and a lot of stuff. I don't mean that as a cut down. I mean it as a positive for this county to move forward, for you to get help. And so with the other departments who I've talked to about some of this new change as well, that they're ready to move. So just my point.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. I want to give you a chance to come up to the mic and Miss Cindy, and
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
some comments.
First of all, I want to say I didn't say I didn't want to do budget, but Commissioner Durr, you've made it very clear from the minute you walked in that you thought it should come out of your budget. And it's very clear that that is in Jordan's job description. So absolutely, that's why I was like, thought it was his.
Okay.
You've made that very clear.
No, and we had that
I will
conversation.
absolutely help with any numbers I can.
Right.
I did not say I didn't want the work. I didn't say I was overworked.
You did.
Commissioner Hadcock?
You told the fire department.
One second, guys.
Didn't have
Hold on,
time.
hold on. I'm gonna hammer down here because I'm gonna get this under control. First of all, go ahead and make your comments because she had made some comments, so we'll just,
I will
we're all here for the
make
same.
that one, and I have one more comment. We helped every department, and there are some departments that we helped way more than others that still didn't get it. And
Thank you. Okay, okay.
Mr. Chairman.
No, we have a, Mr. Durr?
Yeah,
Commissioner Durr? You
I'm
want
going to make a motion. Motion to approve the finance and policy analyst position effective immediately at the rating of P3.3 with a step 1 rate at $35.42 hourly.
Second.
A motion and a second on the floor. Any more discussion
Chair.
on the motion? Commissioner Durr?
I can't support this based on my comments from earlier.
Okay.
I just can't see us building up the commission office at this point in time. Taking away responsibilities I think belong with other elected officials, so.
So,
that's my
Chair.
comment.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on a second, hold on.
And I want to be with Gary.
Go ahead, Mr.
And it
Ross.
goes a lot deeper than our conversation today, and I'm just going to leave it at that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yep. And let's keep it,
Chair, and I appreciate what you're saying, Cindy, but you've been in compensation meetings and you didn't have enough time. You have been in
Commissioner
Healthcare
Hadcock.
Trust Board and that, and I like you a lot, and I understand your position. I'm not trying to be a cut down on it, but you have said that many times to many of us and department heads. And it's not because you're trying to be lazy, it's because you do have a lot of job description that you need help with. That's all I'm saying.
thank you. And I'm going to put my 2 cents in, and I think this is a direction that's not easy to go, but it's a direction that makes the most sense. When I came here, very perplexed. We're starting to get some organization, starting to get some data, some information that we need to make good decisions. I think that once the data starts flowing and everybody's on board, I think, and Cindy has made that mention, she's willing to help. I don't think there's been any impediments in that situation at all. I don't think we've seen any impediments. The only thing I want you to do while I'm thinking about it is, we did some stuff in the post office, and one of the commissioners was asking me. So if you could just make a little summary of what we did there and send it out to us, Jordan, I'd appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And so I'm going to support the motion, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we
I
got it.
don't need to vote for it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I voted aye, and I don't mean to.
We'll do a roll call then, that way it's very clear. So let's do a roll call.
Durr,
Aye.
Drews,
No.
Hadcock,
Aye.
Ross Connect,
Nay.
Wyvenbach.
Aye. So motion carries, and we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you.
I should have called the roll call anyway.
Okay.
It'd been easier that way.
Thank you, Jordan.
Got one more.
Okay, 2026 budget process guidance. Okay, so this will be interesting.
So in the last department head meeting that we had, we all kind of discussed it and decided that we wanted, as the board has done in the past, we wanted some firm direction from the board as to how to start to prepare the provisional budgets. Do you want individual departments to do anything specific with personnel, or are you looking for anything across the operations side of things? Is there anything that the board wants to give as formal direction on how these budgets should start to be put together for the 2026
I think the best
process?
approach would be to give each one of us a chance to make some comments, and then, because we're gonna probably swirl it around in our heads and probably come back with some emails or something. So I'll start with whoever wants to start, I guess.
Gary.
Jerry, Commissioner Durr, would you like to start, or?
I heard Gary.
Gary, you want it? Go ahead.
I'll wait.
Okay.
I guess, at first I supported this, but now the direction that I see the commission office going, I just can't support it.
You don't want any information from the budget?
What's that?
You don't want any information
This is information on
specific to the budget?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is information that's specific, that you want, like numbers, whatever, how you'd like to see that budget, approached. We've had several conversations about,
So,
Yeah,
there was a budget timeline that Holly had put together with department heads last year. So Commissioner Roskinek, this is a process that historically has been coming out of the commission office. And so it's my understanding that a budget timeline was put together, and then I believe anyway that Commissioner Drews, based on the timeline that was approved last year by the board for the budget process, is not going to be available for that timeline. And so the discussion was to make sure that all commissioners are on board when we're going through and having budget discussions.
Correct.
And then I think, just based on which the auditor has nailed on the head, my comments about, the budget and that stuff, looking for the guidance coming back and going to department heads. And so the feedback coming to me is, what is it, what does the board want? What do they want to do? What is the board looking from us? What do they want to see? And so as departments, when I'm talking about, looking 5 years ahead, and when I'm talking about line item budgeting, looking at the past 5 years of a line item budgeting, moving ahead, looking in the future, what projects do we have to do? That's really what this discussion's about.
Okay.
And then it goes back to looking at a timeline, making sure that it's going to work for having all commissioners, all hands on deck. I don't want to have any budget discussion moving forward without having all 5 commissioners on board and present.
So going back 5 years, that'd give us a solid roadmap going forward.
Right.
Okay.
And then part of that,
I'm good with that.
yeah, the discussion has been, do you want to see, what do you want to see from the departments? Do you want to see a 10% cut across the departments? That's been, brought up to me. I'm not a fan of going back to departments and saying across the board cut 10%. I've mentioned this before. 10% of the Register of Deeds office is staff. And so if you tell them to cut, or the auditor's office, that means they're going to have to cut staff. That's not the right way to look at it. You go back and say, what I would like to see anyway, and maybe to prime the pump here, is that we come up with some numbers, because going back to the discussion with the sheriff this morning, in the current 2025 budget, there is no, the wage study was implemented, but there are no step increases in the 25 budget. So everybody got moved up to that, wherever they moved out on the scale in January, beginning the pay period of and going back into December. But there is no cost of living plugged into that. There is no step increase in the 25 budget. It was implementing the wage study. And so one of the things I would like to see is, what is that cost going to be for giving a COLA? And Cindy is, and I don't know if it's always been based off the CPI, but I think is CPI 2.9. Okay, so the state has set, the consumer price index at 2.9. A lot of times, governmental entities will use that index for a COLA increase. And so, and then you can look at, what does a 1%, a 2%, a 3% cost of living increase look like? And then, what does it look like to do continued step increases? And when I look at our wage scale, the one thing I do look at is, and I brought up before, but if you have a step increase, and I think right now that step increase, Carol, could you come up? That I think our step increases on the current wage scale are about 1.5.
No.
Okay.
So I'm going to explain the median for each one of the different levels in the wage scale, that it's the step down is 1.54% off that median. And so for some people, that might be 35 cents. For others, it might be 20 cents, depending on where they're at on the wage scale, what the variance is between the steps. It's a consistent amount between the steps, but it is not a flat 1.5% across the board. Does that make sense?
Yep. So, the direction going forward, and again, big cost of our budget is personnel, but, just implementing what the sheriff mentioned this morning. And I know my son is a Rapid City PD officer, I've mentioned it before, but I know the parity between, just one example, getting back to what deputies are making and what Rapid City PD is paying their officers. We still, even though we've implemented that wage scale, we still have a deficit just in the law enforcement scale related to that. And so getting back to direction, I guess my thought process would be to have the commission office come back with help from the auditor's office and/or HR and say, here's what a step increase is going to cost. This is, if we lay this across the organization, this is what our personnel costs would be. And getting back to, I think it's, instead of putting those numbers in the provisional budget, that we have a conversation about it so that you kind of move forward with a budget that is somewhat flat, and then we look at what these add-ins would be, and that would be kind of the direction. Just ask department heads, what they had planned for 2026 budget process. Just go back and do your normal budgeting, what you think is going to be, efficient within your office and organization. And then we look at what these additional plugins are going to be, particularly on personnel. What would the step increases cost? What would a COLA cost at a 1%, 2%, and 3%? And then have those numbers. And at the same time, look at, fill rates by department, which we've talked about before. But not going to department heads and saying, start your budgeting process and let's just say, cut 10%. That doesn't work. And so knowing, what some of these individual line items cost. And the other thing, the budget process that I'd mentioned before, it shouldn't be new, is that our current way that we're doing the reserve budgeting, so a department will have a line item within their budget called like a reserve account, and that is building up for like the sheriff's office for their bus purchase. I know fire service has, a line item, and they're kind of their own contingency line items. And getting back, as we're looking at the 5 years ahead in those projects, so I would like to see what those numbers add up to and what everybody has when we do a projection going in 2026. I have already built up a reserve, and I'm going to add to that in 26, but we need to talk about what those are for, because we're now down to the point where, last night we were at the city council, talking to the city council in Rapid City about a $30 million input into a jail project over 30 years. We've been to Custer County, asking Custer County to put in $200,000 a year over the next year's adding up to $6 million. We went to Fall River County, talking to Fall River County about assisting in the jail project at the tune of $400,000 a year to a total of $12 million. And so the big thing that we have, not unlike the state, when they did their budget, was, do we fund the state pen, do we not fund the state pen? Okay, we're not going to do the pen now, so we have this other money. But we have a lot of projects going on in the county, and I would like, in the budget process, to pull those projects out and say, this is what 26 looks like, the next 5 years looks like, here's the dollar amounts those add up to, and then we have to make those decisions about, the scope of our jail project, and looking at some of those projects that maybe a department has been planning this for years, and that's part of the discussion I want to have, that said, okay, but what are the priorities right now? And still, even though I was a proponent that led the change in the holiday and the, overtime policy, I still want to look at the opportunities for the employees and our personnel to make sure that we are staying within market, that they're taken care of. And with that as well goes into, the other benefit side that we have with our insurance plan and those types of things. So, and then that would go back to the Healthcare Trust Board with some of those projections. And I think we're to get a renewal back this month, correct, Cindy? Yeah, with numbers. So, we have a lot of things to play into it, but my direction would be we come up with a timeline that works for the commissioners, that not unlike the commission office has previously done, sent out the budget information out of the commission office to the departments to put that information together and And I'm sure that you guys will have discussions within department heads to come back with recommendations to the board, so. So that's my input.
I'll echo a lot of those same thoughts, but it'd be, so we're starting early, first of all. So that'll hopefully, early as we can. And earlier, yeah, I don't think you could ever start early enough, but getting more detail, there's no doubt about that. And so I'm hoping that we start the process, we can shoot something out to give everybody some sort of idea. First of all, our timelines, we're gonna meet these timelines, and so we can present to the auditor's office so they have time. We're not pushing the envelope with them. And we can, it's gonna be, this first year is gonna be dynamic and kind of changing. And it's gonna be, some of it be, hey, here's what I got, and it may or may not suffice what we need, and we'll massage that, work with it, and come up with, to get the data that you really need to make good decisions. It's something I've heard up here a lot. Give me the data. Well, quite frankly, to accumulate that data, this is about the only way we can do it, and to come up with ideas and thought processes of where we're going to go, how we're going to fit in the move to the other location, how's that going to affect us, all these types of things, so we're prepared. So everybody up here at any given time could leave this position, the next person can come into this position, and there's something in place that says, here's what the future looks like for Pennington County. So go ahead, Commissioner Hadcock.
So you got to take in mind, Jordan, or anybody doing their budgets, that if you're moving to concourse, there's going to be a whole different ballgame for what was intended for that space, what was intended for FTEs. We need to have some real conversations about concourse in order to make this budget work. I'll just be up straight, because if we don't, they can't just do what they did last year. Some departments will be able to, but others won't. I think we also talked about duplicate in programs. We're talking about, we have some financial officers in other departments. We have buildings and grounds people in other departments. We have media and other departments. We have a lot of duplicate services that we could utilize and use if we have this new person as well. Utilize him to do some of that stuff for her, whoever that is. I think it's going to make it more efficient for not only, it's not about that person, it's about making this office whole and being able to work with elected and non-elected officials and make them feel comfortable that when we're doing budgets, when we're doing things, that the communication, the data, and everything we have to do doesn't rely on one lady every year going, Cindy, figure it out, figure it out. We do that every year, and then we have all these changes, and you trying to do all that data and stuff. I wasn't trying to beat on you in one sense, because I understood what you were saying on some of the work. I've been here long enough, Cindy. It wasn't just you, it was Julie and other people. So the bottom line is, some of those duplicate services, you're going to have to look at what's going to go on in concourse. That's going to be huge on the change. The programs in which some could be dropped, how those programs are affecting, in a good way or bad way, some of our budgets and some of what's happening even in the court systems and stuff. I looked and there's a presentation, there's 22 programs just in the state's attorney's office. How are those programs affecting our budgets in a way that, are they negative, are they positive, and how are we moving forward with that, and how much can we support through that? How much can we support by the court systems and what they're doing and how they're affecting our jails and how they're affecting Brian's budget? There's some huge pieces that we need some real data with, and that has nothing to do with the financials of Cindy. That has to do with other stuff to do with data. That's why I'm supportive of that. Not to take somebody else's job, but to hopefully with this budget, bring it into a piece where not only department heads, but the public and us commissioners can go, wow, we can just keep doing this process, and it's easy to look at. I've seen it. Jordan did one. I saw the Meade County one that he did and how he put those together. I liked it. That's why I thought Jordan would be a good fit for this position. We didn't have all that before. We didn't have camaraderie between all the departments. Hopefully that comes with some transparency that Jordan could say, this is what we're doing, this is what we like, and that they have an understanding and not guessing when they come up here what we're thinking all the time, it's pretty easy for them to figure it out. So, thank you.
Sheriff, did you have something to add?
If I could, just
Yeah,
ask for some
absolutely.
clarification. And I've had this
Absolutely.
conversation briefly with Jordan, and I like the direction you're talking about moving forward. What I would ask is that if we could provide some direction today possibly for our accountants, our individual accountants for each office, each department, take the commission direction and plug that in as far as if it's a 3%, 4% steps, whatever that looks like. So I understand Jordan's going to do the calculations, but there's a lot of moving parts in there for us as far as, I have one department, I have 3 retirements next year. That's going to be $150,000 payout. So we'll have to do that internally. I'm just wondering if we could get a direction so that way we're all of us are preparing our staff stuff the same way. If the direction is that do it as is with no raises, and he's gonna figure all the raises and we'll plug those in later, or is there a consensus from the commission as to what the starting point is? Because it's hard for me to look at our budget without that number in it. That makes sense.
I think that's where.
Because I want to bring back a budget that's really, to make some cuts out of there, but
Right.
I can't realistically look at it without a number in that piece.
And I would suggest one thing too is to have the person that's gonna help you with your budget get with Jordan. And we got some examples of what we've seen in the past, but I think Jerry was trying to touch on that.
I can
to make sure-
clarify.
Go ahead, Commissioner Dirk.
So what I would like to see is the personnel be flat outside of those anomalies that you're gonna know. And then we go up and say a 1%, a 2%, a 3% step increases, and then we lay that number in. Because what I don't wanna see is, again, getting back to your point, everybody kind of doing something different, but I would rather keep the wages and that stuff flat. And then we layered those back in based on having that information in front of us, knowing what that cost is going to be. So am I going to support step increases and COLAs and those types of things? I believe I will. I want to see those separated out as a county as to what that cost is going to be.
No, I was just looking for, if we want to do it all flat, that's easy, but just so we're all starting on the same sheet.
Yeah,
of
so what I
paper.
would say, my suggestion would be personnel flat, and then everything else that you have, make those adjustments within your deal, because the biggest talking point outside of projects we're gonna have is, our personnel and where we're at. And what I would also, like to see, and I know we're not gonna have it right away, is, I already know, you and I are on the same page on the law enforcement pay. But going back to, I think, Carol, could you come up? And I think it ties into this, but, we had the wage study, and then, I know you have Lightcast, and I think it would be a discussion about what data points you would use for that, but what I would like from the HR office as well is we're going through to make recommendations about step increases, and cost of living is just kind of, I don't know if it's possible for you to get a snapshot that says, here's where we're at. I've heard some conversations about the planning office and staff, being under for our area. We've talked about that a few months ago. A few things came up in comp committee. But, just kind of getting a snapshot to see where we're at. And one of them that I do know, is a standout, and I brought it up last year, is the law enforcement side. And so it gets back to the conversations we had about overtime. And so, is it better to pay somebody more and make sure we can have a stable workforce? Or do we risk doing, mandatory overtime because we're short-staffed? Which side of the teeter-totter, what's causing us to go one way or the other, what does that look like? And so part of that I would like to see for the corrections side, the law enforcement side, is, what that dollar amount would look like, and coordinate with that with Jordan to say, what would that dollar amount look like, not only for the step increases and some of those, but looking at trying to reallocate some of the overtime dollars that we are currently expending, and is it better to manage that and pay increases for the law enforcement staff, particularly corrections, and trying to get that workforce up. And it's a talking point, and I'm sure, that we have difficulty maintaining a staffing level at the jail. And then if we're going to add to the jail and we have to do more recruitment to get people there, then you can build it, but then, we know the inmates will come, but can we get the staff that goes with it? So I think all of those are part of the talking point.
Right, that, I can certainly work with Brian so that we can do a market analysis on those particular positions and give you some good, clean data that is showing as far as, here would be the cost if we could fill those, and of course, looking at what's the fill rate on an average and being really conservative about that, that if we do this, we can expect to have a better outcome as far as recruitment. And just to clarify, it was actually equalization, not planning
Yeah,
and zoning that we talked about.
Yeah, good, they're not in the room, but yeah, thanks for the correction. I'm used to an office before that was combined with planning and equalization with no zoning.
That was fine.
Have you got an idea?
I'm sorry, go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
Just the
No, I'm just going to say, do you have an idea then, kind of, we're all over the place, what we're looking for?
Yes. All right, so it sounds like we've got personnel in that we want to basically approach it with 2025 levels, except for maybe like significant known retirements or something like that. But wages we will hold consistent, and I will come back with calculations on options of what it will cost to give a 1% COLA, a 2%, a 3%, a 4%, that kind of range there. And then an additional amount of step increases, how much those are going to cost for the year. And then I believe you probably, because I believe in 2025, the previous board had mentioned that all other policies are going to be applied as they currently exist. The time of service, not going to modify anything like that, so you're not freezing longevity. The health insurance costs will have to be a conversation with the Healthcare Trust Board, I would imagine, because they're the ones who have that information there. And then any new employee requests, would you like those handled separately, or would you like them baked into the budgets? So if a department knows they're going to come back with additional staffing requests, should they?
I think that's a separate number, not baked in, because I even believe in 25, outside of the wage study, the budget hearings I went to, they had a separate number outside as to what that additional staffing would cost.
That is
Not just FTEs, anything that's new that was going to add to their budget.
Yeah. So as they make those requests, then encapsulate those numbers with the other personnel costs.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskin.
So with this said, how does the auditor play into this now?
She's got her.
I'm just.
Cindy, you can go ahead and tell everybody what your job description is, or how.
Well, I was just going to answer Commissioner Roskine's question.
I think there's some confusion on what your job.
I'm expecting that Jordan is going to put this all together, and I told Commissioner Durr I will help him get numbers for history, those kinds of things, and then you guys are going to approve provisional, and then I'll take it from there.
So is this taking a little bit of pressure off of you then?
For duplicating stuff and re-entering everybody's stuff, you bet.
And I think that's what we're looking for in the long run too. So I would tell any department heads looking at anything that we can centralize or synergize on is an opportunity that we need to look at, so.
I see it working for this commission maybe, but you got to realize there's going to be other administrations, there's going to be other office managers, and it might not work that well for going. So that's just want to point that out.
I think that's one of the things we're trying to eliminate when we leave these positions, that it's a plug-and-play module when somebody comes in and they can be more of a board of directors instead of a micro, it's not any of our intention to micromanage what the department heads do or what the elected officials do. They're obviously accountable to their constituents as we are. I mean, you probably get more phone calls than anybody on here, so you know how that accountability to constituents goes. So I don't think that's the case at all. I think and you're right, anything can happen. I agree with that, but I think that it's a move in the right direction from me when I came in, looking at what I'm dealing with and going, okay, there's a lot of great people here, but we don't seem to synergize anything. We don't seem to, everybody's kind of discombobulated, and when you're a part-time commissioner, you should be able to come in as a board of directors and say, give me the information, this is the information, we all agree because it's been shared with all the department heads, they all know what it is, and we can make a decision whether people agree with it or not, but we got solid information in front of us, not, I feel like this or I feel like that.
So, yeah, just one final comment for me, and it goes to the board, and I mean, it's a reminder, and I mean, it's not a reminder, it's just a fact that this is why we got elected. The Board of Commissioners exists in statute, and the Board of Commissioners is budget, the finance, policy, and direction of the county. That's why we're here. That's what's in statute. And so I think that we're only carrying out what is our statutory authority, and the fact that, and I've said it before, I said it a few months ago, said the auditor does a great job with the budget. We have a lot of good people working here. And I just have in my own mind a different way that I look at things and that I want to present, and I want to go back to the public. And this is what I ran on in my district, is about presenting information in a way that everybody can understand it, and going back to when we have to do some of these increases where we say, this is the dollar amount of property tax that we're going to collect and here's why. And, to go back and be able to, educate the public, it goes back to the other thing that Jordan is working on with the departments. It's going to be a betterment across the organization for the departments as our new agenda software. So, Jordan is working right now on the one, we just passed, that diligent software. So it's getting the diligent software up so that we can have a budget process and an agenda that instead of me, 90% of the time staring at a screen with icons on it, that we're actually presenting the information up, for the public and for us to see to make these decisions. So I think I understand, some of the apprehension and concern, but it's a reminder that the budget and the finance and the policy of the organization of the county, that is held with the Board of County Commissioners. In conjunction with, we have great elected officials, we have great appointed officials. It's us working together as a team, and I do believe as we move forward in the process, though there may be some apprehension, I think you're going to find that there is going to be nothing moving forward other than teamwork and cooperation.
No,
My only feedback is I think in the last 4 months, we've really gone pretty fast, done some major changes, and I'm just trying to catch my breath.
No,
Because, sometimes when you do that, you just.
I agree with you,
Flags.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Yeah.
I agree, and we've had lots of conversations about that, and it's never been outside of my expectation to think that there wouldn't be some apprehension amongst everybody that works here, everybody that has a position here, or anybody that sits up here. And I'm hoping that, I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. And sometimes I miss some things, like the post office thing, I didn't have a good answer for you. I'll get that for you. Small things like that can make differences too, so going forward, I'll try to stay on top of that a little bit better too. But I understand, and one of the reasons that I've been kind of a driver behind it, because the fact of the matter is that for me, you're in an elected position for 4 years, maybe, I don't know, some of you guys maybe have less time, you're up for another election or whatever your concerns are, but if we can build something that's a plug and play, that the next person that comes in here, because as some of these people have seen that have been here for a long time, is the inconsistencies, the ups and downs are hard to deal with. And if we have a module that we can plug and play that makes sense, that they only have to tweak, I think that that's the right direction, and I believe solidly that we're gonna head in that direction. And I know there's some pain, but I understand that I did not expect that, so.
Mr. Chair.
For that, so.
So I think,
Commissioner Bruce.
it's just like on the job description today. I wasn't aware of that until I read the packet. I mean, there's no pre-discussion relative to what the plan is moving forward. And obviously, this has been discussed before without some of us being involved, or at least myself being involved. And I just think that those things need to be brought up and brought to the commission for pre-discussion before we
I can assure you what we'll do is we'll make sure that they get pushed out. And it would have been simple for me just to ask Carol to,
On it now. Wow.
it'll be,
I didn't hear that.
Can we move on to the next?
yeah, we'll move on to the next time.
So is there a
Oh, did
motion
we,
on
did
this
we,
last
did
one?
we approve or?
I don't think there
Did
was
you
a
want a
motion
There is-
made on
No, just
that.
to,
No,
just to
Nope.
let.
it was
and then-
just discussion. There
Okay.
is no motion.
As this turns, Jordan is available for whoever wants to go into his office and talk about those things too, so, or I'm available on my phone, and most of the time I answer it. Lately, it's been up and down a lot, I've been moving, so I'm not making excuses, but that's the reality, and I'll make a commitment to make sure that when I know something's being like that, I'll get it pushed out to people, so. Items from commissions, centralized filing and review of county contracts, agreements, and MOUs. This is from Commissioner Durr, so you have the floor, Commissioner Durr.
All right. So this goes back to, again, something that I ran on about having all of the agreements and everything evaluated and looked at. And, you know, as the past few months in conversations, even within departments, departments that support other departments not knowing that there are MOUs or agreements in place or lease agreements. And so last week, when we had our budget conversation, I had a discussion with the auditor about, do you have all of the MOUs and agreements and everything on file in the auditor's office? And the majority of them, but not all. And then she does, I believe, you put those on the website. And so they're on the website. And so what I'm looking for is kind of a duplicate process, that the MOUs, agreements, and everything that we have be on file in the commission office, and at the same time, a copy and the original can be in the auditor's office if that's how they're filed. Just because legislative audit comes back and they can pull agreements and look at them, and when they go, I see a budget line item for this, where is the agreement at? And then the auditor has to go run down that agreement if they don't have it. But basically, that is the go-to spot for legislative audit, to go back and look at those agreements that are a funding mechanism for the county. And as part of a project, and what I wanted, you know, even if I'm the one sitting in there looking at them, I would like a process in place to know all the agreements we have in place, what are the timelines of those agreements, and how do they fit within our county budget and operations, but basically have an analysis of all of the agreements that we have on hand and look at those timelines. And a good one is, you know, the website that we have. And, we need a new website. Oh, by the way, we have an agreement and we're going to have to pay on that for another 2 years because that agreement is in place with no termination clause. And so what I want the commission office to do is house those agreements, and then at some point in time, do an analysis so that the board would have a full, you know, spreadsheet or however it would come forward that would say, these are all the agreements we have in place. These are the budget line items impacted departments, and these are effective until when, and what that timeline looks like. And I think it ties into our budget discussion about what do we want to fund over the next 5 years. So the only change in the process that I'm looking for is still having all of those agreements on file in the auditor's office, and just another copy on file in the commission office for review and kind of putting that information together, so.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek.
I'd like to hear Cindy's thoughts on this.
Okay.
Before I
Cindy,
vote.
if you wanted to share in something there.
Commissioner Roskinek, as long as the originals are filed in my office, I'm fine with the duplicates going to the commission office.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews?
I just don't see the reason for the duplication, but
Commissioner Hadcock?
I just said it's transparency. It's easier for us to track ourselves, to make sure that we're doing the contracts and that we know about the contracts and they're not expiring. We've done that with the fairgrounds and others, and even the fairgrounds have done it themselves and not on purpose. So anything that we can do to help out and keep track of, I think is a positive for, not only for our department heads, again, as a team, but as commissioners moving forward. So just want more transparency, want more data. I'm a person that does things by facts and information, and I just didn't feel in the last few budgets, not because of Cindy, just because the way we rushed some of that through, that was happening for the public or for us. In fact, had a lot of comments on that. So hopefully with the department heads, a bunch of them wanted change. I'll just tell you, from the process from before, I wanted change. This commission, obviously, in some circumstances, want that change to be more positive, and hopefully it is for everybody, not for one person to feel like they're getting, not doing their job or not doing something, that it's a team. And that team used to be team back in the day. And it just started going into individualistic departments. No, I'm going to say it. And now, if we can bring this team together at Pennington County in a way that everybody's helping each other and trying to do the best we can with our office and everybody else's. So the biggest thing I always heard was, I don't understand what you guys are thinking half the time. I don't understand what we're doing in the office, and getting that transparency from us. I think that's going to happen. And then you also can get help. Because a lot of the department heads would come and say we needed help from the commission office with some of these things as well. So getting those things done and getting to be helpful and not hurtful and having a team, to me, I've always been about team. And you guys knew that a long time ago. And hopefully with this data, it helps each department. I'm not looking to go after or make anybody feel bad. I just want it as team again. And then hopefully Cindy can get some help. With some of the stuff that I was listening to, and I'll keep saying it. I don't mean it mean. I mean it as if she needs help, she needs help. Hopefully part of what Jordan does, and I'll keep saying, I've seen some of the stuff he's done on paper. I've heard good things from Meade County about Jordan and what he did for their team. So I'm sorry. I heard the opposite of what other people were because a lot of those people need his help still, so that tells me that was transparent. So hopefully moving forward, we don't have to feel uncomfortable about it, but we can feel comfortable that we're just looking at stuff that we can make it more easier and on the staff that work in the office and the department heads to move forward.
Thank you. And
Chair.
I'm going to make it, oh, go ahead. You go ahead and make a comment.
You know, I can vote, but I think the decision's already been made, and that's the sad thing about it is, it doesn't matter how I vote, that's my feeling, that this thing's already set and we can go ahead and do the voting process, but when you say team and transparency, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't see it.
Sure. And I think your vote does matter, and I think your input does matter, so, but that's just me. But I also don't think that it's the auditor's job to review all these contracts, agreements, and see if there's opportunity in there to synergize. Maybe I'm wrong, and you can chime in if I'm wrong, but having them all in one place allows the commission director to review these agreements, like copy machines, that type of stuff. I don't know how many different copier, maybe we have one through the whole county, maybe we have 2 or 3 different, I don't know. I don't even know myself.
We have, yeah. So these are, I mean, getting back to these agreements and stuff, these are already things, I mean, it's not a new concept. It's stuff department heads and elected officials are already looking at. So they're looking at centralized purchasing, centralized agreements. We have, if you just look at the invoicing every month, you can see departments throughout the county have different agreements with different, copier providers. And so there's already discussions internally with department heads about how do we work toward, a better purchasing power, centralized utilization, those types of things. And I think something like this would help when department heads are trying to get a handle on what each department is doing, not operating like a silo, but saying, yeah, I do that. Oh, okay. And so, yeah, my agreement ends in 2 years. My agreement is good for a year. Mine's in 4 years. And then putting that information together so that they have the information to look at that, because we have good people here. Give them the information across the organization to know what's going on in everybody else's budgets. And, and again, I get that everybody can have a little bit of a tunnel vision, but we have great people here that I think want to work together to do the right thing. And I think that we should provide that opportunity and leadership to make that happen and try to work together, which is my goal to everyone sitting here on this side of the dais, that, you know, we're working together and realizing that it's not personality-based, that we're working here for the taxpayers and for the people that are here doing the job, and that's why I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Do we have a motion on the floor for this?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make the motion. I just want to say that the reason I'll support this is because Jerry did pull me aside, and we discussed it.
Okay.
Cindy just said that, you know, she's good with it as long as she's got the originals, so.
And this is the first I've seen of it, so, but I'm okay with it.
I
because
appreciate Jerry.
Yep.
Well, you just happened to be there when I was trying to meet the commission deadline.
Okay,
So,
so
yep.
anyhow, you know where I'm at. I'll make the motion.
Well, I appreciate that you feel your vote counts, so, okay. So we have a motion from Ross Connect and a second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Nay.
You have one, so motion carries 4-1. So we move on to item number 22, and this gives the chair or the commission members a time for individuals to bring forth ideas and concerns on the full board. Official action will not be taken on these items. So does anybody have any items in that area? Because we're also going to meetings and committee reports, but.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Well, and one of the things I do have a concern with is because of constituents making contact with me relative to TIFs that the city of Rapid City are considering and putting into place and so forth. And I just think that we need to have more information relative to those TIFs. I suggest that we ask the gentleman from the city to come when they have TIFs that they're proposing, come and explain it to the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I just want to make one comment to Mr., because I did have a couple constituents asking me about a particular one in the Robbinsdale area. Is that the same one? Okay.
Well,
So-
that one and also the one that the city is personally planning on financing, the interest rate on that.
Okay, I will, I have had a conversation with Dan Ainsley last night, and I told him I'd follow up, so I can have him show up here or fill us all in on those particular two tips so we can get those questions answered. Would that work?
I think that'd be good.
Okay, good, yeah. That way you can at least have some answers. 'Cause
Yep.
I don't know anything about that Robbinsdale TIF and the other one I don't know either, so that'd be good, but.
So what I did is, you know, I went and looked at her in baskets, and they were stuffed with these big vanilla envelopes that had paper copies of the TIFs. So I don't know that I have the time to sit there and go through that and then make a decision if it's good and bad. So then I went to the city finance department. I talked to Mark. Mark's in charge of the TIFs for the city. And I asked Mark, we just got Jordan. He was two weeks into it. I says, look, I got Mark's business card. I brought it back to Jordan. I says, can you guys sit there and go over these TIFs, summarize it so that then you can do a presentation thus, and then we can figure out, give it based on the merit, if it's something we want to approve or not. So, because we don't
It's not
have
a bad
time to
idea
take
either.
those vanilla envelopes and pull that stuff out and read it and try to make a decision. So
So you got two great ideas tonight, so that's pretty good.
Chair.
I don't know if the auditors had a chance to see that one on Robbinsdale, but I understand that involves
I-
1,700 parcels.
Well, from what I've heard is that was one of the reasons it came up is because it's gonna be a lot of, so we'll do that. But Commissioner Hadcock.
Well, last night, I supported the TIF that was going on actually for property mail, bringing in about 100 jobs. I thought it was a good TIF. I thought it was a good decision. It was 7-2 vote on the TIF and the agreement yesterday. I did read up on it a long time ago when it came out because it was sent to us. And they just have done some amazing things. So I did support that TIF and I did speak on that TIF. And the two young men, I do not hang around them, but I've seen what they've done to the downtown. I also started the downtown with people. The other thing is I went to the Open Meetings Commission and my idea I think should still come to pass. We should have some training for our department heads and our staff on open meeting issues to make sure we're doing it right. Number two, what we can do efficiently and effectively, because I liked what they did for Green Valley. I sat through about 10 of them. Green Valley, they did not take the comment of the man. They said that unfortunately, his from Green Valley was invalid. I appreciated, and so did they, that he had made comments, because that's what constituents are supposed to do. But they also found the solution, Green Valley did, and presented that to that commission, what they were doing in their process in order to make it more transparent. And I thought that was pretty nice for somebody to do, but I still think, and I'll keep saying, we need training on that transparency and what that means, because unfortunately, through our state's attorney's office, they were in these meetings and giving advice to the commissioners that ended up getting reprimanded. And two of us were trying to say that it was not transparent and it wasn't right what was happening, and it came to pass that they got reprimanded from the Attorney General. So I think it's important. I think it's very important that transparency and open government, and that we are all on the same page about how that works, whether it be department heads. Remember, we had put that up before, department heads, commissioners, and just employees, anybody that wanted to know how that works. I think it's fair. I think it's fair because we got busted on it. So especially to the state's attorney's office, obviously was in a different opinion than 6 state's attorneys and an attorney general. So for me, it meant a lot to say that, number one, that me and Travis were trying to say it and it never happened, and we had to file on our own county. So I want it to be moving forward in a way that everybody is on the same page, so it doesn't happen in the future, that we get some training on open meeting violations and open meeting commission and what their job description and what we should do it through the state's attorney's office and otherwise for that training to make it just for the future. So I enjoyed being there. I liked listening to it. And what's funny is they opened that commission because it wasn't just Pennington County. There was 15 other violations in there. Some were not, ended up being violated, and some did. So I think it's important. I think it's important for our county. I think it's important for our staff and all the elected officials and department heads. If we don't want to do it, that's fine, but.
No, I think it's something we can do, because I think we also need to add some of the planning commission because of, and our commission when it comes to ex parte communication, what we can expect and how we handle it, because we definitely have to talk about when we have exposure to people that are in property rights situations, that if we have conversations with our staff, like, we had something come up with a memo, the guy doesn't have any idea what we're talking about. Legally, that puts us in a position that, it's not going to be comfortable. We can't make decisions based upon information that both sides of the aisle don't have. So ex parte is another thing we can add to that. But I had just one thing, and since Cindy's here and she sat through this, maybe she can help us. Joe Miller mentioned he had a fund tonight of like $11 to $12 million in a road fund. So like a reserve style fund. And I don't know if the treasurer holds that money and how they're accountable for the interest that's being held or generated on it, what kind of accounts they can be put in, or is that the auditor's office?
When we start going through budget, we can go through some of those, like the interest policy, what funds keep their interest, but all the money is in one pot. The treasurer has all of that in the bank. Every dollar the county has.
Okay.
Yep, and if you want to come see me,
There
which you
comes a
keep saying you're going to come see me.
I will, but it's
I'll
just.
show you the balance sheet so you can look at all of the different funds that we have.
Sure, perfect, okay. Thank you for answering that question, and
I have a-
that also alludes to.
I've got a question on that.
Go ahead.
So in our monthly auditor treasurer accounting
Mm-hmm.
that we look at, does that account for all funds in the county?
Yes. Everything that the treasurer has.
Okay. So the question would be, does the sheriff's office have a separate bank account?
The sheriff's office does have his own checking account.
Is that money included in
That
our?
is not included in that.
Okay.
That's something that's allowed by statute, from what I understand.
I'm sorry.
Is that related to commissary or?
There is some of it that's related to commissary. I can't answer all of his.
All right.
But I know that they receipt money into that for different things, and then there are certain monies that are the county's only, and then they
Right.
deposit that with the treasurer.
And I know that that's accounted for, you know, like right now, that's something that Al would be looking at in the audit. He accounts for all that, so, all right.
Thank you, Ms. Cindy. Well, that's a misperception I had of the auditor's office, so we cleared it up.
Mr. Chair. Other than a assigned committee, I attended the Hill City Economic Development, and as a liaison county commissioner, I give them an update on what's going on with the county. I met with Eric Wolf with Black Hills Energy. We talked about data centers and told him that he had not received a draft copy of the ordinance, so I talked to planning and zoning. They put him on the list, and they sent him a draft of our ordinance for data centers, so he is now on the list along with West River Electric and Rushmore Electric and so on. And then yesterday, Gary Drews and myself, we did a Zoom on at 8:30 for where the treasurers all chimed in on the 605 drive. Then after that, there is a monthly, what was the monthly meeting, or Gary?
Yeah, it's a monthly webinar that the county association puts on.
And then this Friday, Gary and I will be driving the Bison for the Black Hills Association of County Commissioners and officials.
Awesome. Thank you, Ron. And I'm looking forward to adding to Hill City's economic development up there. It's going to be a while. I'm going to be gone in May.
I'll tell you what, that's 7 o'clock, so I'm just warning you. In the morning.
All right. So who wants to go next, I guess? We'll just take them whenever order.
Take care of mine.
Go ahead, Gary. Yeah, perfect.
The WIR Public Land Steering Committee meeting was canceled for the month in advance of the meeting that's coming up here. We'll get together at that meeting for a discussion. And then I wasn't available for the Complete Health Center.
Yeah, perfect. Well, you had a pretty good report on the WIR that you met your goal on the collections and stuff, so that's cool. Okay, I guess Jerry or Deb.
Yeah, I'll go. The Weed and Pest Board, we met a week ago or so, and came forward with this resolution today about the funding on Forest Service for lack of funding for weeds. The other thing that came up, we had a meeting with the BLM. They were there, and it's an issue with kind of down in Kanata Basin, and then in that some ranchers down there adjacent to BLM ground that are having issues with prairie dog infestation coming in off public land. So we talked about that, had a meeting. There is a new BLM director for this area out of Belfouche. Chip Kimball is gone. I can't remember the gentleman's name now. But anyway, the Weed and Pest Board had received communique from one or more landowners about the infestation of prairie dogs onto private ground. And the BLM does not see a prairie dog as a pest, so they have nationwide no poisoning. And so anyway, we came out of there, and Scott sent Jordan some talking points. And I'm not a fan of resolutions because we have to pay to play. So you pass a resolution, you have to publish it in the newspaper. So I'm a better fan of letters. So anyway, based on information that Scott had, we're going to draft, Jordan's going to draft a letter to come to the board, and then we'll send it to our congressional and maybe try to get a little bit of input. But it's a big problem with the prairie dog coming in off private or off public lands onto private property and causing that issue. Alternative Energy Committee, we have some good discussions. We're going to look at the policy and comprehensive plan, or our ordinance, at our next meeting. I believe the mayor of New Underwood's going to come in, Ellsworth Authority is going to come in and talk about the impact of a wind farm in conjunction with Ellsworth Air Force Base. I believe we're going to schedule a tour to go look at the solar plant down in Fall River County. And at the last meeting, yeah, we did have some Meade County officials come up and sit in on the last meeting, had some interested parties from the public. And so anyway, some good conversations there moving forward. The Fair Board retreat, I did not go to. I had other commitments, and that's my update.
Thank you. So Pennington County Housing, we are selling some properties, and then Brian did an update on some of that. The MPO committee, I had Brittany go, me and Weifenbach were out of town. So Brittany or Jason, I can't remember which one we sent, but they went to it and they thought it was pretty interesting on just all the projects they're doing. Black Hills Council of Local Governments, they got a really nice board, good board. They're doing, looking at their location, if they wanted to stay in the same location they're at. They gave us an update on all the projects. I could leave these in the back of all the projects they are doing and getting done. Let's see, they're looking at their funds in excess of operations for CDs, kind of like the city did, which is cool, and where they could best make their interest or through CDs or not. Gave them a recommendation on our board that they could go see for that. Again, project list, and there was no executive session, but really good board. And then I liked it because a lot of the other counties were doing their updates on some of the stuff they were doing with their jails or their administration buildings or their courthouses and different stuff. So it was very interesting and I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess the only thing I had to add, it already added, was with the planning commission. The biggest controversial thing was the people that were trying to build a campground on the creek. Yep. So we requested that they get a very comprehensive study that, has some security that says that people aren't going to camp there and get washed away. I mean, that's about it. So thank you, guys. We'll move on to item number 24, an executive session per SDCL 125-2. Now, I had told Joe that, I don't see him here.
He's in the
Oh,
room.
Joe is here?
Yeah.
That once we started this, that he could call the people that needed to come in, that whenever they came along, we'd get them worked in, so that the South Dakota Department of Transportation. But, so we have a few items to cover, personnel matters, as is per 125-2-1, and/or one department head evaluation, contractual pending litigation per 125-2-3, and/or South Rochford Road reconstruction. These are all the things that we're going to be talking about. Change orders, petition on equalization office operations, emergency planning per 125-2, subparts, and to discuss the protection of public property and cybersecurity. So.
Move.
We have a motion from Dirk and a second by Hadcock to move into executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We are in executive session. So if somebody could just mention to Joe.
Are you ready? Okay. Make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
We have a motion from Durr, second from Hadcock, come on, executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
So the board had received a petition discussing the validity and operations of the equalization office, particularly our director of equalization and another employee. And so the board is in receipt of that petition, and I'm going to make a motion that we take the information submitted in that petition and those concerns, we funnel it through our state's attorney's office and have them go outside for a third-party review.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Adjourned. Right.
Motion to adjourn?
Chair.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
One of the things I just want to clarify is that I think when information comes into the commission office that's supposed to come to the commissioners, that needs to be delivered either through email or put in our boxes at the time that it comes in.
Okay.
Instead of waiting 2 weeks and then it shows up for our packet.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
It
And
was
I think, yeah.
It was initially an agenda item submission. and then it went to the chair for review.
For
Still
the,
should, it was addressed to the commissions, commissioners, so it should have come to the commissioners, I think.
I
it
think
was-
what happened on this one item was, it never got delivered when it was said it was.
They,
Got redelivered.
oh, I was gonna say, they were delivered, and both
Yeah.
of them were placed immediately in the
I had the
commissioners'
same
boxes.
issue with it.
Yes,
The one on April 21?
yeah.
I never got that.
Yeah, Joan put it in the box.
Yep.
I never had
We'll
it.
make sure it happens.
Yeah, because my understanding, Joan
I gotta
submitted that out.
You guys go home.
Okay. I'll visit with her.
Go home.
Did we vote the,
Motion to
Adjourn?
adjourn. Okay.